Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by johnsspur on Wattpad. Now let's start. When Izuku was young, he learned that life was not fair. In a world where over 95% of the population possessed quirks, he was born without one. Nevertheless, he persevered, pursuing his dreams. During middle school, he faced bullying from his childhood friend, but this never deterred him from standing up for the weak or his beliefs. Although this often left him battered, he continued to chase his aspirations, which worried his mother, 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗵𝗧. She would see her son return home injured and attempted to persuade him to abandon his dreams for something more attainable without a quirk. Yet he remained resolute, and every night, she prayed for his safety. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗵𝐴 knelt down to pray to any deity that would listen to her plea. She asked for protection over her son, Izuku, who constantly put himself in danger. She feared losing him and implored for his safety. After finishing her prayer, she rose to prepare Izuku's lunch for the following day. Unbeknownst to her, Bahamut, the god of good dragons and justice, heard her heartfelt plea. Pleased with the genuine concern of a mother for her child, he decided to meet Izuku to assess whether he was worthy of his true power. Leaving his lair, Bahamut sought to judge the boy, hoping to find a deserving candidate for his abilities rather than another disappointment. Fast forward to the final months of Izuku's middle school experience. As he prepared to leave for school, he bid farewell to his mother, who reminded him to take care of himself. While sitting in class, he daydreamed about a new hero whose quirk allowed her to grow to the size of a tall building. Suddenly, the teacher addressed the class, acknowledging their aspirations to pursue the hero track. Katsuki Bakugo, known as Kaken, interrupted, insisting that he should not be grouped with the others. This stung Izuku deeply, as he was the only one without a quirk. The rest of the class reacted with anger towards Kaken's arrogance. Kaken proclaimed that he would be the first and only student from their school to be accepted into a prestigious hero academy and that he would surpass the #1 hero, All Might. When the teacher mentioned that Izuku had also applied to UA, Izuku noticed Kaken's furious expression and heard him mutter, "Deku," a name he had been called since childhood. The rest of the class erupted in laughter, which was no surprise to Izuku. At the end of class, Kaken and his friends surrounded Izuku, reminding him of his place by threatening him and calling him Deku, implying he was worthless. Kaken then took Izuku's future hero knowledge book and used his quirk to burn it before tossing it out the window. He cruelly suggested that if Izuku truly wanted to be a hero, he should jump off the roof and hope for a heroic quirk in his next life. Feeling despondent, Izuku retrieved his book from a puddle, its condition mirroring his own feelings of despair. On his way home, he chose to walk through the woods, which always helped clear his mind. Drawn to a cave, he sensed a powerful presence, not hostile but compelling, and called out to see if anyone was inside. As he stepped into the cave, he felt the power pulling him in. Lights began to illuminate the cave walls, small fires guiding him deeper until he encountered a pair of enormous blue-green eyes with cat-like irises. It felt as though those eyes were looking through him, overwhelming him with emotion. He dropped to his knees, unable to contain his tears. Bahamut had been observing this child for months and found him fascinating. He stood up to those stronger and faster than him, enduring beatings without giving up. Now, in Bahamut's lair, he examined Izuku's soul, searching for hatred or anger from a child constantly mistreated but found none. Instead, he discovered a boy who saw the good in everyone, even those who did not deserve it. As Izuku wept, Bahamut asked him why he sought power. Was it to best his enemies or to defeat his rival? He urged the child to answer. Izuku heard the voice resonating in his mind, prompting him to reflect on his longing for power. Was it to be like everyone else? Was it to emulate his idol, All Might? As he pondered, he was jolted back to the present by the voice's insistence. He blurted out that he wanted to protect those who could not protect themselves, to be a pillar of hope for the weak and a symbol of fear for the wicked. He wanted to save people. Bahamut continued to search Izuku's soul for any signs of deception, greed, or malice but found none. He was satisfied with the boy's answer. Allowing Izuku to see his smile, he noticed the boy flinch slightly, which surprised him. Typically, creatures of his size would flee at the sight of him. Bahamut then asked Izuku why he had not run upon seeing his mouth. Izuku, gazing at the intimidating teeth that could easily shred metal, replied that if Bahamut truly intended to harm him, he would not be able to escape in time. He felt a sense of power and peace upon entering the cave, and when he looked into Bahamut's eyes, he sensed conviction, pride, and strength. That was why he had begun to sob. Bahamut chuckled at the child's response, finding him quite peculiar. At that moment, he revealed his entire face to Izuku and introduced himself. He deemed Izuku worthy of his power but cautioned him about the potential for corruption that came with it. It had occurred in the past, and the time had come for retribution against those who had misused their power. However, at that moment, the child's body was not ready to handle such strength. A mark would be placed upon him, one that would gradually enhance his capabilities and allow him to wield that power. As the claw touched his head, he succumbed to the overwhelming pain, but it was swiftly healed. The mark would engrave itself upon all his bones, initiating the transformation necessary for him to bear the power. As the figure departed the lair, he glanced back one last time, smiling, eager to meet the child's parents before leaving. The last memory the child had was of a dragon's head appearing before him, its chuckle causing the cave to tremble. He understood now why the dragon communicated directly in his mind. Had it spoken aloud, he might have been overwhelmed. When the claw made contact, a surge of pain coursed through him. When he awoke, he found himself in a serene field within the woods, questioning whether it had all been a dream. It felt so vivid, yet he felt no pain now. Remembering the dragon's words about a mark, he searched his body for any sign but found nothing. Deciding to head home for a closer look, he took a shortcut through an alley beneath a bridge, saving himself about 20 minutes. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏 was in the midst of preparing dinner when a knock echoed through the house. A tall man with jet black hair, flecked with silver, approached her, wearing a cloak that swept the ground. He inquired if she was Ms. Midoriya. Upon confirming her identity, she asked how she could assist him. The man, strikingly handsome, smiled and informed her that he had come regarding her son. Panic surged within her as she asked if he was all right. The man reassured her that he was fine and inquired about her husband's whereabouts. When she mentioned he was abroad, he raised an eyebrow, causing her heart to flutter. He complimented her on how well she had raised her child and then issued a warning. He expressed admiration for her dedication to raising her son alone and shared insights about the boy's kind nature. However, he cautioned her about the challenges he would face in the future. The child possessed the heart of a dragon, and as he began to tap into his true strength, he would struggle to maintain control. 𝗏𝗏 interrupted, confused, insisting that her son did not have a quirk and that he must have the wrong person. The man assured her that they were indeed discussing her child. As he began to explain that her son would undergo significant changes as he learned to manage his power, she listened intently. He emphasized the importance of nurturing him during this time, as he would grapple with emotions like pride, knowledge, love, and fear, and eventually experience his first 𝗧𝗏𝗍𝐿 of heightened instincts. He warned that during this phase, her son would become territorial, attracting the attention of others. 𝗏𝗏, bewildered, questioned the notion of her son going into heat, insisting he was not an animal. The man merely smiled, reiterating that these changes were inevitable. He advised her that if her son ever felt overwhelmed, he should retreat deep into the woods to regain his composure. If he could find powerful heroes to accompany him, that would be ideal. However, if they were unable to help, she needed to grasp the pendant he offered and call his name, Bahamut, so he could assist her son in overcoming his struggles. After handing her the pendant, he bid her farewell and took to the skies, transforming into his true form as he soared away. 𝗏𝗏 committed the man's name to memory, noting the old, ornate pendant he had given her, crafted from gold and silver. Before she could respond, he had already turned and departed. She watched in awe as his cloak unfurled into magnificent wings, and as he ascended, he grew larger until he was a colossal figure against the clouds. Overwhelmed by shock and fear, She stumbled back, eventually closing the door to her apartment before fainting. As Izuku made his way home, he sensed something was amiss but attributed it to the strangeness of the day. He forced a smile, thinking of what All Might would do. As he continued, he failed to notice a slime monster emerging from a manhole. In a moment of slow-motion realization, he turned just in time to see it leap toward him. Panic set in as the creature wrapped around him, attempting to invade his mouth, declaring its intent to control him. Just then, the manhole cover exploded, and a familiar silhouette appeared, All Might. Upon arriving home, 𝗏𝗏 anxiously awaited her son's return, only to see him on the news alongside his childhood bully, being rescued by All Might. When he finally entered the apartment, she embraced him tightly, recalling Bahamut's warning. Concerned, she asked how he was feeling after everything he had experienced. To her surprise, he simply smiled and assured her he was fine, albeit tired. After being enveloped in his mother's affection, Izuku enjoyed a meal before retreating to his room. He resolved that starting tomorrow he would begin his training with All Might, drifting off to sleep after a long and eventful day. Izuku had vivid dreams of dragons, with All Might and his mother riding on his back. For the past 2 months, he had been training with All Might, and it had been an intense experience for his body. Every day brought pain, but his mother noticed that he had grown a few inches, and she was right. He had grown 3 inches in 2 months. That explained the discomfort in his bones. Despite the challenges, he was making progress, though it felt slow compared to his aspirations of becoming like All Might. He also trained independently to accelerate his improvement. While running behind All Might, who was on a Segway with a weight he referred to as a light safe, his body eventually gave out. All Might observed Izuku's dedication and was impressed by his physical and mental growth. He noted that Izuku had grown about 2 to 3 inches taller, and his analytical skills were also on the rise. Suddenly, he heard a crash and turned to see young Midoriya on the ground, clearly exhausted. All Might approached him, concerned that he might be overdoing it, and helped him up. Izuku expressed his determination to improve and match All Might's abilities. His mind was filled with ideas for enhancement, but his body struggled to keep pace. All Might, realizing that Izuku was heavier than he appeared, reminded him that they had a training plan to follow and that they needed to get back on track. On exam day, Izuku had just moved the last piece of litter off the beach, a truck, and as he finished, he climbed on top of it and let out a primal scream of triumph before collapsing. When All Might arrived at the beach, he heard Izuku's scream and was astonished to find the beach spotless, not just in the area he had assigned but the entire stretch. Izuku had exceeded All Might's expectations once again. However, as he watched Izuku collapse, he transformed into his muscular form and caught him. Izuku looked up, seeking validation about his performance and whether he was worthy of All Might's power. Filled with pride, All Might affirmed that Izuku more than deserved it. He then plucked a piece of hair from his head and instructed Izuku to eat it, explaining that he needed his DNA to inherit his power. Izuku was surprised by this method, having imagined a more glamorous process, but he took the hair and ate it, feeling no immediate change. All Might reassured him that he needed to let it digest and reminded him that he had to hurry to make it to the exam on time. Unbeknownst to both Izuku and All Might, the dragon seal on Izuku's bones was amplifying All Might's power, causing Izuku's bones to reinforce themselves to handle the new strength flowing into him. When Izuku arrived at the exam area, he spotted Kaken, who looked at him with disdain as he walked by. It was an improvement from their previous encounters, but Izuku brushed it off. It was time for the test, and just as he was about to begin, he tripped. Ochako noticed a boy who seemed quite charming, but he stumbled. Using her quirk, she prevented him from falling and expressed her apologies, explaining that it would be unfortunate to trip on the first day. She introduced herself, wished him luck, and then turned to leave. Izuku was taken aback when the girl, who had stopped him from falling, introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka. This was the first time he had spoken to a girl. He hurried to find his seat, which was next to Kaken, as the hero present Mike began his speech. Overwhelmed with excitement, he started to fanboy. Suddenly, a tall boy stood up to correct present Mike and glanced at Izuku, complaining about his muttering. Present Mike continued his talk and eventually concluded. As the written exam began, Izuku felt confident about his performance. They were then taken to a mock city, but he still hadn't scored a single point. A loud rumble shook the ground, and as the other hopefuls dashed past him, he heard a scream. The girl who had saved him was pinned down, and without thinking, he ran toward her. He leaped toward the giant robot, shouting as he punched it in what should have been its face. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 felt frustrated. She had tripped and now her leg was trapped under a rock, leaving her vulnerable to the giant robot. As she cried out in pain, she noticed everyone fleeing except for the boy with messy hair, who was bravely running toward her. He jumped impressively high and struck the robot, sending it back. He looked incredibly cool and fearless. Realizing he might be in danger of falling, 𝗧𝗏𝗄 used her quirk to free her leg and crawled onto a broken robot, pushing her limits to reach him. As he began to descend past her, she used her quirk to gently guide him down. When she landed, she had overexerted herself and felt nauseous. Izuku saw the girl who had saved him and felt relieved that she was safe, but he was desperate for at least 1 point. He shouted out his need for a point. Present Mike announced that time was up, and Izuku felt defeated. His body felt broken, and he believed he had failed all might and himself as he drifted into unconsciousness. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 couldn't understand how someone so strong could score no points. It didn't make sense to her why he had stopped to save her, and she felt compelled to make things right. The story continued as expected. Izuku attempted to reach All Might, but there was no response. He couldn't blame him. Perhaps All Might didn't want to see his failure of a successor. His mother looked at him with concern. 𝗏𝗏𝗄 had never seen her son so downcast, and she recalled the warning Bahamut had given her. She approached him and asked if he was okay. He replied affirmatively, but she felt the need to warn him. She said they needed to talk. Izuku looked at his mother, sensing her worry as she insisted they needed to have a conversation. 𝗏𝗏𝗄 began by asking if he had been feeling any different. She then shared the warning Bahamut had given her. He looked at her as if she had lost her mind, and she understood why he might think that. She omitted the part about the man transforming into a dragon, fearing it would lead to her being dismissed as irrational. She pleaded with him to trust her and to promise he would heed her warning if he ever felt he was losing control. Izuku listened as his mother advised him that if he ever felt he was about to lose control, he should go deep into the woods to calm down and find powerful heroes to accompany him. He wondered if she knew about 𝗓𝗏𝗄. She continued, making him promise to take her warnings seriously if he ever reached that point. 𝗏𝗏𝗄 announced she was going to get the mail and would be right back. She wondered if she was overreacting in warning him like this. He had always been a positive child, but the man's warning had sent chills down her spine. Izuku went to his room and began adding weight to his dumbbell, preparing for his daily arm workout when his mother called out that the mail had arrived. She handed him a letter from UA. The story continued as expected until he entered just after Eraserhead's exam. After another scare, thinking he might be dropped from the hero course, Izuku saw 𝗧𝗏𝗏 as he exited the school. A voice called out to them. It was 𝗧𝗏𝗄, asking them to wait. She addressed 𝗧𝗏𝗏 by name and then called him Deku. He quickly introduced himself and explained how he got that nickname. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 apologized for calling him Deku, explaining that it gave her a sense of determination, which made him blush. She asked if she could join them on their walk home, and they agreed. Izuku felt a rush of happiness as she explained that Deku inspired her. He thought she was really cute and was thrilled to be receiving attention from a girl. When she asked to join them, he eagerly agreed, and the three of them headed to the train station. A week later, Izuku and 𝗧𝗏𝗄 had been spending more time together. She was his partner during the combat scenario against 𝗧𝗏𝗏 and Kaken, and they emerged victorious, which filled him with joy. He had made friends with most of the class, except for Kaken, of course. He enjoyed his time with 𝗧𝗏𝗄 and found her adorable, but he was uncertain about her feelings for him. Unbeknownst to him, Kaken had other plans for him as their classes continued. Kaken felt frustrated that Izuku was getting stronger. He needed to find a way to put him in his place and show him that he didn't belong. He didn't understand how Izuku had gained his quirk, but he was determined to strike where it would hurt the most. In class, Mr. Aizawa informed them that they were going on a class trip to practice rescue training. Upon arriving at the USJ, they met Pro Hero 13, But then everything went awry. Villains appeared in droves, including one with numerous hands on his body and another who concealed his face. As they emerged from a warp gate, Mr. Aizawa instructed everyone to stay back, warning that they were facing real villains. Despite his reassurances, one of the villains seemed far too powerful for him. Mr. Aizawa responded that if someone was only capable of one trick, they would never become a professional. He then leaped into the fray. Observing in awe, it was clear that Mr. Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead, was holding his own, but it was only a matter of time before the villains wore him down. Attempts to contact emergency law enforcement were futile, as all signals were blocked. Suddenly, a black mist enveloped the area, and Izuku found himself submerged in water, facing a villain that resembled a half-shark, ready to attack. Just when panic set in, something wrapped around him. It was Tsuyu's tongue, and she was also holding Mineta. With a swift kick, she struck the villain in the face and used her tongue to place Izuku safely in a boat. Mineta, however, landed awkwardly, likely having acted inappropriately again. From Tsuyu's perspective, she had seen Midoriya in danger and acted quickly, using her tongue to pull him away while delivering a kick to the villain. After placing Midoriya gently in the boat, she noticed Mineta resting his head against her, commenting on her nice floaties. Annoyed, she shoved him into the boat next to Midoriya and climbed aboard. She asked them both about their plan, surprised by how quickly Izuku devised a strategy that utilized their quirks effectively, even offering himself as bait. Although he appeared nervous, his determination impressed her. He truly was remarkable yet remained humble. From Izuku's viewpoint, after Tsuyu inquired about their plan, he gathered information about their quirks and proposed using himself as bait. Once they all agreed, he jumped off the side of the boat, drawing the attention of the villains. With a flick of his finger, he called out for Tsuyu, who leapt into action, holding Mineta and grabbing him with her tongue, guiding them toward shallow water while Mineta threw sticky ball at the villains. They made it, but Izuku sensed that Eraserhead was in trouble, and they were not out of danger yet. After being rescued by All Might and the rest of the staff, life returned to normal. Mr. Aizawa, looking exhausted, informed them about the upcoming sports festival and emphasized its importance for their future internships. During this time, they all trained hard, and even though Izuku was focused on his training, he made sure to spend some time with Ochako. The day of the festival finally arrived, and they gathered in a large waiting room before entering the arena. Todoroki challenged Izuku, boasting about how he would defeat him in the festival. Izuku acknowledged Todoroki's skills but confidently declared his intention to win. From Bakugo's perspective, he was frustrated that Todoroki was challenging Deku, believing he was superior. He also noticed how well Deku got along with the round-faced girl, which sparked an idea. He decided to separate her from Deku before he could make a move. As they entered the arena and Bakugo proclaimed his victory, they lined up for the race. Izuku felt nervous but believed he had a chance. When the signal sounded, he sprinted with all his might, still lacking control over his power, so he held back. Todoroki used his quirk, creating obstacles, and Izuku focused on maintaining his pace. As robots appeared, Todoroki froze them, and Bakugo sped ahead using his quirk, while most of Izuku's class continued to push forward. He picked up a large piece of metal, using it to destroy a robot that targeted him. He then heard a cannon. Momo had created one with her quirk, effortlessly taking down robots. Keeping the metal with him, he began to chase the leaders of the race. From All Might's perspective, it was clever of young Midoriya to use the piece of metal to destroy the robot, but he wondered why he continued to carry it, given its weight. Nevertheless, Midoriya was catching up to the frontrunners. As he navigated the gorges with the metal strapped to his back, All Might hoped he would complete the race and advance in the tournament. From Izuku's viewpoint, he finished the gorges and faced a minefield. He used the metal on his back to dig up the mines, creating a pile. With a leap onto the pile, he launched himself past everyone, crossing the finish line and raising his hand in victory, overwhelmed with emotion. The cavalry battle followed, and he teamed up with Ochako, 𝗵𝗃𝗃, and Mei, successfully advancing through the next match. From Bakugo's perspective, he was furious that Deku had beaten him in the race and that he couldn't snag his headband. Seeing that girl on Deku's team only fueled his determination to claim her for himself. When the matchups were posted, he was confused about who Ochako was. From Izuku's viewpoint, his first match was against Shinso. As he stepped into the ring, Shinso provoked him, asking him to leave the ring. Just as Izuku prepared to step out, he noticed a pair of eyes and a dragon outline behind them. His instincts kicked in, breaking free from the mind control, and he managed to toss Shinso out of the ring. Next up was Todoroki. As he returned to his class's area to watch the remaining matches, he saw that it was Ochako's turn against Bakugo. She had helped him, and now it was his chance to return the favor. From Ochako's perspective, Deku entered her waiting area, offering his assistance. She appreciated his kindness but felt the need to handle this challenge on her own. Izuku offered his brightest smile and assured Ochako that he would see her in the semifinals before leaving the room. Returning to his seat, he watched as Ochako fought valiantly but ultimately lost, which pained him to witness. He needed to prepare for his own match, so he headed to the waiting room where he found Ochako sitting alone, looking dejected. It hurt him to see her in such a state, and he attempted to lift her spirits before he had to depart. As he walked away, he spotted 𝗵𝗲𝗏, the number 2 hero and Todoroki's father. After their brief exchange, he made his way to the arena to face Shoto. During their battle, Izuku noticed that Shoto was primarily relying on his ice powers, which appeared to be hindering him. By this point, Izuku had already sustained injuries to his fingers. He reminded Shoto that it was his own power, not his father's, that mattered. Suddenly, flames erupted around Shoto, engulfing the arena. Shoto thought to himself that Midoriya was acting recklessly, taunting him instead of focusing on victory. Yet, he realized that he could forge his own path as a hero. As he unleashed his flames, everything else faded away, leaving only Midoriya in his sights. In that moment he felt the sense of peace, separate from his father's influence. As he released his attack, he expressed gratitude to Midoriya, but the force of the recoil sent him crashing backward, creating a wall of ice behind him. All Might observed that young Midoriya had been trying to protect Shoto throughout the fight. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 had 𝗂𝐽𝐽 barriers, but they were shattered by the clash between Midoriya and Todoroki. As the smoke cleared, Shoto remained standing in the ring, encased in ice, while Midoriya had been thrown out, leaving a small crater from the impact that could have been fatal. All Might headed to Recovery Girl's office. In Recovery Girl's office, she noted that Izuku seemed to visit more often than any other student. As she examined his X-rays, she discovered unusual markings on his bones. Concerned, she took additional X-rays and confirmed that all of his bones bore the same marks. She knew she needed to speak with All Might about this. When All Might entered Recovery Girl's office, she immediately began to express her concerns. Once she calmed down, she showed him the X-rays, revealing the strange symbols on Midoriya's bones. All Might realized he needed to contact Midoriya's mother, hoping she might have answers. He decided to bring her in as soon as possible. The story continued to follow the canon until the end of the competition. Izuku arrived in class and spotted Ochako chatting with Mina, Momo, and Tsuyu about girl-related topics. He felt a pang of pain when he overheard Ochako mention that Bakugo had asked her out. The thought troubled him deeply, as he recalled the hurt Bakugo had caused him in the past. He took his seat and lowered his head, trying to block out the noise. Ochako was taken aback when Bakugo asked her out. Initially, she planned to decline, but Mina and Tsuyu encouraged her to consider it. Momo suggested going on one date, assuring her that if it didn't work out, she could simply say no to any future dates. Although she had feelings for someone else, she was unsure if that person felt the same way. Mina suggested that showing interest in Bakugo might prompt the other boy to ask her out, so she reluctantly agreed. Bakugo reveled in his victory, feeling triumphant that Ochako had accepted his invitation. He noticed the look in Izuku's eyes and felt a sense of satisfaction, believing he had won this round. Mina glanced across the room and noticed Izuku looking heartbroken. She realized they might have made a significant mistake. Izuku was genuinely a nice person, and she felt compelled to talk to Tsuyu and Momo about how to help him. She approached Kirishima to ask what Izuku enjoyed doing. Kirishima shared that Izuku loved anything related to All Might and often sang along to his songs while in the shower after gym class. He had noticed that Izuku seemed down lately and planned to check in on him. Mina expressed her gratitude but insisted that they could handle this situation on their own. She had an idea that involved Izuku's singing. After class, she approached Momo and Tsuyu to discuss how they could cheer him up by taking him out for karaoke. They agreed, and Mina approached Izuku with the invitation. Izuku felt reluctant when Mina asked him to join them for karaoke, but her enthusiasm convinced him to go. Deep down, he wanted to escape everything, including school, and start anew somewhere else. Nevertheless, he texted his mother to inform her that he would be late and agreed to join Mina, Momo, and Tsuyu. Mina had to threaten Mineta to leave them alone before they entered their karaoke booth. She chose her song first, a classic by LL Cool J, while Momo selected Set Fire to the Rain by Adele. Izuku picked two songs, and Tsuyu chose Whatever It Takes by Imagine Dragons. Meanwhile, 𝗏𝗏 had taken the opportunity to meet with All Might at the school after receiving Izuku's message. He had expressed concern about something unusual found on Izuku. When she arrived at the nurse's office, All Might asked her to sit down. Noticing her worried expression, he reassured her that her son was fine but revealed the strange markings on his bones. Recovery Girl showed 𝗏𝗏 the X-rays, and she turned pale upon seeing the markings. Recognizing the symbols immediately, 𝗏𝗏 reached into her shirt and pulled out the pendant given to her by Bahamut. The markings matched perfectly, and she felt a chill run through her. The reality of Bahamut's existence and his warning weighed heavily on her. She looked at All Might, desperate to know where her son was, insisting that she needed to see him. All Might tried to calm 𝗏𝗏, assuring her that he would personally locate Izuku. However, he needed her to explain everything, no matter how unbelievable it might sound. 𝗏𝗏 recounted her story, including the moment Izuku had left, fearing that they would think she was crazy. To her relief, they believed her, but she could see All Might deep in thought. He looked at her and smiled, reassuring her that UA would handle everything and that her baby would be safe. From All Might's perspective, it was not just a dragon but a dragon god, which was concerning. Everything was starting to make sense. He went online to research the pendant and the name Bahamut, and his blood ran cold. If this information was accurate, young Midoriya was much stronger than he had anticipated. Now he understood why Midoriya had been muttering about surviving the explosion that had thrown him against the wall and how he had carried the armor effortlessly. He called Eraserhead, Midnight, and Endeavor, and then his phone rang. From Izuku's perspective, he listened to the girls sing and thought they did a great job, but he felt sad and not in the mood. When it was his turn, he had two songs in mind that he had been thinking about all day. He decided to sing them. The first was a sad song by We Three Kings, and the second was Say Something by A Great Big World. He got lost in his world while singing, feeling the pain of each song. When he finished, he looked at the girls, who were openly crying. Great, he thought, now he had made them cry too, and he felt the need to leave. He tried to apologize, but the girls tackled him, holding him and expressing their own apologies. He apologized back and left. From the girls' perspective, they listened to Midoriya pour his heart out through his songs. He seemed lost in them, unaware of their presence. After the first song, they exchanged glances, their eyes puffy and glistening with tears. By the end of the second song, they were all crying together. They tackled him in an attempt to comfort him, but he apologized for bringing them down and then left. From Izuku's perspective, he called All Might and asked him to meet at the woods on the outskirts of town. He ran as fast as he could to get there. Upon arriving, he saw All Might, Eraserhead, Midnight, and Endeavor. From All Might's perspective, he noticed young Midoriya running toward them, stopping right in front and stating that he needed to go deeper into the woods. He began to run again, so they followed him for about 30 minutes. All Might placed his hands on Midoriya's shoulders and encouraged him to let it all out, which turned out to be a big mistake. From Izuku's perspective, as he began to speak, the pain became unbearable. He felt a rage unlike anything he had experienced before and yelled out in frustration about his pride being trampled. His thoughts became jumbled, and he felt himself shrinking. From All Might's perspective, he heard young Midoriya yell, and suddenly he was surrounded by fire, transforming into a dragon. He was massive, about the size of an apartment complex, with an enormous wingspan. All Might shouted for Eraserhead to stop him, not expecting the response he received. From Eraserhead's perspective, he realized it was not a quirk but a mutation, and he couldn't stop him. From All Might's perspective, this was not good. He instructed Eraserhead, Midnight, and Endeavor to scatter. They needed to calm Midoriya down, not harm him. From Eraserhead's perspective, Midnight and Endeavor jumped in different directions. His quirk wouldn't stop Midoriya, and his capture scarf could barely wrap around one leg, let alone both. He needed to retreat and devise a plan. From Endeavor's perspective, he thought a quick knockout might work, believing Midoriya's scales would protect him somewhat. He launched 3 powerful attacks at Midoriya's head, but they had no effect, not even a singe. From All Might's perspective, this was bad. He heard Endeavor shout and delivered a Texas smash to young Midoriya, but it did nothing. He didn't even dent his scales. From Izuku's perspective, he saw All Might and Endeavor attacking him but barely felt anything. He couldn't see Eraserhead and Midnight, but he could smell them nearby. He tried to speak, but it came out as a roar. Everything seemed to be going wrong that day. From Midnight's perspective, she heard the dragon's roar, and the sound wave knocked her back. She hid behind a tree as All Might threw Endeavor out of the way, launching him far back. If she or Eraserhead had been in his place, they would have been in serious trouble. She told Eraserhead she had an idea when she heard Endeavor shout. From Endeavor's perspective, he decided to go all out. He shouted that playtime was over and unleashed his strongest attack, hitting Midoriya dead in the chest at point-blank range, but it barely scorched his scales. That was his best move. From Izuku's perspective, he noticed a news helicopter during Endeavor's attack. He tried to shout for them to stop, but another roar escaped him, accidentally knocking the helicopter from the sky. All Might burst from the woods as Eraserhead shouted about the helicopter. From Eraserhead's perspective, he realized Midoriya wasn't attacking them. He seemed to be trying to communicate, but it sounded monstrous. He alerted Midnight to the situation and noticed Midoriya wasn't looking at them. It was a news chopper, and he had just knocked it out of the sky. He yelled to All Might, who then shouted to Endeavor to help rescue the news crew. From Midnight's perspective, she called out to All Might, asking him to throw her at Midoriya's head. She needed his jacket for her plan and quickly removed her top to maximize her quirk. All Might grabbed her and threw her toward Midoriya's head. From All Might's perspective, he watched as Midnight flew toward Midoriya's head and stopped attacking. From Midnight's perspective, she landed on his head, grabbing his horn to steady herself. She leaned close to his ear and began to speak. From Izuku's perspective, he saw Eraserhead and Endeavor heading toward the downed news crew, and then Midnight flung toward his face. He heard her soothing voice in his ear, which helped him start to relax. To his surprise, she seemed to hear his thoughts. From Midnight's perspective, she realized she could hear Midoriya in her mind. He tried to apologize, expressing that he didn't want this to happen. She reassured him that everything would be all right and asked if she could walk to his face to see him. He agreed. From Izuku's perspective, he watched as Midnight carefully walked onto his face, noticing that she was only wearing her underwear. The moment was captivating, and instead of feeling embarrassed, the character found himself mesmerized by her beauty. Her curves, her presence, and the scent that lingered in the air drew him in. However, a wave of sadness washed over him as he recalled the circumstances that led to this moment. He slowly blinked, longing for a sense of peace, feeling the tears welling up in his eyes. As he stood on his hind legs, he gently wrapped his arms around Midnight. From Midnight's perspective, as she walked onto his face, she felt a thrill from his intense focus on her. Her quirk was at its maximum capacity, capable of putting a herd of elephants to sleep, yet he remained transfixed. She noticed a tear forming in his large green eyes, which sparkled like jewels, and she sensed his pain. He didn't want any of this. Reaching out, she attempted to wipe away his tear, which seemed enormous. As he began to relax and shrink, she realized the danger of her position. If she fell from this height, it could be disastrous. However, as he shrank, he stood up and wrapped his front legs around her, preventing her from falling. Soon he returned to his normal size, resting his face against her chest, sound asleep. All Might draped his jacket over her. From All Might's viewpoint, he observed Midnight standing on young Midoriya's face. As Midoriya stood up and wrapped his front legs around her while shrinking, All Might noted the scene. Young Midoriya was asleep and still sobbing. He covered Midnight, who was now only wearing his jacket, and praised her bravery for walking on his face. Midnight then informed All Might that Midoriya had given her permission to walk on his face. The look on All Might's face suggested he hadn't heard that. She explained that Midoriya had communicated with her telepathically, expressing his longing for none of this to happen. All Might received a call from Eraserhead while conversing with Midnight, informing him that the news crew was fine and that they should leave before more arrived. He agreed, and they decided to take young Midoriya to his home so he would wake up in a familiar and safe environment. They hopped into All Might's car and departed. 𝗏𝗏 was surprised to see All Might and a woman, clad in his jacket, enter with her son sleeping in All Might's arms. She asked what had happened, and All Might instructed her to sit down and indicated which room was Izuku's. As he placed her son in his room, the woman began to speak. Midnight introduced herself as a pro hero and a teacher at UA, apologizing for her appearance. She explained that her quirk was activated through her skin and required most of it to be exposed to help put her son to sleep. He had transformed into a dragon, and they needed to calm him down. 𝗏𝗏 was taken aback, fainting at the revelation. All Might quickly entered the room, catching 𝗏𝗏 just in time. He carried her to her room, laid her on her bed, and covered her up before leaving. He asked Midnight to stay with young Midoriya in case he experienced another panic attack and began to change again, to which she readily agreed. He assured her he would return in the morning. As Izuku slowly began to wake up, he felt as though he was wrapped in a soft embrace. Reaching up, he felt something gentle and heard a soft sound. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was in bed with Midnight, holding her close. He froze in surprise, and as she opened her eyes and greeted him, he felt a rush of embarrassment. Midnight had been thrilled when All Might asked her to stay, having noticed the potential in young Midoriya. Waking up to find him holding her was unexpected, and she found herself amused as he fell off the bed, his face turning bright red. As she got up, she moved gracefully, wanting to capture his attention once more. She donned her breathes and All Might's jacket, turning to wink at him before stepping out of the room. Izuku watched Midnight leave, feeling the warmth in the room rise. When she bent down, he was taken aback by her beauty, causing him to blush and fumble. He quickly got dressed and exited his room, finding his mother, All Might, and Midnight in the kitchen. 𝗏𝗏 inquired about the locked door to Izuku's room, to which Midnight explained that she wanted to ensure he wouldn't wake up and change unexpectedly, emphasizing it was for everyone's safety. She mentioned sleeping in a chair, which had left her back sore. Izuku, feeling embarrassed, nodded in agreement. 𝗏𝗏 expressed her concern for her son, recalling her own confusion about how she ended up in her room the previous night. All Might clarified that he had caught her as she fainted and thought it best to take her to bed, correcting himself to avoid misunderstanding. 𝗏𝗏 turned crimson at the implication, recalling how he had carried her to her room and laid her down, feeling flustered by the memory. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed, called out to All Might and Midnight, kneeling and bowing his head in gratitude. Izuku felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he reflected on the events of the previous day. He understood the gravity of the situation and was prepared for any consequences, including expulsion from UA. All Might reassured young Midoriya, acknowledging that the incident was not his fault. He noted how Izuku had heeded his mother's warning and expressed disbelief that they would expel him. Midnight had shared that Izuku had not intended for things to unfold as they did, and they believed him. All Might encouraged Izuku to rise, indicating that there were important discussions ahead, but suggested they should wait until school with Principal Nizu. For now, he urged Izuku to enjoy his weekend. As Izuku stood up, his phone began to ring. Meanwhile, across town, Ochako, Momo, Tsuyu, Mina, Kyoka, and Toru were gathered at an ice cream shop, discussing Izuku. Mina excitedly recounted how she had been moved to tears by Izuku's singing, suggesting that he might have been singing about Ochako. The timing seemed too perfect. After Bakugo had asked 𝗀𝗧𝗪 out, Izuku had fallen into a funk, leading Mina to believe he had strong feelings for her. Tsuyu, though not one to meddle, agreed with Mina's assessment. She mentioned that if 𝗀𝗧𝗪 wasn't interested, she should let them know, as she found Izuku cute. 𝗀𝗧𝗪 admitted that she did like him and felt a flutter of emotions whenever he looked at her. She often found herself flustered and unsure of how to respond. Mina declared that it was love, insisting that 𝗀𝗧𝗪 had it bad for him. Concerned about her upcoming meeting with Bakugo, 𝗀𝗧𝗪 wondered whether she should cancel or go through with it. Momo suggested that she should call Bakugo and cancel, ensuring he wouldn't waste his time. She also expressed her longing to join 𝗀𝗧𝗪 if she took Izuku to karaoke, hoping to hear him sing again without shedding tears this time. Toru questioned whether Izuku was truly that talented or if the girls were exaggerating. Momo replied that if it weren't for Mina and Tsuyu's presence, she might have kissed him, wishing he had sung just for her. The passion in his voice had moved her to tears, and she noticed the other girls blushing at her admission. 𝗀𝗧𝗪 worried about whether Izuku would accept her after she had agreed to go out with Bakugo. Mina reassured her that she believed Izuku would understand. She urged 𝗀𝗧𝗪 to cancel on Bakugo immediately and call Izuku, eager to hear how the conversation would unfold. Observing 𝗀𝗧𝗪's reaction, Mina noticed her cheeks flush as she took out her phone. 𝗀𝗧𝗪 decided to call Bakugo first to cancel their plans. When she did, he expressed his anger, insisting that no one cancels on him. After hanging up, she called Izuku and asked him out. His first question was about her date with Bakugo, to which she replied that she had canceled for someone better and invited him to go out with her that night. Bakugo, feeling frustrated and confused, couldn't comprehend why 𝗀𝗧𝗪 had changed her. He assumed she was just nervous about their date and decided to wait before calling her back, confident that she would reconsider. He planned to take some photos to prove to Izuku that he was superior in every way. Izuku smiled at his mother, feeling a surge of excitement as he prepared for his date. He needed to decide what to wear, even though he was unsure of their destination. As long as 𝗀𝗧𝗪 was with him, he knew he would enjoy himself. The fact that she had chosen him over Bakugo filled him with happiness. 𝗀𝗧𝗪 felt a mix of exhilaration and anxiety after asking Izuku out. She wondered where they would go and if she was ready to be alone with him. She considered joining the girls for karaoke but hesitated, fearing her heart might not handle being alone with him while he sang. Mina urged 𝗀𝗧𝗪 to share her plans for the date, eager to help her get ready. 𝗀𝗧𝗪 revealed that they were going to karaoke, expressing her excitement to hear Izuku sing. Mina and Momo squealed in delight, eager to experience his performance again. 𝗀𝗧𝗪 planned to call Izuku and inform him of their plans. Izuku's phone rang again as 𝗀𝗧𝗪 confirmed their karaoke outing. He felt nervous about singing in front of her, recalling how his last performance had brought tears to the girl's eyes. He needed to choose a song that would impress her, hoping she would enjoy it. Mina was thrilled at the prospect of hearing him sing again, hoping he would select a cheerful song this time. She didn't mind crying again, as long as her makeup remained intact. Momo eagerly anticipated Izuku's performance, thinking that if 𝗀𝗧𝗪 didn't appreciate him, she would make sure to show him how much he was valued. Tsuyu was ready to hear Izuku sing again, determined to look her best in case 𝗀𝗧𝗪 overlooked what she had. She wanted to ensure that Izuku felt appreciated, not wanting to relive the emotional weight of his previous songs. 𝗏𝗏, Izuku's mother, was excited for her son's first date. She asked where he was going and with whom. Izuku replied that he was going to karaoke with a friend from school. 𝗏𝗏's curiosity piqued as she asked for the girl's name, noticing Izuku turning red. When he admitted it was a girl who had asked him out, she shifted into protective mom mode, bombarding him with questions. Despite the interrogation, she helped him prepare for his date with 𝗀𝗧𝗪, clearly happy for him. Once he was ready, he thanked her and kissed her goodbye. 𝗏𝗏 felt a swell of pride and joy for her son, thrilled that he was going on his first date. She looked forward to meeting this girl but decided to save that conversation for later, content to bask in her son's happiness as he left. Bakugo, feeling rejected after 𝗀𝗧𝗪 canceled on him, decided to go bowling with Kirishima. As they walked, he spotted Deku, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. He was dressed nicely, and it made one wonder where he was headed. The sight that greeted him made his blood boil. She had chosen Deku over him. It felt unbelievable that she would leave him for Deku. He started to pursue them, but Kirishima placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to let it go. He wanted to unleash his anger, but Kirishima's grip tightened slightly, reminding him that they were classmates. With one last glance, he turned away, and they left. Izuku noticed Ochako, who looked lovely, and followed her inside, surprised to find all the girls gathered there. They were all dressed elegantly, and he felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks. Ochako informed him that they wanted to hear him sing. He agreed, and they entered the room together. The girls selected their songs, and he was told he would perform last. As he listened to their performances, he found joy in the moment, feeling far from his earlier gloom. When it was finally his turn, he sang Perfect by Ed Sheeran, followed by All of Me by John Legend. As he sang, he locked eyes with Ochako, noticing her eyes glistening with emotion. The other girls watched with admiration, their eyes sparkling. After finishing, he asked if they wanted him to sing again, and they all eagerly agreed. He poured his heart into the song, and as he glanced at Ochako, he saw her blush deeply. In a sudden burst of emotion, she leaped toward him and kissed him. From Ochiko's perspective, watching him sing was enchanting. She realized how she had overlooked his charm before. His heartfelt songs spoke of love, and when he finished, she felt compelled to kiss him. In that moment, it felt as if they were the only two people in the world. His soft lips and warm embrace made her wish the moment would last forever. When they pulled apart, she noticed the other girls staring at them, and her cheeks flushed bright red. The girls, observing Izuku sing to Ochako, felt a mix of emotions. They admired the appealing moment but also wished it were them receiving his affection. The surprise on their faces when Ochako kissed him reflected their conflicting feelings, happy for her but sad for themselves. Afterward, Izuku walked Ochako home. Once he returned, his mother was awake, and he shared that he had a wonderful time. She smiled and mentioned a meeting with the principal on Monday. He acknowledged her and headed to his room, drifting off into sweet dreams. However, when he awoke, something felt off. He called for his mother, noticing her gaze had changed, reminiscent of how Ochako had looked at him. Inko entered his room, overwhelmed by his presence. She felt a strong urge to embrace him in ways that made her uncomfortable. Struggling to maintain her composure, she stepped outside and called All Might for help. All Might received Inko's call, learning that Izuku was experiencing significant changes. Reluctantly, he contacted Midnight, asking her to meet him quickly, as Izuku needed assistance. When she arrived, he explained the situation, noting that Izuku was going through a challenging phase, and they needed to act fast. Midnight questioned why she was needed, and All Might explained that she might be the only one capable of calming Izuku if necessary. He acknowledged it was a difficult position for her, but it was the best plan they had. Inko held a pendant and called out to Bahamut, seeking guidance on how to help her son. To her surprise, he responded, explaining that Izuku would either mate or undergo a transformation. He assured her that if necessary, he would provide a female for him. Inko was taken aback by the implications and quickly called All Might to relay Bahamut's message. All Might realized they would need to stop at a pharmacy first. Midnight looked at him skeptically, questioning the urgency of the stop. He explained that it was necessary to get morning after pills, which left her momentarily speechless. All Might blushed slightly, clarifying that it was either that or risk Izuku transforming and attracting another dragon. If Midnight was unwilling, he could find someone else. Midnight realized she needed to be careful with her requests, as the situation had escalated unexpectedly. All Might quickly made the stop at the pharmacy, and they were soon back on the road. Upon arriving at the apartment complex, All Might and Inko moved swiftly, but she appeared dazed and retreated to her room, locking the door behind her. All Might looked at Midnight with a half-smile, wishing her luck with young Midoriya. As she exited the car and entered the apartment, the scent enveloped her, stirring her senses. She barely remembered to take her pill upon walking in. Midoriya's eyes seemed to glimmer, with a feline quality, revealing his nervousness as she approached him. He liked his lips, a gesture that hinted at his anticipation. Midnight approached Izuku, assuring him that she would help him. She took his hand and placed it gently on her chest, whispering that everything would be all right and that she would teach him how to be with a woman. As he lifted his head slightly, she kissed him, and something shifted within him. He transformed from shy and passive to slightly more assertive, squeezing her chest just enough to convey his longing for more. Breaking the kiss, she whispered in his ear that he would need to be gentle with other women, but she enjoyed a little roughness. Hearing this, he became eager, and she found herself equally excited as they began to undress each other. Once they were both bare, he started to explore her, and she responded with soft sounds of pleasure. She then knelt down, surprised by what awaited her. Although it was challenging to accommodate him, she worked to adjust, and he began to express his enjoyment. Encouraged, he guided her movements, and she felt a rush of excitement as they continued. Afterward, she led him to a new experience, instructing him on how to bring her pleasure. He listened attentively, and as she reached her peak, she took charge, guiding him to align with her. She encouraged him to be bold, and he complied, moving with a fervor that surprised them both. They shifted positions, exploring different dynamics until she found herself in a new stance, feeling overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Eventually, he reached 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃, and she felt a wave of warmth wash over her. As he looked at her, he realized there was still more to explore. He pressed against her, eliciting a startled reaction, but she welcomed the thrill. After some time, he carefully moved her to a safe place, ensuring she was comfortable. Izuku woke up and tidied her clothes, placing them beside her before he showered and dressed. A knock at the door interrupted him, and when he opened it, he found Achiko standing there. Inko woke up to see All Might and asked how she had ended up outside the apartment. Her next question was about her son, wondering how long she had been there. All Might reassured her that young Midoriya was fine and in capable hands. He suggested she relax, explaining that she was in the UA guest quarters and had been unconscious for a full day. Inko asked if Uraraka had been sent away, recalling Izuku calling for her, but she felt too weak to leave the room. She was concerned about what she might say or do. All Might comforted her, assuring her that everything would be all right. He explained that Izuku was with a professional hero and that the girl would be sent away. Achiko knocked on the door, and when Izuku opened it, he shut his eyes and apologized, asking her to leave quickly. He remained hesitant, and she inquired about his well-being. Izuku admitted he was not all right and expressed his concern for her safety. He didn't want her to experience something she wasn't ready for. He felt a gentle touch on his face, and he revealed that he was feeling overwhelmed, not wanting their first time to be like this. She requested that he open his eyes. When he did, Achiko noticed the change in his gaze, feeling as if her world revolved around him. She wanted to stay by his side, captivated by the depth of his look. She asked if she could kiss him, and he quietly agreed. As Izuku gazed at Achiko, he felt a shift within him. Unlike his experience with Midnight, this was rooted in care and affection. When she asked to kiss him, he knew he would do anything to protect her. Achiko leaned in to kiss him, and he embraced her tightly. When they broke apart, he opened the apartment door for her to enter. He led her to his room, where they shared another kiss. As they pulled away, he slowly removed his shirt, and she began to unbutton hers. Feeling his hand on hers, he offered to help, and as he did, she leaned in, kissing his neck. Once he finished, she revealed her pink BR, which he asked her to remove. She complied, and he began to caress her gently, savoring the moment. She then lowered his shorts, revealing his All Might-themed boxers, which were straining against the fabric. She removed her skirt, now clad only in pink panties. He leaned in closer and gently laid her down, recalling Midnight's advice about taking things slow. He began to kiss her softly, exploring her sensitive spots, which made her gasp with delight as she approached her peak. Looking at him with affection, she expressed her longing to reciprocate. When she reached for his shorts, she hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to proceed, but she gave it her best effort. As she worked to please him, he remained surprisingly gentle. When he felt himself nearing his limit, he warned her, but she only intensified her efforts. As he reached his 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃, she managed to swallow it all, her stomach slightly bulging. He quickly laid her back down, positioning himself carefully as he entered her, and she wrapped her legs around him, whispering a warm welcome. He encountered a barrier within her and gently pushed through, causing her to gasp, prompting him to pause. She requested that he take it slow, and he complied until he was fully inside. They began to pick up the pace, changing positions until she was on top, riding him with enthusiasm. He warned her again that he was close, and she leaned in, asking him to fill her completely. He obliged, pushing deep and releasing himself, filling her in a way that made her appear as if she were months along. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted in his embrace, which he held tenderly. As he finished, she lay unconscious on top of him, and he held her close, wanting to cover her up but realizing they were both on the blankets. He felt a strange sensation in his back and suddenly wings burst forth, feeling odd yet familiar. He wrapped them around her and joined her in sweet slumber, not bothering to pull away, recalling her words that this was now his home. All Might called Midnight to check on the boy, concerned for his well-being. 𝗏𝗏 was worried, and he hoped she had kept 𝗧𝗏𝗏 away from the apartment. It was unusual for Midnight not to answer his calls. He asked 𝗏𝗏 for the keys to her apartment and made his way to check on Midnight and young Midoriya. Upon entering the apartment, he quietly opened the door to Midoriya's room, where he found the boy asleep under a green leather blanket. However, he didn't see Midnight, so he searched until he found her in 𝗏𝗏's room, asleep and appearing as if she were expecting. Midnight felt someone gently shaking her awake and opened her eyes to see All Might's concerned expression. As she looked down at her swollen belly, she realized the events of the previous night were real. Her legs felt numb, and she experienced discomfort, realizing she needed to discuss boundaries with Midoriya. All Might asked if she was okay and whether another student had shown up, inquiring how long Midoriya had been asleep. Midnight replied that she felt all right but couldn't feel her legs. She admitted she didn't know the answers to his other questions, as she had passed out and believed Midoriya had carried her to bed. She lifted the covers slightly, realizing she was still exposed. All Might assured her he would be right back as he headed toward Midoriya's room. As he entered quietly, he noticed that what covered the boy was not a blanket but rather a large wing. He also realized Midoriya was not alone as he spotted another head nestled beneath the wing. Midoriya woke up, ready to defend himself and his companion when he saw All Might approaching. He warned All Might to stop, indicating that he was not alone. The tone of his voice conveyed a protective instinct, and All Might noticed the determination in his eyes, which resembled a cat ready to defend its territory. Taking a step back, All Might explained that he was merely checking on him and inquired if it was 𝗧𝗏𝗏 under his wing. Midoriya confirmed that she was indeed his and that they had formed a bond. All Might felt a sense of concern for both of them, wondering how to separate them without causing conflict. He asked Midoriya to clarify what he meant by bonded. Midoriya explained that it was akin to imprinting, ensuring they would always find each other. He expressed that he would rather harm himself than ever hurt her. All Might questioned whether this happened with all of Midoriya's romantic interests, to which Midoriya replied that it was unique to this relationship. All Might felt conflicted, and Midoriya noticed his hesitation. He asked All Might why he seemed troubled. All Might, surprised by the question, maintained his usual smile but decided to be honest. He expressed his concern for both Midoriya and 𝗧𝗏𝗏, mentioning that 𝗏𝗏 was worried about her son and that they had a meeting with Principal 𝗧𝗏 later that day. Midoriya explained that 𝗧𝗏𝗏 lived alone in an apartment near UA and had contacted her parents to assure them she was safe. As he felt her stir awake, he kissed the top of her head and informed her they needed to get moving soon. She requested 5 more minutes and he smiled at her, then asked All Might for some privacy. He nodded and walked out. As All Might entered 𝗏𝗏's room, he noticed Midnight struggling to walk. He called Principal 𝗧𝗏 to update him on the situation with young Midoriya, explaining how possessive he had become of 𝗧𝗏𝗏, and to inform key staff members. He helped Midnight to her feet and inquired about what had happened to her. Midnight was grateful that Midoriya had folded her clothing and placed it by the bed. After getting dressed, she struggled to regain her strength. All Might asked her what had occurred, and she simply replied that Midoriya was the cause, leaving it at that. She requested assistance to get to the car. As 𝗧𝗃𝗁 began to regain her senses, she felt a gentle kiss on the top of her head. She felt a bit uncomfortable but looked up at him and smiled. Izuku, while kissing 𝗧𝗃𝗁 on the head, noticed her looking up at him with curiosity. She asked if he had stayed with her all night, and he responded with a playful grin, reminding her that she had said it was his new home. She commented on how warm his blanket was, causing him to frown. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 wondered why he was frowning and recalled his reassurance not to be scared. She noticed his concern and placed her hands on his face, reminding him that they belonged to each other and there was nothing to worry about. He agreed, and she felt the blanket shift. It was not a blanket but his wings. She touched them, finding them warm and comforting. Izuku felt her touch on his wings and thought about retracting them, which he did. This left her exposed on top of him, and he felt a rush of emotions. He noticed the look in her eyes, a mix of longing and discomfort. He asked if she was all right, and she mentioned that she was sore and her legs were numb. He reassured her, lifted her off him, and laid her down carefully. After dressing her and himself, he carried her into the hallway where All Might was assisting Midnight, who also appeared to be in discomfort. As 𝗧𝗃𝗁 looked at Midnight, she noticed that her belly seemed even more swollen than her own. She contemplated asking Izuku about this, realizing that if he had done the same to Midnight before her arrival, she might have been in serious trouble. Despite this, she found herself not feeling angry at him for being with Midnight. She felt the need to talk to her. Izuku asked All Might to make a quick stop at 𝗧𝗃𝗁's apartment, and he agreed. Upon arrival, he quickly dressed 𝗧𝗃𝗁 and dashed back to the car. Once they reached UA, he spotted his mom as soon as All Might parked in the teacher's parking area. He got out to embrace her. Midnight waited for Midoriya to exit the car before handing 𝗧𝗃𝗁 the morning after pills along with a bottle of water, asking if she wanted to become a mother at this stage. She also requested All Might to step out of the car, wanting to have a private conversation. As she looked down at their matching bellies, she sighed and acknowledged that he had indeed done a number on her too. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 confirmed that Izuku had done the same to Midnight. She mentioned feeling sore but reassured Midnight that he had been gentle. Midnight's expression was a mix of relief and frustration as she began to explain what had happened. She recounted being called to calm Midoriya down and how they were on their way until his mother called to explain the consequences of not mating. They had agreed that she should handle the situation in case things escalated, but things had turned rough and she had lost consciousness. She apologized to 𝗧𝗃𝗁 for failing to keep her safe from him. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 took a pill and drank some water while listening to Midnight. She felt grateful that Midnight had been with him first, fearing what might have happened to her otherwise. She looked at Midnight and thanked her for her honesty, expressing that she had protected her more than she realized. Izuku was her first, and she believed things could have been much worse without Midnight's intervention. All Might approached young Midoriya, needing to speak with him briefly. He informed him that his class was going on an internship program and that he would be training under his mentor, Grand Torino. He advised Midoriya not to use his dragon abilities, as he was not trained with them and could lose control. He urged him to trust him and to rely solely on his quirk for now. As 𝗧𝗃𝗁 walked with Izuku toward class, she noticed the girls waiting for her. She left him to talk with them when suddenly Bakugo approached, grabbing her arm and yelling about her breaking up with him. In response, a fist sent him flying through the door. Izuku followed closely behind, entering right after Bakugo. Izuku saw Kaken grab 𝗧𝗃𝗁 and felt a surge of anger. Before he realized it, he punched Bakugo, who flew through the door. As he entered the room, he saw Bakugo knocked out and shouted at him, warning that if he ever touched her again, he would break every bone in his body. A strong hand landed on his shoulder. It was All Might, who urged him to calm down. Taking deep breaths, he felt familiar arms wrap around his waist. He recognized them instantly. He had woken up with her in his arms that day. She reassured him that she was all right and suggested he calm down and go with All Might. All Might was walking with young Midoriya when he suddenly vanished. He heard a door crash open and saw Midoriya rush in a moment later. He dashed over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Midoriya began to take deep breaths as 𝗧𝗃𝗁 hugged him from behind, instantly calming him. He smiled at her, kissed her head, and they began to leave the room, heading to the principal's office. Izuku checked on Bakugo and had young Yaoyorozu fetch Recovery Girl while he walked alongside young Midoriya. Midnight was doing her best to keep pace with them. From the girl's perspective, they spotted Ochako and wanted to warn her about Bakugo. Suddenly, Bakugo emerged and grabbed her by the arm. Midoriya moved with astonishing speed, defending Ochako without hesitation, looking incredibly cool as he shouted a warning. They all wished he would defend them in the same way. Inko observed her son's childhood friend seize the girl introduced to her moments earlier. Then she witnessed her son strike Bakugo in a swift motion. The attack was decisive, and Inko felt a need to discuss this with him later. Fortunately, All Might and the girl managed to calm him down, and they continued on their way to the principal's office. There, they were greeted by Principal Nizu, a rodent-like figure, and an older man in a yellow and white costume. A few other teachers joined them. Principal Nizu asked Inko to take a seat and requested a detailed account of the events, which she provided. He then turned to All Might for his perspective. All Might recounted the incident, explaining how Midoriya had transformed and how Endeavor's strongest attack, along with his own powerful strikes, had no effect on him. It was Midnight who finally managed to calm him down and return him to his normal state. Midnight elaborated that Midoriya hadn't attacked. Instead, he had tried to ask them to stop, but it had come out as a roar. She described how he communicated with her mentally and apologized before losing consciousness. As Izuku listened to his teacher's recount that night, he noticed the older hero assessing him. He recognized him as All Might's mentor and hoped he wouldn't think poorly of him due to his actions. His thoughts were interrupted by Principal Nizu, who informed him that he would be training with the older hero for a week. Izuku glanced at his mother one last time before leaving the room for his training. Grand Torino reflected on the intensity of the training he was putting Izuku through, admitting that Toshinori had chosen a remarkable student. Izuku adapted quickly, thanks to his extensive research on heroes, and was dedicated to his training, always pushing forward. Grand Torino believed that once Izuku could control his power, he would become a nightmare for villains. He appreciated Izuku's humility and thought they should go out on patrol that day. While en route, a Nomu burst through the train, prompting Grand Torino to instruct Izuku to stay on board while he engaged the creature, trying to keep it away from populated areas. Izuku saw Grand Torino confront the Nomu and, thanks to his training, he was able to move swiftly using one for all without injuring himself. He was aware that Lita was nearby and that the hero killer was also in the vicinity. Following his instincts, he found Lita on the ground and pushed himself harder to confront Stain. He managed to knock Stain back down the alley and positioned himself between Lita and the hero killer. Despite Lita's pleas to leave, Izuku insisted that a true hero intervenes even when it's not their fight. He sent a mass text to his friends to inform them of his location and prepared for battle. The hero killer, Stain, felt angered by the unexpected attack and declared his intent to purge the fake heroes. He recognized Izuku's determination, noting that a true hero acts rightly even when it's not their business. Stain decided not to kill Izuku but to knock him out instead. As he drew his sword, he lost sight of Izuku, who was surprisingly fast. Izuku managed to evade two of Stain's strikes, his instincts urging him to press the attack while staying just out of reach. Suddenly, ice trapped Stain's leg, allowing Izuku to strike again and knock him out. Todoroki stood nearby, and Izuku thanked him for the assistance. They secured Stain's weapons, and Lita finally managed to stand, expressing his gratitude as they dragged the hero killer into the street. They were soon surrounded by heroes who called the police. Grand Torino scolded Izuku for his recklessness upon realizing they had captured the hero killer, but then BLD fell onto a hero as Izuku was suddenly lifted into the air. As Stain regained consciousness, he saw Izuku being snatched by a creature. He noticed BLD dripping onto a hero and swiftly cut the ropes binding Izuku, liking the BLD to cancel the hero's quirk. As the hero began to fall, Stain struck, eliminating the threat instantly. He deemed Izuku worthy and vowed to protect him, believing the world needed true heroes like All Might. As Stain faced the other heroes, he felt a surge of rage, especially towards Endeavor. Just as he prepared to attack, he felt Midoriya strike, landing blows to his side and the back of his head, knocking him out. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 was taken aback by the young hero's strength, recalling how Izuku had shrugged off his best attack as if it were nothing. Grand Torino wondered why Midoriya was with the hero killer. In a brief moment, he was caught off guard, but 𝗵𝗏𝗏 brought him back to reality with a question. As he explained the situation, the police arrived and detained the hero killer. They all headed to the hospital to have their injuries checked. Once he was finished, the chief of police approached him to discuss the necessary steps. Grand Torino agreed and entered the room with the students first. Midoriya was conversing with Iida and Todoroki when Grand Torino entered. He scolded Midoriya for putting himself in danger and informed him that training would be even more intense upon their return. He then introduced the chief of police, who explained the need to mislead the public regarding the hero killer. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 would take the credit to shield them from trouble, but he expressed his gratitude, which meant a lot to Midoriya. After their meeting, Midoriya left with Grand Torino, bracing himself for the rigorous training that lay ahead. Grand Torino pushed Midoriya hard, aiming to impart as much knowledge as possible in a short time. Despite the exhaustion, Midoriya persevered through the fighting, movement, and blocking drills without complaint. As he was leaving, Grand Torino reminded him to remember his training and to keep in touch, unlike his previous mentor. Midoriya thanked Grand Torino and limped away, reflecting on how challenging the blocking drills had been, but he was grateful for the lessons learned. He looked forward to seeing Ochako again, hoping for a chance to connect with her. A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. It was All Might. Midoriya rushed over to the car as All Might instructed him to get in for an important conversation. All Might wanted to know why Midoriya hadn't transformed into a dragon during the fight with the hero killer. Taken aback by the question, Midoriya pondered for a moment before explaining that he didn't know how to control that form and feared losing control like he had when he was angry. He admitted that the power frightened him a little, as it tended to lead him toward violence when upset. All Might urged Midoriya to promise not to use that power until he could control it, expressing relief that Midoriya understood the danger of it without proper training. Midoriya promised he wouldn't transform into his dragon form for the time being. All Might then informed him that he had spoken with Grand Torino and would continue training him, pushing his limits even further. He reminded Midoriya that he would be late for class since they needed to speak with Principal Nizu. Meanwhile, Ochako was in class discussing internship training with her friends when Bakugo approached her, claiming he would take revenge on Deku for punching him. He insisted that she would beg him to take her back and made derogatory comments about Deku. Ochako smiled at Bakugo, warning him that if he ever laid a hand on her again, she wouldn't stop Deku from defeating him. She also countered Bakugo's insults, asserting that Deku was impressive in that regard, based on her personal experience. Bakugo was taken aback by Ochiko's words, doubting her claims and feeling enraged. He vowed to crush Deku when he saw him, determined to be number one while Deku faded into the background. He retorted to Ochako, boasting about his own size, but she laughed, suggesting that if that was all he had, he should leave because he wouldn't measure up to Deku. Bakugo stormed off, frustrated and unconvinced. The girls listened to Ochako stand up to Bakugo, and Kyoka fainted after Ochiko's remark about not feeling Bakugo after being with Deku. The rest of the girls blushed at the exchange, watching Bakugo mumble to himself as Mina turned to Ochako, asking if there was any truth to her claims. Ochako felt her face heat up and confirmed that it was all true, causing Momo to faint this time. Just then, Eraserhead entered the classroom, prompting everyone to take their seats. Eraserhead informed the class that Midoriya was with the principal and would join them shortly. He also mentioned an upcoming exam just as Midoriya walked in. He noticed the girls blushing and staring at Midoriya, which piqued his curiosity. After stepping out to call midnight to ensure everything was fine, he returned to find the girls still gazing at Midoriya, their cheeks flushed. As Midoriya entered the classroom, he spotted Ochako, which brought a smile to his face. However, he noticed the girls staring at him, all blushing, leaving him puzzled. He felt two sets of angry eyes on him, one belonging to Bakugo and the other to Mineta, whose animosity he couldn't quite understand. Eraserhead left the room, and shortly after, Midnight rushed in, took a few deep breaths, and exited. Eraserhead returned, took attendance, and then All Might entered. All Might appeared as cool as ever and instructed the class to change into their hero costumes. As they prepared to test their 𝗧𝗵𝗲, one student grabbed his case containing his costume. He noticed that many of the boys, including Bakugo, were looking his way, which made him feel awkward. To change in privacy, he headed to a bathroom stall. Once he emerged, Mineta approached him, curious about whether he had spent the night with 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Looking around, he saw that Kaminari, Todoroki, and Kirishima were also present. A blush crept onto his face, realizing that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 must have confided in someone, likely Mina, who was notorious for not keeping secrets. He admitted to Mineta that he had indeed spent time with 𝗧𝗵𝗲, which only fueled Mineta's anger. Mineta expressed his frustration, feeling it was unfair that someone else could be so close to 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Suddenly, he found himself pinned against the wall, struggling to breathe. The student realized he had reacted instinctively, gripping Mineta by the throat. He asserted that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was important to him and warned Mineta not to disrespect her or attempt any inappropriate actions, or he would face serious consequences. Kirishima and Todoroki approached, urging him to calm down. He released Mineta, reminding him that he had been warned. Kaminari checked on Mineta while Todoroki and Kirishima questioned why he had snapped, noting it was out of character for him. He apologized, explaining that while he could tolerate teasing aimed at himself, he couldn't stand anyone disrespecting 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Kirishima commended his protective nature but advised him to tone it down a bit. Meanwhile, Bakugo confronted Mineta, asking if the rumors about Deku and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 were true. Mineta confirmed it, which only fueled Bakugo's irritation. As they headed off to test 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Bakugo noticed that Deku was not sitting next to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 but instead beside Mina, who seemed to be flirting with him. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was seated with another girl, and they were giggling while glancing at Deku. This situation only intensified Bakugo's frustration, especially when Mina insulted him, prompting him to resolve to show everyone what he was capable of. Once they exited the bus, All Might announced a race across the city to find and rescue him. The student found himself pitted against Mina, Lida, Ojiro, and Siro, and they split up to cover different areas of the city. As the horn sounded, he launched himself forward, utilizing all his training to race toward the city center in search of All Might. From the sidelines, classmates watched in awe as Deku moved with impressive speed, reminiscent of Bakugo's own style. He zipped past Siro and spotted All Might, quickening his pace and ultimately winning the race, followed closely by Siro, then Lida, Mina, and Ojiro. All Might praised their performance and called for the next group of students. After class, the top 4 were announced, Deku in first place, followed by Bakugo, Todoroki, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲. All Might approached Deku afterward, informing him that training would begin the next day. He then turned to 𝗧𝗵𝗲, asking if she would like to go out that evening. The girls around them gasped in excitement, causing him to blush. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 felt a rush of joy when Deku asked her out, and she smiled brightly, agreeing to his invitation. She mentioned that she would choose the location when suddenly, Momo tugged at her shirt. Momo had overheard Deku's invitation to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and, knowing they were in a relationship, felt a longing to join them. She mentioned that she had reserved a karaoke booth for the night and planned to invite all the girls. The venue also served dinner, and she knew 𝗧𝗵𝗲 loved 𝗵𝗲. Excited by the idea of 𝗵𝗲, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 turned to Deku to see if he was okay with the change in plans. His reassuring smile made her heart flutter. She realized Momo was quite wealthy, and she worried about affording the dinner. However, Deku's unwavering smile and his words of reassurance eased her concerns, as he intended to treat her since he had asked her out. The girls chimed in, expressing their disappointment that only Momo and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 would get to hear Izuku sing again. When Izuku looked at them and asked if they wanted to join, they all eagerly shouted yes. Mineta, feeling left out, complained about Deku monopolizing the girls' attention, insisting that the guys wanted to join too. Momo decided to call and reserve the booth immediately, planning the dinner menu and ensuring there would be special 𝗵𝗲 for 𝗧𝗵𝗲. She was excited to hear Deku sing again and felt it was necessary to have a conversation with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 about her relationship with Midoriya. Izuku reflected on how things had unfolded. He had hoped for a date with just 𝗧𝗵𝗲, but he had already agreed to include the girls when Momo mentioned that the booth could only accommodate 7 people. Mineta, upon hearing this, dramatically expressed his frustration and ran off. Bakugo was incredulous that Deku was going on a date with all the girls in their class. He approached Momo to inquire about the karaoke venue, learning it was called Karaoke Barn, a high-end establishment known for its private rooms and expensive rentals. He could only afford a small booth and invited Kirishima and Mineta to join him, determined to uncover what all the fuss was about. On the day of the date, Izuku picked up Achiko and complimented her on how appealing she looked, expressing his excitement about their time alone later. They took a taxi to Karaoke Barn, where they were skirted to their booth, where Momo was already waiting. Achiko noticed how nice Deku looked, and his compliment made her blush. The thought of their plans for later made her heart race. As they entered, Momo asked if she could speak to Achiko privately for a moment. Izuku smiled and agreed, allowing them a moment alone. Momo turned to Achiko, inquiring about her relationship with Midoriya, acknowledging that she was aware of their closeness but also expressing her own feelings for him. He was a kind-hearted individual, and she felt a twinge of envy as she noticed the way he looked at her. She recalled the way he gazed at her while singing, wishing for him to look at her in that special way too. That was why she had somewhat taken over their date. She understood if her friend was upset with her, but she wanted to be honest about her feelings. From Achiko's perspective, she was taken aback to discover that Momo felt jealous of her. She smiled at Momo and expressed her genuine love for Deku, mentioning that she wouldn't mind sharing him. She shared her first experience with him, acknowledging that his desires were more than she could manage, but she promised to discuss it with him later that evening and would inform Momo of his thoughts. As Izuku waited for the girls, he browsed through his song choices, feeling particularly drawn to one. When Achiko, Momo, and the other girls entered, he quickly became flustered. It struck him that he was the only guy present, a realization that hit him harder when Mineta commented on it. As the girls settled in, he pulled out a chair for Achiko, who took a seat beside him. They engaged in light conversation while enjoying their meal before the singing began. The girls lined up to choose their songs, and once again he found himself designated to go last. Achiko was the first to sing, performing Alone Restaurant by Alan Walker. As he listened to her sing and absorbed the lyrics, he felt tears welling in his eyes. Once she finished, he approached her, lifted her up, and kissed her deeply, not caring who was watching. From the girl's perspective, it felt unfair that she was the only one receiving such a look from him. They were astonished when he walked up to her, visibly emotional, and kissed her. After setting her down, he looked at the rest of them and apologized for his tears. Izuku then held Achiko's hand and shared how he had faced loneliness as a child, having been bullied until high school. Now that he had her, he no longer felt that way. Achiko, watching Deku as he opened up, felt tears streaming down her face. She had never realized how much he had endured, as he always seemed so composed. He walked her back to her seat and sat next to her while they listened to the other girls sing. It was enjoyable until it was his turn. From Bakugo's viewpoint, he watched through the glass, frustrated that the room was soundproof. He saw Achiko singing, and then Deku walked up to her and kissed her. Anger surged within him, and he wished to unleash his power on Deku, wanting him to regret being born. He joined Mineta and Kirishima in his booth. Izuku looked around the room and shared that he had been going through many changes lately, explaining that sometimes his feelings were evident in his eyes. He began with Demons by Imagine Dragons. After finishing, he smiled at Achiko, telling her that he had always felt alone until he found her, the person he would do anything for. His second song was To Die For by Sam Smith. As he sang, he locked eyes with her, noticing her tears again. He glanced at the other girls, who were also teary-eyed, and saw sadness reflected in Momo's gaze. He poured all his emotions into the performance, leaving no one in the room dry-eyed. From the girls' perspective, they watched Midoriya sing his first song, feeling a mix of confusion and empathy. They had never imagined he carried such a heavy burden, but Achiko seemed to understand him deeply. When he sang his second song, they were moved to tears once more, lamenting the futility of their makeup. After finishing, Izuku approached Ochako and suggested it was time for them to leave. She took his hand, and as they were about to exit, she turned back to Momo with a smile, promising to ask him about her feelings. They took a cab to her apartment, and once inside, she leaned in to kiss him. He pulled away momentarily to inform his mother that he was okay and staying with a friend. As they began to kiss again, he lifted her dress, feeling overwhelmed by the moment. She noticed his excitement and playfully teased him, leading to a tender exchange filled with affection. They shared a moment of intimacy, feeling a deep connection. Later, Izuku woke to his alarm, finding her peacefully resting on him. As he turned it off, he remembered she hadn't taken her pill the previous night, causing him to panic. He gently woke her and asked if she had taken it, relieved when she smiled and assured him she had. Ochako then expressed her longing to ask him something important, hoping he wouldn't take it the wrong way. She revealed that Momo had strong feelings for him and wanted to be part of his life. "Did you want to be with her too?" From Izuku's perspective, he couldn't believe it. Ochako explained that she had been invited out the previous night to discuss something important with him. She mentioned that she had told her about his feelings, and now she was asking if he could consider giving her a chance. Izuku reassured Ochako of his love for her, stating that she was everything to him and that he didn't need anyone else. The second song he had sung made that clear. Ochako acknowledged his feelings but pointed out that he still seemed restless, implying that he had not fully calmed down since their last encounter. She expressed her commitment to being his number one but worried that she might not be able to fulfill all his needs. Izuku, determined to make this work for her, agreed to consider it but insisted on one condition. He wanted to meet her parents. As he glanced at the time, panic set in. He had a meeting with All Might in 30 minutes. He quickly kissed Ochako, retracted his wings, got dressed, and rushed out the door, changing clothes on the way to meet All Might. All Might greeted him, noting that he was just in time and warned him that the training would be intense. Izuku thought he was prepared, but the reality of the training proved otherwise. He felt like a punching bag as he struggled to apply what Grand Torino had taught him. All Might was on a different level entirely. They focused on his attacks, defense, and various strategies. For a week, if he wasn't training with All Might, he was finding time to be with Ochako. He knew he had to endure this training to become the next symbol of peace. All Might recognized the difficulty of holding back during their sessions but saw Izuku's growth. He pushed him hard, determined to prepare him for the challenges ahead. They trained for 5 days straight, with All Might planning to give him a day of rest before the test. Ochako was anxious about introducing Izuku to her parents. She had spoken to her mother, who was eager to meet him, but her father was quite protective. She worried about how the meeting would go and what to share with her parents. Plans were made with her mother for the Friday and Saturday following the test. Finally, the day of the test arrived, featuring 3 days of practical evaluations and a physical test. Izuku felt confident in his abilities thanks to All Might's training. However, when they arrived at the test site, they were informed that they would be fighting their teachers in pairs, and he was paired with Kaken. This was going to be a challenge, especially since they would be facing All Might even with the teachers weighed down. Kaken was frustrated to be paired with Izuku, believing he could take on All Might alone. As they prepared for their turn, they began to argue, but All Might interrupted them with an attack. Izuku soon realized that All Might was not just powerful, he embodied power itself. As the fight began, Izuku understood just how much All Might had been holding back during their training. All Might overwhelmed them, and in a moment of desperation, Izuku grabbed Kaken and fled into an alley to regroup. Kaken was annoyed but recognized that he needed Izuku to succeed. They devised a plan to distract All Might and escape. Before leaving the alley, Kaken reminded Izuku that he still owed him for a previous punch, and they launched their attack on the number one hero. Watching the fight unfold, Ochako wondered why Izuku hadn't used his wings. She realized that the only time she had seen them was when she woke up in his arms, covered by them. She needed to ask him why he hadn't utilized them. They could have escaped together. Their plan quickly fell apart as they struggled to keep up with All Might's speed. Just when they seemed close to the gate, All Might continued to overpower them. However, as they began to work together, the situation improved slightly, and they managed to escape, though they were exhausted. They both passed out, and the next thing Izuku knew, he was waking up in Recovery Girl's office. His hero costume was in tatters again, and Kaken was still unconscious. After confirming with Recovery Girl that he was okay to leave, he got up. Momo happened to be passing by when Izuku stepped out, looking disheveled. She had heard about the epic match and offered her help. When he smiled at her, her heart raced, and she found it hard to think clearly. He mentioned wanting to talk to her privately. Izuku explained that he needed a moment to gather his thoughts, especially since he was meeting Achiko's parents that day. He asked Momo if she was free on Sunday, suggesting they meet at a park and then go to a cafe for a chat. He admitted it would be just the two of them, and it felt like a date. Momo panicked but accepted the invitation and hurried off to prepare. Izuku was surprised and pleased by her enthusiastic response. He needed to change and then meet up with Achiko. They took the bullet train to her parents' apartment. Upon entering, he noticed they were managing despite financial struggles. Achiko resembled her mother, while her father appeared strong and hardworking. They sat at the table when he looked her father in the eyes and asked for his blessing to date his daughter. The father observed the young man courting his daughter and asked if he promised to take care of her. He noted that his daughter spoke highly of him, mentioning how he defended her from another student and saved her during the entrance exam. The father could see the young man was strong, but he insisted that man to man, he needed a promise that he would care for his only child. If he could do that, he could date her. He looked at Achiko and then back to her father, affirming that he would do everything in his power to take care of his daughter and would protect her at all costs. He glanced back at Achiko, who was now beet red, and smiled. The mother marveled at how her daughter had found not only a handsome young man but one who was willing to lay down his life for her, prompting her to ask him why. He explained that her daughter had saved him from the loneliness he had been suffering through and that she was his first real friend. He also mentioned how Achiko had saved him during the exam. With that, her parents gave their blessing and set up the sofa for him to sleep on, for which he expressed his gratitude. They told Achiko to sleep in her room, and they planned to celebrate the next day. After her parents left for their room, she approached him. She asked why he hadn't used his wings during the test. He invited her to sit next to him, indicating that he had much to share. She expressed her surprise at his story, asking if it was true that a dragon named Bahamut had spoken to him in a cave and granted him powers. She wondered if he had been afraid that the dragon would eat him and what else he could do. He admitted that he wasn't entirely sure about his transformation into a full dragon, but he knew he could manifest wings and that his vision had changed, allowing him to see people's intentions. He also mentioned a downside: he sometimes lost control of himself. He shared that when he found the one for him, he bonded with her, and she blushed at that part. He requested that she keep his secret, as only 6 people knew about it, and until he learned to control it, no one else could know. She asked how he knew she was the one, promising not to tell anyone. He reflected on how his world had shifted that day, realizing he would do anything for her. What he told her father was sincere. He also mentioned that he would be meeting with Momo on Sunday to hear her out, but no matter what, she would always be his number one. She thanked him for everything, for how he treated her and for listening to her regarding Momo. She felt it was time to go to her room and said she would see him in the morning. As she left, he lay down on the sofa, contemplating her words. He thought it was time to learn more about his dragon abilities, but for now, he needed to sleep. However, he felt restless knowing Achiko was just one room away. He took deep breaths, catching her scent, and tried to clear his mind to doze off. Meanwhile, she felt restless as well, wondering if she could sneak into the living room and wake up early to return to her room. She quietly entered the living room, lay down on his chest, covered them both with a blanket, and soon dozed off. He felt her crawl under the blanket and snuggle into his chest, her warmth and scent helping him drift off. Suddenly he sensed someone watching him and opened his eyes to see both of Achiko's parents sitting in front of them, sipping coffee. He looked down to see his little Machi still sound asleep on his chest. A wave of embarrassment washed over him as he noticed her mother's grin and heard her father clear his throat. Achiko's eyes shot open, and her face turned even redder than his. She sat up straight, and he jumped off the sofa, kneeling to ask for forgiveness. Her mother remarked that she used to do that a lot as a child, noting that she never really grew out of it. She added that if he had gone into her bedroom, it would have been a different conversation. They decided it was time to get ready to enjoy the day. As they walked down the street, a little girl ran into his leg. She looked disheveled, wearing bandages and a dress that was more rag than clothing. A small horn adorned her head, which was endearing, but he could see the fear in her eyes. He reached out to her, but she flinched in fear. He glanced at Ochako and warned her that something was very wrong, urging her to get her parents away from there as his instincts screamed danger. She nodded and told her parents to start walking. The father observed the little girl emerging from an alley in rags, and Izuku, now referred to as Izuku since he was dating his daughter, told them to leave. He wanted to ask why, but his daughter grabbed his arm and insisted they trust him. They quickly walked away as she called one of her teachers. Izuku slowly reached out to the little girl, who allowed him to pick her up off the floor. Kneeling, he took a closer look at her, and his blood began to boil at the sight of the abuse she had endured. As she hugged him, he felt her fear. Suddenly, a man emerged from the alley, wearing a crow-style plague mask. He demanded that Izuku return his daughter, triggering something inside him. He held the little girl tightly and confronted the man, asking what he had done to her. The man, 𝗏𝗏, accused Izuku of suffering from hero sickness, claiming the girl was his child and needed to come home. Izuku firmly stated that he didn't believe him, but reassured him that the police and some heroes would be there soon to resolve the issue. The child began to tremble uncontrollably. 𝗏𝗏, with a menacing tone, demanded the boy to hand over the girl or face dire consequences. Izuku charged up his power, ready to confront the man, when another individual appeared from behind, wearing a distinct plague mask. This newcomer exchanged a few words with 𝗏𝗏, who then cast a hateful glance at Izuku, indicating that this was far from over. He turned and walked back down the alley. Izuku looked down at the little girl shaking in his arms and smiled reassuringly, promising her that everything would be all right because he was there to protect her. He had always wanted to say that. He asked her name, and she replied that it was 𝗧𝗍. When he inquired about her family name, she sadly mentioned that she didn't have one. 𝗧𝗍 felt a sense of safety in Izuku's embrace, unlike anything she had experienced before. His genuine smile was a stark contrast to the fake ones she encountered daily. He assured her of his protection, and as she shared her name with him, she felt her trembling gradually subside, comforted by his warmth and strength. Suddenly, flashing lights and the sounds of approaching people made her shake again. She feared they would take her back to the bad man. As the police and heroes arrived, Izuku spotted Ochako rushing toward him. He could sense 𝗧𝗍's anxiety returning, so he held her tightly and reassured her that everything would be fine. He asked the police and heroes to approach slowly to help 𝗧𝗍 calm down. Ochako looked at him and then at 𝗧𝗍, curious about what had happened. By this time, All Might, Midnight, and Eraserhead had also arrived. Izuku explained in detail about the masked man, his associate, the warning he received, and how they left when the paramedics arrived. 𝗧𝗍 cried out when they attempted to take her from his arms, and as the paramedic began to age rapidly, Eraserhead used his quirk to stop the transformation, allowing Izuku to take her back, but she fainted in his arms. Eraserhead noted the girl's scream when she was taken from Midoriya and observed the rapid aging of the paramedic. He used his quirk to stabilize the situation, allowing Midoriya to reclaim 𝗧𝗍. He looked at Midoriya and remarked on the trouble he had gotten himself into. Izuku apologized to Ochiko's parents for disrupting their trip. Her father placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, assuring him not to worry and expressing pride in seeing the type of man his daughter was dating. He looked forward to Izuku becoming part of the family, causing Izuku to blush deeply as Ochako exclaimed in embarrassment. Ochako couldn't believe her father had said that in front of the heroes, teachers, and police. She turned bright red while glancing at Izuku and asked if he was going with 𝗧𝗍 to the hospital and if she could join him. Izuku replied that he wasn't sure how long it would take, but she was welcome to come along. They climbed into the back of the ambulance and headed to the hospital. Upon arrival, 𝗧𝗍 began to wake up, and as soon as she spotted Izuku, she cried out and leaped into his arms, pleading with him not to let the bad man take her again. He looked down at the frightened child and hugged her tightly, trying to dispel her fear. He felt her sobbing into his chest as he reassured her that everything would be okay. As 𝗧𝗃𝗁 watched Izuku comforting Eri, she imagined him as a father and felt her love for him deepen. She reached out to hug the little girl as well, promising that they would protect her. Eri's shaking began to calm as she looked up and asked who 𝗧𝗃𝗁 was. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 introduced herself and mentioned that she was Izuku's girlfriend, prompting Eri to ask who Izuku was. Izuku smiled down at her and assured her that he was Izuku, promising that they would keep her safe from the bad man. Eri didn't understand what a girlfriend was, but when he assured her that they would protect her, she felt a wave of relief and began to cry. Trusting them, she fell asleep safely nestled between their arms. Eraserhead entered the room where Midoriya and Uraraka were holding Eri in a protective embrace. He informed them of the BLD work results conducted while Eri was asleep in the ambulance. She was malnourished and needed to start a vitamin regimen. He also revealed that the man claiming to be her father was a powerful criminal named 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏, affiliated with the Yakuza, and there were no records of Eri being his daughter or even being born. Due to her quirk, they couldn't place her in an orphanage. Izuku asked Eraserhead if Eri could stay with him for now, having promised to protect her. He corrected himself, stating that they would protect her together. Eraserhead cautioned them that taking care of a child was not easy and could be expensive. He expressed doubt about their readiness for such responsibility, especially with their schooling and the paperwork involved. Izuku pleaded with Eraserhead to let them try, confident in their ability to handle the situation. Eraserhead agreed to contact Principal Nizu for guidance but granted their request to start making arrangements for Eri's care. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 thanked Eraserhead and suggested that after leaving the hospital, they should take Eri to her apartment. Although it was only a one-bedroom, they could make it work. Izuku agreed, and as they walked, his mother and All Might entered the room, surprised by the sight of him and 𝗧𝗃𝗁 embracing Eri while discussing their plans with Eraserhead. Inko asked for an explanation of the unusual scene unfolding before her. A poorly dressed little girl was being hugged by Izuku and 𝗧𝗃𝗁, prompting Izuku's mother to inquire about her. As Izuku explained the situation, his mother looked at All Might and requested a ride to 𝗧𝗃𝗁's apartment after leaving the hospital. She asked Izuku if he was prepared for what lay ahead, to which he affirmed that he had sought and received 𝗧𝗃𝗁's parents' blessing. They climbed into All Might's car, with Izuku cradling Eri, who was peacefully asleep. Before reaching the apartment, they made a stop at a store where Izuku's mother and 𝗧𝗃𝗁 exited while All Might and Izuku remained in the vehicle. All Might expressed his pride in Izuku, noting how his kindness and growth continued to impress him. Izuku smiled at Eri, who was snoring softly in his arms, and thanked All Might. Soon after, the girls returned to the car, and they arrived at the apartment. Izuku gently placed Eri in bed and organized her new clothes in the closet. Once All Might and his mother departed, Izuku found himself alone with his little 𝗏𝗍 for the first time since the test. They settled on the sofa, and Izuku contemplated postponing his plans with Momo until everything was sorted out. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 insisted that he should not cancel as it would upset Momo. She offered to keep an eye on her while Izuku was out, but emphasized that he needed to inform Momo about Eri to prevent any surprises. As they sat together, Izuku wrapped his arm around 𝗧𝗃𝗁 and marveled at his good fortune. Feeling the exhaustion of the day wash over him, he suggested they go to bed, realizing too late how that might sound, causing him to blush. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 also felt a rush of color to her cheeks at his casual suggestion. She stood up, took his hand, and led him to their bedroom. As Izuku removed his shirt and breathes, 𝗧𝗃𝗁 slipped off her dress, and they both crawled into bed in their underwear. Eri began to whimper, prompting Izuku to gently lift her and place her between them, extending his wings to envelop them both. The warmth of his wings soothed Eri, who settled down and hugged him in her sleep, while he held both girls close. As Izuku embraced his girls under his wing, he smiled to himself, recognizing that this was now his family, and he vowed to protect them at all costs. The next morning he was the first to awaken. He lifted his wings slightly and saw his little 𝗏𝗍 still asleep, along with Eri, who had not let go of him throughout the night. As he retracted his wing, Eri began to stir, her eyes widening in surprise as she realized she was holding him. He asked if she was alright, and she expressed her fear of waking up in a bad place again. He reassured her that she was safe and that they would protect her. Eri then asked Izuku what a girlfriend was, recalling that a girl had referred to herself as such the previous day. Izuku explained that it meant they were together, and Eri's eyes widened as she turned to see 𝗧𝗃𝗁 sleeping behind her. She confirmed that 𝗧𝗃𝗁 was the one and thanked Izuku for saving her. However, she expressed concern that the bad man would return, claiming he would always find her and that she was his property. Izuku felt a surge of anger at her words and hugged her tightly, promising that they would keep her safe. Just then, 𝗧𝗃𝗁 began to wake up, and Eri clung to Izuku a bit tighter, realizing that 𝗧𝗃𝗁 was stirring. He reassured her that she was safe and that 𝗧𝗃𝗁 would also take care of her. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 asked Eri if she was hungry and offered to make breakfast. Eri nodded eagerly, and 𝗧𝗃𝗁 got out of bed to start cooking. Izuku then told Eri it was time for her to shower and brush her teeth before breakfast. He noticed the fear in her eyes at the thought of being alone in the bathroom but promised he would be there when she finished and suggested leaving the door slightly open. Eri nodded and went inside, keeping the door ajar. Izuku informed 𝗧𝗃𝗁 that once Eri was done, he needed to shower and meet up with Momo. Just then, there was a knock at the door. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 went to answer it and found Izuku's mother and 𝗬𝗏. She quickly invited them in, and Izuku's mother offered to help with breakfast. Izuku let them know his mother and 𝗬𝗏 had arrived. Izuku placed Eri's new clothes on the bed, a little red dress, a white shirt, and a cute pair of boots. When Eri emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her eyes widened at the sight of the clothes. She asked if they were for her, expressing her gratitude for such pretty attire. However, as Izuku looked at her arms and legs, a surge of rage filled him, and he felt a change within himself. He looked at Eri again and saw the pain and fear she carried, prompting him to call for 𝗧𝗃𝗁 to come quickly. Eri asked if Izuku was alright, noticing the change in his eyes. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 rushed into the room and saw the concern etched on Izuku's face as he looked at Eri. She noticed the scars on Eri's body and then looked back at Izuku, whose eyes had transformed, resembling those of a cat. She hugged him tightly, feeling him take deep breaths. Izuku, still shaken, asked Eri who had done this to her. When she confided in him, he embraced her tightly, assuring her that no one would ever harm her again. He then asked 𝗧𝗃𝗁 to help her finish getting dressed before stepping outside to greet his mother and 𝗬𝗏. They all enjoyed breakfast together, and he told Eri that he would return soon, leaving her in the care of 𝗧𝗃𝗁 and his mom. He then set off to meet Momo. Momo arrived at the park a little early, filled with excitement about her date with Izuku. She recognized his shyness but appreciated his kindness and the way he expressed his feelings openly. As he approached, he smiled at her, but she noticed a hint of sadness in his expression. Izuku greeted Momo, complimenting her appearance and apologizing for any wait. The more he looked at her, the more he felt she was out of his league. He gently took her hand and led her to the swings, where they sat down. Looking into her eyes, he questioned what she saw in him, aware that many others in their class admired her. He felt he had little to offer, especially since she knew about his relationship with 𝗧𝗃𝗁. He expressed that he was sorry for being so direct, but her response would guide the direction of their conversation. Momo realized that his sadness stemmed from his belief that he had nothing to give her. She smiled at him, conveying that she wanted nothing more than his heart and hoped he could look at her the way he did at 𝗧𝗃𝗁. She explained that throughout her life, boys had pursued her for what she could provide them, but Izuku was different. He cared only about the happiness of the one he loved. She simply wished to be one of those he cherished. Izuku was taken aback by her perspective. As he gazed into her eyes, he smiled and reached for her hand. When she took his, they walked together to a nearby cafe. Once seated, he began to share everything about Eri and how she had become an important part of his life, asking if she could accept that they could still be a couple. Momo was touched by his selflessness towards a child and responded by leaning across the table to kiss him. As their lips met, she felt a tear on her own, opening her eyes to see Izuku with tears streaming down his face. Concerned, she asked if he was okay, and his heartfelt response melted her own heart. He reassured her that he was fine, overwhelmed with happiness at having such wonderful people in his life. Watching 𝗏𝗏 and 𝐸𝐸 interact was a strange experience for 𝗧𝗏𝗄. It took 𝐸𝐸 some time to warm up to 𝗏𝗏, but now she was animatedly chatting away, which was adorable. When 𝗏𝗏 mentioned being Izuku's mother, 𝗸𝗏 innocently asked what a mom was. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 looked at her and inquired if she didn't have a mom. 𝗸𝗏 replied that she did not. 𝗏𝗏 felt a pang in her heart. This poor child had endured so much. She began to explain the roles of a mother and father, describing how they love, protect, and teach their children, providing a safe and loving home. 𝗸𝗏 listened, though she appeared a bit confused. 𝗸𝗏 pondered if that meant Izuku was her dad and 𝗧𝗏𝗄 was her mom. 𝗏𝗏 felt her heart swell with emotion. She glanced at 𝗧𝗏𝗄, who was approaching them in tears. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 embraced 𝗸𝗏 tightly, expressing her love for her. 𝗏𝗏 couldn't help but cry as she joined the hug, realizing how much her son had grown. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 was overwhelmed with joy, unable to believe that 𝗸𝗏 had called her mom. She was eager to share the news with Izuku. 𝗸𝗏, noticing the tears, asked if everything was all right and if she had caused them to cry. She worried that she had upset them and hoped they weren't angry. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 reassured 𝗸𝗏 that they were not upset, their tears were ones of joy, brought on by her. Sweet words. She also mentioned that Izuku would be happy when he returned home. After walking Momo home, Izuku stopped at the mall, intending to buy a gift for 𝗸𝗏. Suddenly he felt a hand grip the back of his neck. Turning around, he saw Shigaraki, who demanded to speak with him, threatening harm to those nearby if he refused. Izuku sat with him, discussing the hero killer, and after providing the information Shigaraki sought, he heard a familiar voice asking if he was all right. It was 𝗬𝗓. Shigaraki released him and began to walk away. Izuku called out, inquiring about his MSDR's plans. Shigaraki glanced back, stating he didn't know but warned that their next encounter would end with Izuku's demise. 𝗬𝗓 had observed Midoriya with the unfamiliar man, sensing his distress. After Shigaraki let go, she immediately called the police. She asked Midoriya if he was okay, and he assured her he was fine, thanking her as she took his hand, causing his heart to race. It wasn't long before the police and heroes arrived. Izuku recounted the events to the authorities, who began searching the area. They escorted both 𝗬𝗓 and him home, and he expressed his gratitude to her once more as they reached her stop. Upon entering his apartment, he found his mother and 𝗧𝗏𝗄 holding 𝗸𝗏, both in tears. He asked if everything was all right, scanning for any signs of injury on 𝗸𝗏. When she exclaimed that Dad was home, he froze, realizing she had called him Dad. Tears welled in his eyes unexpectedly. 𝗸𝗏 noticed Izuku's reaction when she called him Dad. As she looked at him, she saw tears beginning to flow down his cheeks. She felt 𝗧𝗏𝗄 gently set her down, and in an instant, Izuku rushed to her, moving faster than she had ever seen him. The next moment, Izuku found himself holding 𝗸𝗏 in his arms, expressing his deep affection for her. 𝗏𝗏 observed her son freeze when 𝗸𝗏 called him Dad. Before she could react, 𝗧𝗏𝗄 gently set 𝗸𝗏 down, and in an instant, 𝗸𝗏 was back in Izuku's embrace. He was showering her with love, and when 𝗧𝗏𝗄 joined in with a hug, 𝗏𝗏 was reminded of the first time she had seen 𝗸𝗏 at the hospital. It suddenly dawned on her that if 𝗸𝗏 was calling Izuku Dad, that made her a grandmother. A smile spread across her face at the thought. Izuku set 𝗸𝗏 down just as his phone began to ring. It was Mr. Aizawa, informing him that all arrangements were complete and that 𝗸𝗏 would be attending class with him. He shared the good news with 𝗧𝗏𝗄 before leaving the room to update Mr. Aizawa about his day. Mr. Aizawa listened attentively and inquired about who else on the staff was aware of this. Izuku mentioned that Mr. Aizawa was the first to know. When he glanced over, he noticed his mother and 𝗧𝗏𝗄 giving him a disapproving look. 𝗸𝗏, meanwhile, was focused on his mother and 𝗧𝗏𝗄. Once he finished speaking with Mr. Aizawa, his mother and 𝗧𝗏𝗄 bombarded him with questions. His mother was upset that he hadn't informed them first. After checking the time, she went over to 𝗸𝗏, giving her a kiss goodbye, and did the same for 𝗧𝗏𝗄 before planting a kiss on Izuku and leaving. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 turned to 𝗸𝗏, telling her it was time to get ready for bed, prompting 𝗸𝗏 to head to the bathroom while leaving the door ajar to keep an eye on them. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 then looked at Izuku, asking about his date with Momo. Izuku replied that it had gone well and that he had welcomed Momo into their lives. She was aware of 𝗧𝗍 but not of his full story, and he preferred to keep it that way for a little while longer. They both went to help 𝗧𝗍 settle into bed, but just as they were about to leave the room, 𝗧𝗍 called out, expressing her discomfort with being alone. Izuku smiled at his little 𝗵𝗲. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 noticed Izuku's smile and looked at 𝗧𝗍, reassuring her. As she began to take off her top, she noticed Izuku doing the same. He approached her, whispering that he had plans for her, but they could wait. A blush crept onto her cheeks as they lay down with 𝗧𝗍, who clung to Izuku as if afraid he might leave her. As Izuku got comfortable, 𝗧𝗍 nestled against his chest. His little 𝗵𝗲 snuggled behind her, and he kissed the top of 𝗧𝗍's head while 𝗧𝗏𝗄 kissed the back. Before long, 𝗧𝗍 was softly snoring. Izuku glanced at 𝗧𝗏𝗄, who was beginning to drift off as well. He spread his wing over his girls, settling in as he dozed off, thoughts of his busy weekend swirling in his mind. The next morning, Izuku woke up early as usual to meet All Might for training. As he stretched his wing and quietly slipped out of bed, 𝗧𝗍 stirred awake. He turned her toward 𝗧𝗏𝗄, and she snuggled against her, falling back asleep. After training with All Might, who praised his improvement, Izuku felt more like a training partner than a student. He dashed to his mother's house to grab his school clothes, then hurried home to shower and change. Upon arriving home, he gently kissed 𝗧𝗍 on the head, waking her up. He told her it was time to get ready for school, prompting her to realize she wasn't snuggling with him anymore and ask what school was. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 began to wake up, hearing Izuku explain what school was. When she looked at him, she noticed he appeared as if he had been in a fight. Curious, she asked what had happened, and he explained it was part of his training routine. He stepped into the shower and invited her to join him to save water and time, knowing they needed to prepare 𝗧𝗍 as well. Once they finished showering and got 𝗧𝗍 ready, they left for school. Momo was waiting for them at the front gate. Momo spotted Izuku and 𝗧𝗏𝗄 walking with a little girl, finding her adorable. This was the little girl Izuku had mentioned, and she understood now why he had taken her in. He knew what it felt like to be alone and didn't want her to experience that. As she approached them to introduce herself, 𝗧𝗍 hid behind Izuku, which Momo found endearing. Izuku reassured 𝗧𝗍 that it was all right, explaining that Momo was a very special person to them and part of their family. 𝗧𝗍 looked up at Momo and greeted her shyly. Momo felt warmth rise in her cheeks at Izuku's words, realizing he considered her family. 𝗧𝗍 then innocently asked why Momo was turning red like 𝗧𝗏𝗄 did when Izuku whispered in her ear. Momo was taken aback, realizing 𝗧𝗍 had just called Izuku daddy. Izuku turned red as well, explaining that it was a long story but promising to share everything with her. He suggested they stop by the nurse's office first, and they all walked together as Izuku began to explain. Upon arriving in class, Izuku noticed a small table next to his, equipped with coloring books and other activities to keep 𝗧𝗍 entertained. He could see her nervousness about being in class with them. All the students introduced themselves to 𝗧𝗍, and it took some time for Izuku to calm her down, especially when Bakugo stormed in, throwing another fit. Mr. Aizawa entered and informed the class that 𝗧𝗍 would be joining them for a while, emphasizing that they had more pressing matters to focus on, like their upcoming class trip next week. Bakugo was frustrated, feeling overshadowed by Izuku yet again. He believed he should be the center of attention and was determined to prove he was the best, not understanding why Izuku seemed to steal the spotlight, especially now with a child by his side. Why does it always have to be him? Izuku felt a chill when he heard the little girl call Deku daddy. 𝗧𝗍 called out to him, asking to use the bathroom, and he noticed all eyes on him. He had forgotten that only 𝗧𝗏𝗄 and Momo knew she referred to him that way. Even Mr. Aizawa looked surprised, but he reassured Izuku that it was okay. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 stood up and invited 𝗧𝗍 to follow her, to which 𝗧𝗍 responded happily, calling her mommy. That moment sent the whole class into a frenzy. Bakugo couldn't believe what he had just heard. The revelation that 𝗧𝗍 called Deku daddy made him feel an overwhelming urge to unleash some chaos. The rest of the day went smoothly until their hero training course. As Izuku entered the locker room, he felt as if he were under scrutiny. 𝗧𝗍 was seeing him and 𝗧𝗏𝗄 in their uniforms for the first time. Thankfully, 𝗧𝗍 remembered Mr. Aizawa and went with him while they trained. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 felt bombarded with questions ranging from her living situation with Deku to Eri calling her mom. She was relieved to finally step onto the training grounds. Eri thought her mom and dad were so cool, and watching them train was exciting. She enjoyed playing with Mr. Izawa, who liked cats just like her and asked amusing questions. Mr. Izawa turned to Eri and asked why she called Izuku and 𝗧𝗃𝗁 mom and dad. Eri explained that a mom and dad make you feel safe and loved, just like her grandma Inko had told her. Mr. Izawa realized he needed to have a conversation with his problem child. Fortunately, hero training was over, and he planned to pull them aside to discuss the situation. As Izuku exited the gym, Eri ran to him, and he scooped her up in a warm embrace. Mr. Izawa called him over, and they waited for 𝗧𝗃𝗁. He asked when Eri had started calling them mommy and daddy. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 explained to Mr. Izawa that Inko had asked Eri about her parents, and after explaining what parents do, Eri began to associate them with that role. Mr. Izawa looked at Izuku with newfound respect. He had stepped up by accepting the child, and now Eri felt safe with them after just a weekend. He wanted to check on how everything was going for the three of them, and it seemed to be better than he had anticipated. He made a mental note to discuss this with Principal Nizu after class. Watching Izuku care for Eri throughout the day made Momo's heart swell. She admired him as a father and envisioned a future with him and their own child. The thought excited her, especially since he had told Eri that she was part of their family. She felt the urge to talk to both him and 𝗧𝗃𝗁 about moving in. When they arrived home, 𝗧𝗃𝗁 went into the kitchen to start dinner while Izuku changed and encouraged Eri to do the same. After getting ready, he joined 𝗧𝗃𝗁 in the kitchen, and Eri tried to help them cook, which was adorable. They sat down to eat, listening to Eri excitedly recount her first day at school and how much fun she had with Mr. Izawa. Izuku and 𝗧𝗃𝗁 exchanged stunned glances, trying to imagine Mr. Izawa as someone fun. The week flew by with training alongside All Might, school, and spending time with Eri. Izuku was making great strides with One for All and enjoying living with 𝗧𝗃𝗁. He never imagined his life would turn out this way. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 was a wonderful mom, even if she spoiled Eri a little. As they headed to school, Momo approached them, wanting to talk. As Izuku and 𝗧𝗃𝗁 walked hand in hand with Eri between them, Momo felt a strong longing to live with them. She asked Izuku and 𝗧𝗃𝗁 about moving in, and to her surprise, 𝗧𝗃𝗁 was thrilled. They both agreed to her moving in after the class trip, which filled her with joy. Once in class, Eri went to her little table while Izuku pulled out her spelling and math books, showcasing his dedication as a father. Momo wished he would be the father of her children someday. Mr. Izawa instructed the class to prepare for the trip. He smiled at Eri as she practiced her spelling and asked if she was ready for the adventure. She beamed and affirmed that she was. He told the class to gather their gear and meet him at the bus. Lita was in full gear, lining everyone up to board the bus. As Izuku climbed aboard, 𝗧𝗃𝗁 sat next to him, with Eri on his lap and Momo across from them. He noticed a different expression in her eyes and wondered what was on her mind. Eri snuggled up and dozed off, looking adorable. Mr. Izawa instructed them to disembark the bus, and as Izuku stepped out, Eri woke up and looked around. Mr. Izawa called her over to show her something, and as she walked toward him, the wild pussycats introduced themselves, causing Izuku to fanboy. Suddenly, the entire class was swept away deep into the woods. Eri cried out for her daddy, and Mr. Izawa reassured her that everything was fine. He explained that it was a race, and they were going to beat her daddy to the camp. Eri looked up at him, concerned about Izuku's well-being. Mr. Izawa assured her that he would be okay and introduced her to 𝗂𝗃, though she remained shy around new people. Afterward, they returned to the bus and continued their journey to the camp. After a series of encounters with dirt monsters, they finally arrived at camp. Eri excitedly called out to Izuku, announcing that they had won the race. She jumped into his arms, and he nearly dropped her from exhaustion. Once he set her down, she eagerly pulled him over to introduce him to a little boy. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 and Momo approached, curious about Eri's new friend. The boy was shy, but Izuku sensed an underlying tension in him. After the introductions, they unloaded the bus and settled down to eat. Eri sat between Izuku and 𝗧𝗃𝗁, while Momo sat on the other side of him. Izuku listened intently as Eri shared stories about her trip and how much fun she had coloring with Mr. Aizawa. It was time for a bath, and excitement filled the air as they approached the open-air hot spring. Eri accompanied Achiko after they explained the arrangement, boys on one side and girls on the other. From Eri's perspective, she wanted to be with her daddy instead of her mommy, questioning why he always showered with her. She noticed the girls blushing, with her mommy being the most embarrassed. Ultimately, she decided to stay with her mommy, who promised they would make it up to her later. From Izuku's viewpoint, after receiving disapproving looks from the other boys, they stepped into the hot springs. The only barrier between the boys and girls was a wall. As they relaxed in the water, Mineta approached the wall, drooling as he peered over. When he popped a ball off his head, Izuku sprang from the water, grabbing him by the neck, anger surging within him as he warned Mineta not to attempt that again. Mineta, aware that the girls were on the other side, felt it was a man's duty to sneak a peek. He climbed the wall, but Izuku yanked him back down, his eyes taking on a fierce, cat-like intensity that filled Mineta with genuine fear. After issuing his warning, Izuku tossed Mineta back into the hot spring and called out to Achiko, Momo, and Eri, suggesting they join him outside. From Achiko's perspective, after the girls stopped asking her about bathing with Izuku, she and Eri enjoyed the hot spring until they heard him say they should come out. She instructed Eri to follow her to meet up with their daddy. Eri agreed, reaching for Momo's hand, which she took, and then extending her other hand to Achiko, who happily accepted it. The other girls commented on how adorable it was that Eri reached out for their hands as they left the hot springs. Just then, Mina halted Momo and Achiko, posing a question. Mina inquired why Izuku had called out to both Achiko and Eri, leaving them momentarily stunned, but they answered honestly, realizing it was best to be open about their feelings. As the girls exited the hot springs, the boys headed to their cabins while the girls went to theirs. A medium-sized tent was set up for Izuku and Eri, ensuring they could be together without stressing Eri. Izuku noticed Momo's wistful expression as she watched him walk with Achiko and Eri toward the tent, prompting him to invite her to join them, which brightened her mood. Momo reflected on Mina's questions, feeling caught off guard but knowing honesty was the best approach. The other girls were surprised, but she felt joy when Achiko affirmed that their relationship was their choice and they were happy. As they walked, Momo felt a pang of sadness at not being with them, but Izuku's invitation to join them lifted her spirits. Eri wondered why they weren't all sleeping in the same house and why the boys and girls were separated. Achiko explained that the cabins were designated for each gender, while they would sleep in the tent. Eri then asked if Momo would stay with them in the tent. Izuku reassured her that Momo was family, and they would all sleep together. Eri nodded in agreement, and as they entered the tent, she noticed a small sleeping bag for herself and her parents but no one for Momo. Momo smiled and assured her not to worry, revealing a glowing sleeping bag large enough for all of them. Eri was thrilled at the prospect of sleeping together. As they prepared for bed, Izuku asked Momo if she was sure about this arrangement. She smiled and confirmed her feelings with a kiss. He then turned to Achiko, sharing a kiss with her as well, before leaning over to kiss Eri and suggesting they sleep. Eri nestled between him and Achiko while Momo held him from the other side, and they all drifted off to sleep. Izuku woke up first and quietly tried to leave the sleeping bag without disturbing anyone, but Momo stirred. He greeted her with a good morning kiss, causing her to blush. As they exited the tent together as a family, they noticed other students emerging from their cabins, feeling their curious gazes upon them. Mr. Aizawa and the wild 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧 awaited them, and he informed Izuku that he would be training under Tiger. Aizawa then invited Eri to play with Koda, to which she eagerly agreed. From Tiger's perspective, he saw Midoriya approaching and prepared for their sparring session. After stretching, Midoriya declared he was ready, prompting Tiger to strike. However, Midoriya's speed surprised him, and his punch missed. As Midoriya countered with his own attack, Tiger activated his quirk, narrowly dodging the blow. He quickly adjusted to defend against Midoriya's follow-up kick, readying himself for the next move. He dashed toward his opponent, closing the distance with a flurry of punches. The opponent skillfully dodged and retaliated with a punch of his own, but the protagonist managed to sidestep just in time. When the opponent missed, he quickly spun around, aiming an elbow strike that would have landed squarely on the protagonist's head if he hadn't blocked it. From Mr. Aizawa's perspective, he was astonished to witness Midoriya sparring with Tiger. To say that Midoriya had improved would be an understatement. He was truly putting Tiger to the test, and it seemed he was not even using his quirk yet. Midoriya almost landed an elbow strike on Tiger, prompting Aizawa to call for a brief pause. Approaching the two, he inquired if Midoriya was utilizing his quirk. Midoriya looked at Mr. Aizawa and replied that he wasn't. The shock on Aizawa's face was evident. He then asked who had been instructing Midoriya in hand-to-hand combat. Midoriya mentioned Grand Torino as his primary teacher, deliberately omitting his training sessions with all might. Aizawa expressed his longing to see Midoriya use his quirk when they resumed, while reminding him to be cautious about the power he was employing during the spar. From Tiger's viewpoint, he was taken aback by the fact that this kid was fighting him without even using his quirk. Midoriya had nearly landed a hit with his last strike. Tiger called out to Mandalay, requesting her assistance. As she approached, she glanced at Midoriya and then back at Tiger, questioning whether he truly needed help with this one. Tiger explained that Midoriya was much faster than he appeared, and they needed to team up to help him push his limits. He warned Midoriya to prepare himself, as they were both going to attack him when Mr. Aizawa signaled the start. In an instant, Midoriya was off, disappearing from sight momentarily. If not for Mandalay's quick intervention, Tiger would have taken a punch to the side of his head. From Mandalay's perspective, she noted how quick Midoriya was. He nearly caught Tiger off guard. Just in time, she kicked his arm before he could strike Tiger, but Midoriya used the momentum to spin and counter with an elbow that hit her. Tiger managed to land a punch on Midoriya, who leaped back and darted into the trees. As they scanned the tree line, Mandalay caught a glimpse of a green blur and barely raised her arm in time to block a punch. Tiger then struck Midoriya, but to their surprise, he grabbed Tiger's arm, rolled with the punch, and attempted to kick him in the chest. Tiger realized that if it weren't for his quirk, Midoriya's kick would have connected. This kid was a force to be reckoned with, and Tiger sensed that he was holding back. He wondered who was teaching him to fight. At this rate, Midoriya might surpass All Might. Mandalay used her quirk to signal Tiger to attack simultaneously as she aimed low to take out Midoriya's legs while he went for his upper body. Somehow, Midoriya managed to evade both their attacks. The class paused their training, captivated by the sight of Izuku battling not one but two pro heroes. They watched in disbelief as he fought, managing to land hits while also taking some himself. It was clear to everyone that he had made remarkable progress. From Bakugo's perspective, he couldn't comprehend how Midoriya was growing so strong. First, he had developed a connection with Ochako, then adopted a girl, and now it seemed he was also close to Momo. Now, he was holding his own against two pro heroes. Bakugo questioned what he was doing wrong and why Midoriya was getting ahead of him. After the intense sparring session with Tiger and Mandalay, Izuku felt exhausted. It was nearly time for a meal. He searched for Eri and found her hopping around with Koda, resembling a playful rabbit. Her joyful smile filled him with happiness. Just then, he felt a gentle hand take his, and he turned to see Ochako smiling at Eri. Momo approached from the other side, also smiling. When Eri noticed them, she exclaimed joyfully and ran toward them. Izuku affectionately asked how his little rabbit was doing. Eri protested, insisting she wasn't a rabbit. She noticed her father looked tired and dirty, prompting her to ask what had happened to him. Izuku playfully explained that she looked like a rabbit with the way she was hopping around, and her hair and eyes added to the resemblance. He pulled her into his arms, hugging and tickling her, which made her squeal with laughter as she tried to escape his grasp. He then asked if she was hungry. Eri confirmed that she was. Ochako suggested they go eat, adding that Eri did indeed look like a cute little rabbit, and she would start calling her that too. Eri playfully protested, asking her mother to stop teasing her. Izuku glanced over at Koda and asked if he wanted to join them, but Koda declined, saying he didn't want to be around wannabe heroes. Eri scolded Koda for being mean and talking that way about her father. Koda, surprised, realized who Izuku was and said he had to leave, bidding farewell to Eri. Izuku reassured Eri that it was okay and suggested they head to eat. As they reached the table, Momo complimented Izuku on his intense training, expressing her admiration for his performance against 2 opponents. Izuku blushed, but before he could respond, 𝗂𝗲 approached again. 𝗂𝗲 apologized to Eri for upsetting her and invited her to see his secret fort. Eri asked her father for permission. Izuku agreed, telling her to finish her food first and then go have fun. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 turned to Izuku, asking when he had become so skilled in hand-to-hand combat and if that was why he always returned from training bruised. Izuku looked at Momo and 𝗧𝗏𝗄, explaining that he had been training hard every morning. As he surveyed the room, he noticed most of the class was watching him, making him feel uncomfortable. He didn't want anyone to know about All Might. Just then, he saw Tiger and Mandalay approaching, indicating they wanted to discuss tomorrow's training. After their conversation, the class dispersed, with some heading to remedial courses while others tested each other's courage. Izuku decided to check on Eri and 𝗂𝗲 but suddenly felt a sense of unease. The smell of smoke filled the air as the wild pussycats alerted everyone that they were under attack and needed to return to camp. In a panic, 𝗂𝗲 called out for Eri and dashed into the woods to find her, recalling the steep, rocky hillsides they had seen while searching for the camp. He decided to start his search there. 𝗂𝗲 thought about his secret fort, a place no one else knew about. It was where he went to think about his parents, who had been heroes but had tragically passed away, leaving him feeling alone and empty. He missed the fun times they shared, the way they played with him, and he couldn't understand why they had to leave him behind. Eri, meanwhile, remembered how her father had saved her from a dangerous man. She had felt alone and in pain until he arrived and chased the bad man away, bringing her a sense of safety and comfort. Suddenly, a menacing figure appeared, expressing a twisted longing to confront Eri's father. He threatened them, claiming that he would swiftly end their lives. 𝗂𝗲 recognized the villain as the one responsible for his parents' deaths, the reason for his loneliness. Eri believed her father would come to their rescue, and she felt a surge of hope. The villain, however, was determined to eliminate them, and as he lunged forward, he aimed a powerful punch at 𝗂𝗲. But at the last moment, he missed, hitting the ground instead, as a young man intervened, holding both children safely away from harm. Eri rejoiced, knowing her father had come for them. She noticed the fierce expression on his face, a look she had seen before when he first discovered her scars. 𝗂𝗲 urged them to flee, fearing the villain's strength. But their protector assured them to stay back, promising he would keep them safe. As he faced the villain, anger surged within him, fueled by the knowledge of the villain's past actions. When the villain attacked, he leaped to a rocky wall and retaliated, striking him with a powerful punch that sent him crashing against the mountainside. The villain, momentarily stunned, acknowledged the strength of his opponent, realizing he had underestimated him. He devised a plan to target 𝗂𝗲 first, hoping to break his spirit before turning to Eri. With all his might, he charged at 𝗂𝗲, but the young man stood firm, blocking the attack just in time. In a desperate moment, their protector rushed to 𝗂𝗲's aid, taking the hit himself. Despite the pain, he retaliated with a fierce punch that sent the villain flying, causing a part of the mountain to crumble. The villain lay still, defeated. 𝗂𝗲, shaken and in tears, questioned why his savior had risked so much for him, especially when he had been unkind. Eri ran to her father, embracing him and expressing her relief. Her father reassured her, explaining that he had come because he cared for both her and 𝗂𝗲. He urged them to return to camp, instructing 𝗂𝗲 to climb onto his back while he carried Eri. They sped through the woods until they spotted Mr. Aizawa, prompting a change in direction. He quickly informed Aizawa that he had found 𝗂𝗲 and needed to locate 𝗧𝗏𝗄 and Momo. Eri pleaded with her father not to leave her, fearing for his safety. He comforted her, promising he would return and that she would be safe with Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa noticed the state of his arm, expressing concern and indicating they would need to talk later. As soon as Eri was safely in Aizawa's arms, their protector rushed back to camp, where he encountered a fierce battle. He saw a creature attacking Mandalay and another villain confronting Tiger. With determination, he engaged the creature, striking it down before it could retaliate. He then relayed the message about 𝗂𝗲's safety and the need for the students to defend themselves. After ensuring the message was delivered, he dashed into the woods, searching for his friends, Ochako and Momo. Momo, meanwhile, had encountered a Nomu while looking for injured individuals. Just as she was about to escape, it struck her, sending her flying back toward the camp. As the protagonist looked up from the ground, a powerful force was about to strike again when a green flash collided with the creature's head, sending it crashing into a tree. The impact barely affected the Nomu, which immediately turned its attention to its attacker, Izuku. The last memory before losing consciousness was the sight of Izuku's eyes, which resembled those of a cat, filled with an intensity and rage that was new to the protagonist. From Izuku's perspective, he noticed Momo being thrown backward as the Nomu charged toward her. He swiftly kicked the Nomu's head just before it could reach her again. The Nomu was incredibly fast, darting toward him before the dust had settled. It was almost as quick as All Might, and Izuku realized that fighting here was too dangerous. Momo could be hurt. He dodged the first attack and focused on the Nomu, ensuring it was fixated on him. The creature let out a frustrated scream when it missed its target. As the battle continued, Izuku recognized his error. They were still too close to Momo, and their rapid movements made it hard for him to keep track of her. Momo opened her eyes, unsure if she was dreaming. Izuku was engaged in a fierce battle with the Nomu, moving with incredible speed. She attempted to rise to help him, but the Nomu noticed her. In a moment of instinct, she conjured a shield and curled up, bracing for the impact. A loud crash echoed, but she felt no pain. Lowering her shield, she realized this was indeed a dream. Izuku stood protectively behind her, his wings unfurled and covered in heavy scales. His gaze remained locked on the Nomu as he let out a primal scream that sent chills down her spine. He struck the Nomu with a powerful uppercut, and she heard a sound that suggested something had broken. The Nomu was sent flying, while Izuku's arm appeared severely injured. In a moment of panic, Izuku thought about how the Nomu could harm Momo with that blow. He rushed to protect her at all costs, his wings extending from his back to form a protective dome around her. The force of the Nomu's punch was immense, causing him pain, but he knew that if it had hit Momo, the outcome would have been catastrophic. The thought fueled his anger, and he retaliated against the Nomu, feeling the pain in his arm as he sent it soaring through the air. Looking down, he saw fear in Momo's eyes, and a wave of concern washed over him. He wondered if she was afraid of him. With a thought, he retracted his wings and cried out, this time in pain. Momo questioned if it was really him, to which Izuku confirmed that it was. He asked if she was okay and if she could stand. She expressed concern for his arm, which looked terrible. Just then, Ochako rushed toward them, gasping at the sight of Izuku's injuries. She tore her shirt to make splints for his arm. Ochiko's mind raced as she instinctively ran through the woods, accompanied by Tsuyu. When Tsuyu inquired about their destination, Ochako replied that they needed to find Deku. Soon after, they heard his anguished scream, sending a chill through Ochako. She quickened her pace, with Tsuyu close behind, until they spotted him standing by Momo, his arms in a dreadful state. She instructed Momo to create splints while she tore her shirt to secure them. She then asked where Eri was. Izuku reassured her that Eri was safe with Eraserhead and inquired about her well-being. Ochako confirmed she was fine but insisted that Izuku needed medical attention for his arms. Momo chimed in, stating that if it weren't for Izuku, she would have perished, as he had fought off the Nomu alone but had sustained serious injuries in the process. As Ochako listened to Momo, she noticed a sniffle. Momo, Tsuyu, and Ochako turned to see Izuku in tears, expressing his relief that they were safe. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him as he looked at Ochako and Momo, unable to contain his emotions. They were safe, as was Eri, and the knot of anxiety in his stomach began to unravel. Though it had cost him his arms, he had managed to protect two of the most important people in his life, and he would make that sacrifice any day to keep his loved ones safe. Tsuyu observed Izuku in awe, realizing how fortunate Ochako was, and it seemed that Izuku felt the same way about Momo. She marveled at his bravery in fighting the Nomu alone to keep her safe and reflected on her own missed opportunities to express her feelings for him. Izuku urged Momo to walk, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. 𝗳𝗃𝗁 expressed concern about his injuries, questioning if he could manage. He insisted that they needed to check on the rest of their classmates and began walking toward the camp, with Tsuyu and 𝗳𝗃𝗁 supporting Momo as they followed behind. As they trailed behind Izuku, Momo noticed the rips in the back of his shirt, confirming that he indeed had wings. She resolved to discuss this with him and 𝗳𝗃𝗁 later. Upon reaching the camp, Eri rushed to Izuku, hugging him tightly and expressing her fear. When she saw his injured arm, she began to cry, calling him hurt. He reassured her that it was okay, explaining that he had injured himself while protecting Momo. Mandalay Tiger and Mr. Aizawa approached, and Mr. Aizawa's expression turned serious as he examined Izuku's arms, instructing him to sit down. As Izuku complied, 𝗳𝗃𝗁 lifted Eri and informed him that Kaken and Ragdoll were missing. As the weight of this information sank in, Izuku felt himself fading, the pain finally overwhelming him. 𝗳𝗃𝗁 noticed Izuku's slump over, realizing he had passed out and was running a fever. Eri began to cry, and she held her tightly, assuring her that her father would be all right. Tiger carefully picked up Izuku and carried him inside, laying him on a bed as medical teams and heroes began to arrive. Momo, too, lay down, her injuries taking their toll. When Izuku regained consciousness, he found himself enveloped in darkness. He called out into the void, wondering if anyone was there, when suddenly, two large cat-like eyes opened before him. He recognized them instantly, Bahamut. Once again, Izuku felt as if Bahamut was not merely looking at him, but peering deep into his soul. Bahamut acknowledged the connection, revealing that he had been watching over Izuku. He noted that Izuku had fought valiantly but had barely tapped into Bahamut's power. Instead, Izuku had chosen to use his wings to shield a girl and his scales to protect his arm. Bahamut questioned why Izuku had not unleashed more of his potential, especially why he had spared the man who had threatened his adoptive daughter. Izuku reflected on his actions, admitting that he had used Bahamut's power instinctively, and the only ability he felt he could control was the emergence of his wings. He explained that he had already defeated the villain and would not resort to killing unless absolutely necessary. To kill the man after his defeat would make him no better than the villain himself. Izuku then asked Bahamut why he had not intervened during the battle. Bahamut explained that he was not physically present. He had felt Izuku's emotions and opened a window to observe him but could not travel through it. He admitted to witnessing both battles, acknowledging their roughness but praising Izuku for defending his loved ones without abusing his power. Bahamut promised that he would visit soon to teach Izuku how to harness his abilities more effectively. Izuku opened his eyes to find himself in a hospital room. To his right, he saw Eri sleeping on 𝗳𝗃𝗁's chest, while his mother sat nearby along with two unfamiliar individuals who were watching over him. When he looked at them, the woman began to cry, expressing her gratitude for saving her child. Confused, Izuku tried to gather his thoughts, and they noticed the bewilderment on his face. Momo's parents introduced themselves, apologizing for intruding and explaining how Momo had told them about Izuku's bravery. They recounted how he had shielded Momo with his own body, taking a hit from a Nomu meant to kill her, and how he had shattered his left arm to push the creature away. They expressed their immense gratitude and offered to help him in any way they could. Izuku humbly responded that he had not done much and had merely been fortunate. Just then, 𝗳𝗃𝗁's parents entered the room, having heard the conversation. 𝗳𝗃𝗁's father beamed with pride at Izuku's actions, and they had been taking turns watching over him throughout the week, wanting to be there when he woke up. Momo's parents decided it was time to leave, and 𝗳𝗃𝗁's father introduced himself, mentioning that he owned a construction company. He offered his business card, expressing interest in helping Izuku with any construction needs. Once again, they thanked him for saving their daughter. At that moment, 𝗳𝗃𝗁 and Eri woke up and approached the bed. Eri asked Izuku how he was doing and who Bahamut was, causing his mother to widen her eyes at the mention of the name. Izuku inquired how Eri knew that name. Eri explained that she had heard him say it in his sleep while lying next to him. 𝗵𝗀 reassured Eri that it was nothing to worry about and reminded her that the doctor had said Izuku was having strange dreams due to his fever. She added that many people were eager to see him. 𝗳𝗃𝗁's father opened the door, and nearly all of Izuku's classmates entered, except for Momo and Bakugo. 𝗧𝗵𝗄's father announced that he would take 𝗵𝗄 and 𝗧𝗍 for a quick meal and would return shortly. Kirishima was the first to speak, sharing his feelings of guilt over losing Bakugo. Just then, Momo entered the room, informing them about the tracking device on the Nomu. She then asked everyone to leave except for 𝗧𝗵𝗄. Once the class had exited, Momo waited until she could no longer hear them before speaking to Izuku. She requested him to be honest with her. Izuku agreed, asking what was wrong. Momo inquired if he had wings, having seen them during the fight, and noted how his eyes had changed to a cat-like appearance. She admitted that she had felt a moment of fear when he had screamed before attacking the Nomu, but the rips in his shirt confirmed that it was not a figment of her imagination. Izuku asked 𝗧𝗵𝗄 to close the curtains and stand by the door. He noticed Momo's concern as 𝗧𝗵𝗄 complied. Once 𝗧𝗵𝗄 was in position, Izuku revealed his wings, allowing them to unfurl from his back. Momo observed that his wings were different from what she remembered. They were warm and felt like leather. Izuku stepped closer to Momo, wrapping his wings around her and explaining that this was how he had protected her during the fight. He expressed his regret for not revealing this side of himself earlier, fearing he might lose her. He promised to share the truth when she moved in, but he understood if she no longer wanted to be with him. Feeling the warmth of his wings, Momo leaned in for a hug and asked about his eyes. Izuku explained that his eyes changed when he became angry, turning feral. He cautioned her that only a few people knew about this aspect of his quirk, which was not ordinary but rather a dragon's quirk, and he was still learning to control it. He asked her to keep this secret, emphasizing the importance of discretion. Momo confirmed that she would keep his secret, realizing that she was now among the few who knew. Izuku clarified that there were only 8 others aware of his abilities, 4 heroes, the principal, his mother, and 𝗧𝗵𝗄. He requested that 𝗧𝗍 remain unaware for now, as she was not ready for that knowledge. As Kirishima arrived at the hospital to visit Yaoyorozu and Midoriya, he felt a pressing need to discuss Bakugo. He was accompanied by Lita, Azui, and Todoroki, who continued to try to dissuade him from his intentions to save Bakugo. Upon reaching the hospital, they spotted 𝗧𝗵𝗄 and 𝗧𝗍 leaving, heading out for a meal. The scene shifted to Izuku's room, where he was absent. They then moved to Momo's room and discovered both of them engaged in conversation. Midoriya glanced over and invited them in. In Izuku's thoughts, he noted that they would be released the following day and would return to class on Monday. Kirishima expressed his feelings, acknowledging the strained relationship between Midoriya and Bakugo, but he urgently needed their help, along with Yaoyorozu's. He felt a sense of worthlessness and mentioned that Yaoyorozu had a tracking device that could lead them to Bakugo. He pleaded for their assistance, hoping they considered him a friend. Momo interjected, stating that she had already given a tracker to the heroes, who were likely in the process of tracking down Bakugo. Kirishima continued, reminding Midoriya of the battles he fought against powerful foes to protect Yaoyorozu and 𝗧𝗍. He asked for a chance to do the same for his friend, hoping for an opportunity to save him. Azui cautioned them, reminding everyone that taking the law into their own hands was wrong and that they were not licensed to act as heroes, which would lead to legal trouble. Izuku empathized with Kirishima, recalling his own feelings of powerlessness throughout his life. He suggested that if they were to proceed, it would be strictly a rescue mission without any fighting. They would only retrieve Bakugo and allow the heroes to handle the situation if they were present. He made it clear that if Kirishima couldn't agree to this, he wouldn't participate. Momo supported Izuku's stance, stating she would only help if everyone agreed to the plan. She understood the importance of this mission, recalling her own feelings of helplessness before being saved. Lita expressed his concern, agreeing to accompany them to ensure they adhered to their promise of a rescue mission only. Todoroki also voiced his agreement with Lita, acknowledging that while it might not be a good idea, he understood Kirishima's reasoning and would help if they decided to go through with the plan. Azui remained worried, urging them not to proceed, emphasizing the danger and illegality of their intentions. Kirishima reassured her that they were merely discussing the idea and had not taken any action yet. Azui, still anxious, insisted that they should not go through with it and said she would see them on Monday. Izuku acknowledged Azui's concerns, recognizing the precariousness of their situation. He turned to Momo, leaving the decision in her hands since she would create the tracker to locate Bakugo. If she was uncomfortable with the plan, he would understand. Momo proposed they meet the following evening at the train station, allowing them time to spend with their families. Everyone agreed, and Izuku confirmed that 7 p.m. would work for him. Kirishima expressed his gratitude for their willingness to help, asking Todoroki and Lita if they would join them. After hearing their agreement, Izuku and Momo were left alone once more. Momo looked at Izuku, questioning whether this was truly a good idea. Izuku admitted that he thought it was a terrible idea, but he would do anything to try to save Bakugo. His response caused Momo to blush and look away. Time passed, and they were finally released from the hospital. Izuku shared his plan to rescue Bakugo with Achiko, who was not fond of it but understood his intentions. They spent the day together, playing with Eri and making up for lost time. Momo later called to inform them that her parents wanted to spend the day with her, but she would see Izuku later. As the time approached, he kissed Achiko goodbye and headed to the train station, feeling a knot in his stomach as they prepared to save a friend. Eventually, they succeeded in rescuing Bakugo, but the symbol of peace was lost, forcing him to retire. In the back of Izuku's mind, he regretted not training his dragon side more, believing he could have helped Bakugo maintain his status as the symbol of peace. Achiko noticed Izuku's somber mood and asked if he was okay since he had been down since the rescue. Izuku confessed that he was unsure and felt he could have done more. He believed that if he had trained his dragon side, things might have turned out differently. He suggested going for a run when he returned and asked if she would like to watch a movie afterward. Achiko agreed but reminded him that it wasn't his fault. Bakugo had fought against One for All and had saved many people. Most importantly, he was still alive. Izuku felt fortunate to have such a wonderful person in his life. He hugged Achiko and stepped outside to begin his run. Halfway to the beach, his phone rang. It was All Might, asking him to meet at the beach. Using One for All, he sprinted to the beach where All Might awaited him. As Izuku approached, All Might playfully punched him, reminding him that he needed to learn from his mistakes. He committed to dedicating himself to training Izuku. Izuku expressed his enthusiasm for the training but also revealed that Bahamut had witnessed his fight with Muscular and the Nomu and intended to train him, promising to help him unlock his true power and strength. All Might was taken aback, questioning whether Bahamut had actually seen the fight and what he meant by making Izuku stronger. Izuku explained that he believed Bahamut was pleased with his decision not to kill Muscular during their encounter, which might have impressed him. Bahamut had mentioned that Izuku had a lot of potential and would teach him how to properly harness his power. When Izuku returned home, he appeared to be in better spirits. Eri rushed out of the room and leaped into his arms, asking if he was feeling better. Izuku reassured her that he was indeed feeling much better after speaking with All Might. He inquired if she had heard from Momo, expressing concern that he might have frightened her when he protected her, noticing fear in her eyes that suggested she wasn't ready for the truth. Achiko informed him that she had spoken with Momo, who mentioned working on a project for her family but would see them on Monday. Izuku gazed at Momo, sadness evident in his eyes. Concerned, she asked if he was all right, but he looked away, clearly uncomfortable. He reassured her that he was fine and inquired about her well-being. Momo sensed something was amiss and pressed him for answers. Izuku expressed his regret for frightening her and acknowledged that he understood if she no longer wished to stay with them. Momo reached out to touch his face, apologizing for her fear. She realized she should have trusted him more, knowing he would never harm her. She shared that she had been working on a project for them, hoping he would like it. Izuku admitted he had thought she was distancing herself because she didn't want to be with him anymore. Momo explained that she had been collaborating with Achiko's father on a surprise, feeling guilty for not informing him sooner. Achiko, puzzled, wondered what project required her father's involvement, to which Momo explained that they had subcontracted his company for something significant. She hoped Izuku could forgive her for making him feel bad and also owed Achiko an apology for not trusting Izuku, which reflected on her trust in Achiko. She expressed her longing to earn their trust and promised to listen when they were ready to share more. Izuku assured Momo that he forgave her, hinting at things he needed to discuss with her soon, but suggested they head to class first. Eri, confused, asked why Momo was apologizing, wondering if she had done something wrong. Izuku clarified that there had been a misunderstanding, and Momo wanted to make amends. He acknowledged his own fault for not sharing more about himself sooner. Eri noted that Izuku looked intimidating when angry, recalling the first time she saw his eyes change when he noticed her scars and again during a confrontation with a powerful opponent. She admitted that while he appeared scary, she was not afraid of him. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 chimed in, recalling her own experience with Izuku's intense gaze, which she found compelling rather than frightening. As they arrived in class, Izuku felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks, remembering 𝗧𝗃𝗁's reaction to his eyes. Thankfully, Mr. Aizawa entered, bringing their attention back to the lesson. He informed the class about their new dorms, which had been approved by their parents. Leading them to the new accommodations, he instructed Izuku, 𝗧𝗃𝗁, and Momo to follow him to a separate house. Izuku picked up Eri while 𝗧𝗃𝗁 held his hand, and Momo walked alongside them. Mr. Aizawa began to lecture Izuku about the responsibilities he now had as a family member, emphasizing the importance of making better choices to avoid putting others in danger. They arrived at a spacious house, larger than anything Izuku had known. He noticed 𝗧𝗃𝗁's wide-eyed amazement and Momo's pride. Mr. Aizawa explained that this would be their new home while attending UA, fully furnished with a playground for Eri in the back. He encouraged them to settle in and assured them that he would handle any additional needs. However, he needed to establish ground rules to prevent any misunderstandings. Curious, 𝗧𝗃𝗁 asked Momo if this was the project she had worked on with her father. Momo confirmed that she had helped design the house, sharing her vision with 𝗧𝗃𝗁's father, who had built it with his trusted team. Eri's excitement bubbled over as she asked which room was hers, and Momo invited her to see it. Izuku playfully encouraged Eri to hop along, to which she reminded him that she wasn't a rabbit. As Eri dashed off to find her room, 𝗧𝗃𝗁 marveled at the spacious living area, overwhelmed with emotion. She expressed her happiness to Izuku, thanking Momo for involving her father in the project, which had resulted in such an appealing home. Momo explained that the house was her father's way of showing gratitude, featuring a fully stocked kitchen with top-of-the-line appliances. She eagerly anticipated showing 𝗧𝗃𝗁 their shared bedroom. Hearing Eri's delighted voice as she discovered her room, Izuku rushed to join her. He found her beaming, surrounded by toys, and asked if she liked it. Eri's joy was palpable, but she worried about no longer sharing a room with him. Izuku comforted her, lifting her into his arms and asking if she was still afraid to be alone. As she hugged him tightly, he sensed her lingering fear. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 and Momo entered the room, joining the embrace and reassuring Eri that she had nothing to fear. Observing the three of them together, Momo felt a pang of longing but was touched when Izuku told Eri she was safe and encouraged her to thank Momo for the special room. Momo felt a lump in her throat, grateful that Izuku always included her. She smiled at Eri, affirming that the room was indeed safe and built just for her, but offered that if she still felt scared, she could sleep with them until she felt comfortable in her new home. Eri's eyes lit up with hope as she asked if Momo truly meant it. Is it really safe? The bad man won't get me. Momo reassured Eri that the bad man would not get her. They all knew that her daddy, mommy, and Momo would protect her from harm. Eri expressed her longing to sleep in a safe place that night. Izuku confirmed that it was safe and promised to stay with her until she fell asleep. Eri happily agreed, looking forward to having him by her side. Izuku suggested they explore the rest of the house together. As they wandered through their new home, 𝗧𝗃𝗁 noticed that Momo seemed troubled. She pulled Momo aside to ask what was bothering her. Momo inquired about the bad man that frightened Eri so much. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 explained that Chisaki was a villain who had done terrible things to Eri, leaving her with scars as proof. Eri had nightmares for months, often whimpering and crying out in her sleep. Although she had improved, she still experienced nightmares from time to time. Momo felt sympathy for Eri, realizing how young she was to have faced such darkness. She wondered if that was why Eri was so attached to Izuku. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 confirmed that Izuku had saved Eri from Chisaki, and she loved him like a father. Eri trusted him to protect her, just as he had saved her from Muscular at the camp. Izuku suggested they gather their belongings, unpack, and settle in. Overhaul disliked meeting people in such grim places, especially when he met with Tamura Shigaraki in a warehouse. As they began to speak, Overhaul shared his plan to retrieve Eri. Shigaraki questioned why the girl was so important to him. Overhaul insisted that she was his property and that it was a matter of principle. No one took anything from him without permission. With two major players out of the way, he was ready to make plans to get her back. He promised to share phase 2 of his plan once he succeeded. Shigaraki found it amusing that Overhaul would waste time on a little girl but said he would be ready to discuss business. When Overhaul was prepared, Overhaul assured him he would reach out soon after reclaiming his property. Shigaraki shrugged and walked away, determined to uncover why the girl mattered so much to Overhaul, but for now, he had his own plans to focus on. When Izuku woke up that morning, he found himself unable to move. Momo was on his left, Achiko on his right, and Eri was curled up around his head. He finally understood how a burrito felt. Eri must have come in during the night while they were sleeping. As he carefully got out of bed, he tried not to wake anyone and headed to the woods to train. Using one for all, he began running through the trees, propelling himself from one to another at high speeds. He focused on his arms, and scales began to appear, allowing him to slice through a tree effortlessly. He contemplated new ways to apply his powers and realized it was time to return and prepare for class. Momo woke up to find Eri snuggled up with Achiko and noticed that Izuku was missing. She decided to take a quick shower while Achiko was still asleep. She loved the oversized shower in their bedroom with clear glass panels. While showering, she was surprised when Izuku entered the room. They both froze for a moment before Izuku turned a deep shade of red. He was about to leave when Momo invited him in. As he stepped inside, Izuku noticed the water was running and saw Momo in the shower. He felt embarrassed and was about to close the door when she encouraged him to stay. He hesitated, asking if she was sure, and she confirmed that she was. Momo expressed her insecurities, wondering if Izuku found her attractive since he treated her differently than other guys. She appreciated that he focused on her as a whole rather than just her appearance. Izuku reassured her that she was very pretty. He admitted he was nervous because he felt he couldn't offer her anything but his love. He didn't want to come off as someone only interested in her body. Having only dated Achiko, he was still learning how to navigate a relationship and wanted Momo to feel truly loved. Momo's heart raced at his words. He wanted her for who she was, not for superficial reasons. She left the water running and walked over to Izuku, taking his hand and inviting him to join her in the shower. Watching him blush was adorable, and when he agreed, her heart began to P&D. She asked him to lock the door behind him. As Izuku locked the door, he continued to remove his clothes. When Momo's wet skin touched his, he turned to her and kissed her. He pulled her close, feeling the warmth between them. After the kiss, Momo felt a rush of emotions as they shared a moment of connection. They both knew that this was just the beginning of their journey together, filled with challenges and growth, but they were ready to face whatever came next, side by side. As she covered her mouth to suppress a cry, he stood up and pressed her against the wall, aligning himself with her. She felt him enter gently, and to stifle her sounds, she bit down on her lip. He continued to push forward, kissing her neck softly and caressing her until he was fully within her. Momo urged him to continue, and as he began to move rhythmically, he whispered that he was close. In that moment, overwhelmed by the intensity, Momo lost consciousness. Izuku, concerned, checked on Momo as she made some unusual sounds. He turned off the water and wrapped her in a towel, then covered himself and carried her out. He noticed Achiko starting to wake up. She smiled at him and greeted him, then looked at Momo and noticed her slightly swollen stomach, asking if she had taken the pill. Izuku felt a blush creeping up his cheeks as he admitted he wasn't sure. Achiko then announced her intention to take a shower and asked Izuku to prepare Eri for school. She playfully invited him to join her afterward, wanting to ensure he was clean. Izuku blushed even deeper at her suggestion. As she walked toward the bathroom, swaying her hips, he couldn't help but admire her. He woke Eri and began getting her ready for school before heading to the bathroom to join Achiko for a refreshing shower. Momo awoke to Izuku kissing her forehead, gently reminding her to get ready for school. She smiled at him, sitting up but feeling a bit unsteady. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 asked if she had taken a pill that morning, and Momo blushed, wondering how she knew. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 simply smiled, explaining that Momo's stomach still looked a bit bloated and that she understood how Momo felt after spending the night with Izuku. Leaving the room, Izuku went to check on Eri, and soon they were all heading to school. He carried Momo on his back, and as they approached the school, she asked to be set down, choosing to walk the rest of the way. Eri then requested to be carried like Momo, so he knelt down, allowing her to hop onto his back. Upon arriving at school, he heard All Might calling for him. He set Eri down and approached the hero, who wanted to discuss Izuku's training after class. After class, Izuku helped Eri pack her bag when 𝗧𝗃𝗁 joined them. Eri reached up for 𝗧𝗃𝗁's hand, and Momo encouraged them to go ahead, saying she would catch up. They met All Might, who was accompanied by 3 cloaked figures. The man in the middle approached Izuku, and when their eyes met, Izuku noticed they resembled cat-like eyes. Eri recognized it too, and Izuku asked if he was Bahamut. Bahamut greeted him, saying it had been a while, and asked if he was ready for training. Izuku inquired about the nature of the training, and Bahamut assured him he would make him strong. He mentioned having spoken with Izuku's mother and teachers, indicating that Izuku would be coming with him. Eri, worried, expressed that she needed her daddy to help her with homework and to keep the bad man away, noticing Bahamut's eyes resembled Izuku's when he was angry. Bahamut reassured her that he was not angry but excited to train her father. He asked about the bad man who frightened her. Izuku explained that the man known as Overhaul had done terrible things to Eri before he saved her. He then asked how long the training would last. Bahamut replied it would be about a month in their time, but longer where they were going. He warned that it would be very challenging, and Eri would not be able to join them. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 asked if she could visit Izuku or if he could visit them. Bahamut explained that she would not be able to visit due to the gravity in their location, which would be dangerous for her. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 was shocked, glancing at Izuku, who had gone pale. Izuku expressed concern about how he could survive if it would harm them. Bahamut explained that Izuku's bones had been marked, making them stronger than he realized. Once the mark was removed, he would understand. He revealed that Izuku's body was now ready for the power he had granted him. All Might, intrigued, questioned if the mark restricted Izuku's power, thinking it reinforced his body. Bahamut chuckled, confirming it did both. He acknowledged that All Might had given Izuku his strength, and he had also given him his own. Without sealing every bone in Izuku's body, he would have perished shortly after receiving that power. Eri, still concerned, expressed her reluctance for her daddy to leave. Izuku comforted her, explaining that he needed to grow stronger, not just to protect her but to become a better hero. Bahamut laughed, stating he would teach Izuku to control his power. He warned that if he removed the seal without training him, Izuku could unintentionally harm others. He revealed that Izuku likely weighed between 70 to 80 tons due to the seals controlling his weight. Bakugo, overhearing the conversation, felt a wave of nervousness. The idea of someone strong enough to accidentally harm others by touch was alarming. When he heard Izuku's response, his nervousness turned to anger. He couldn't believe Izuku could be that powerful. As he turned to leave, he noticed someone with a ponytail approaching. Izuku pondered if he truly was that strong. Bahamut confirmed it and insisted they needed to leave. Izuku glanced at 𝗧𝗃𝗁 and Eri, then called Momo over as she rounded the corner. Izuku bid farewell to his 3 companions before departing with Bahamut. Upon arriving at the training site, Bahamut observed the young one and warned him that the experience might be painful. Before Izuku could respond, Bahamut placed a hand on his head, prompting a brief cry of discomfort from him. As Bahamut removed the marks from Izuku's bones, the ground beneath him trembled. Izuku felt a deep ache in his bones at Bahamut's touch. He cried out as his feet sank into the earth, dropping to one knee. Just as suddenly, the pain vanished, and he stood up, noticing Bahamut smiling and offering a hand to help him rise. A sense of difference washed over him, and it took a moment for him to regain his footing. Bahamut then called over Delinda and Tanwin, who joined them. Training commenced, and Izuku prepared himself for a fight akin to the one at the training camp. He followed Bahamut and the others, only to be surprised when they began teaching him the art of healing, not just for himself, but for others as well. Confusion crossed his face when he glanced back at Bahamut, who sat smiling. Noticing the young one's bewilderment, Bahamut approached him. Bahamut inquired about Izuku's confusion, to which Izuku expressed his expectation of learning to fight rather than heal. Bahamut explained that true power encompasses compassion, cautioning that strength without empathy leads to tyranny, making one no better than those they oppose. He introduced Delinda and Tanwin as skilled healers who would be invaluable during their sparring sessions. Izuku trained diligently, feeling as though months had passed, though it was only a week back home. He quickly grasped the lessons, earning a proud smile from Bahamut. When Bahamut deemed him ready to spar, he revealed his impressive wingspan. The force of Bahamut's wing nearly knocked Izuku off his feet, sending him crashing through trees and into their shelter. When he landed, he thought he might have been seriously injured, but Delinda came to his aid and healed him, her name meaning noble serpent. Bahamut declared that rest was over and instructed Izuku on how to utilize his wings and tail, as well as how to perform partial shifts. He emphasized that even one's voice could be a weapon. Before leaving the training site, Izuku would learn to control his strength and use his entire body as a weapon. Determined, Izuku charged at Bahamut. When Bahamut opened his mouth, Izuku instinctively leaped aside just as a roar erupted, shaking the ground and obliterating the area where he had stood moments before. Bahamut praised Izuku for his quick reflexes. However, just as Izuku was about to respond, he felt something wrap around his ankle. It was Bahamut's tail. The next moment he was thrown against a hill. Tanwin approached and healed him, her name meaning white fire. She leaned in and suggested that Bahamut seemed to have a fondness for him. Bahamut reminded Izuku to remain aware of his surroundings, as better awareness would help him avoid surprise attacks. He encouraged Izuku to learn to use his whole body as a weapon, promising to make him strong. Izuku awoke to another day of training. After his first spar with Bahamut, he had been primarily fighting Tanwin. They began with basic martial arts, progressing to sparring and then to full-contact fighting. After each session, Bahamut provided feedback on areas for improvement. Weeks passed, and Izuku learned to perform a partial shift, witnessing Tanwin's hair flow like fire during her transformation, both terrifying and appealing. As Bahamut observed Izuku's training, he recognized the young one's potential. Izuku never gave up, listened to feedback, and held no resentment towards Tanwin after their sparring sessions. Bahamut called for a break to eat and review their progress. He commended Izuku for his significant strides, particularly in using his tail and wings, noting that he was beginning to keep pace with Tanwin, who had been training for nearly a century. Tomorrow, Izuku would face Delinda in her full dragon form. Bahamut asked how he felt about it. Izuku admitted to feeling a bit homesick, missing his family for the first time. While he appreciated the training, his love for his family remained strong. He noticed the looks exchanged between Delinda and Tanwin, sensing a mixture of pity and understanding. Grateful, he thanked both for their training and healing. When he turned to Bahamut, he found him smiling. Bahamut expressed his admiration for Izuku's humility, having witnessed his journey through triumphs and setbacks. He asked how Izuku managed to stay so grounded despite his progress. Izuku reflected on the feeling of helplessness he had experienced, knowing what it was like to be powerless. He felt fortunate to have been recognized by Bahamut and his favorite hero. He understood that he needed to work harder than others, but now he could make a difference for many. Bahamut reminded him that he had already made a significant impact on 3 lives, his adoptive siblings and another child. He had saved them from peril, demonstrating the importance of his growth and training. You even attempted to save that ungrateful rival, but for now, your rest is over, it's time to return to training. After training concluded, Izuku walked over to his bed and sat down. Tanwin joined him, inquiring about the children he had rescued. He shared his experience with her, and she then asked how he had saved the girl. Just as he began to explain, Bahamut interrupted, questioning why he downplayed his actions. Izuku started to recount the story of how he saved the girl when Delinda entered and took a seat beside them. He noticed the expressions on their faces as he revealed how he had broken his arms while protecting the children and the girl. The young one turned red, clearly uncomfortable with the attention. After realizing he had embarrassed him, Izuku stood up and walked away. 𝗵𝗏 expressed her surprise that he hadn't mentioned breaking his arms while protecting the children and the girl. She noted that he had fought on with a broken arm and then broke the other while saving the girl right after their first fight. She felt a newfound respect for him, acknowledging his hard training and bravery. Izuku shifted uncomfortably on the bed, turning to look at 𝗵𝗏, who leaned in and kissed him. His heart raced, and he turned beet red, prompting her to burst into laughter. She stood up, telling him to rest because the next day would be long. When he woke up and stepped outside, he saw 𝗓𝗏 smiling at him. As she shifted, he was awestruck by her transformation. He reached out to touch her smooth, bright red scales and stepped back, smiling into her eyes. Just then, 𝗵𝗏 placed a hand on his shoulder, explaining how to shift completely while maintaining control. Taking a deep breath, he shifted and the training began. Eri asked her mother when her father would return, expressing how much she missed him after 2.5 weeks. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 reassured her that he would be home soon, as they had said he would be gone for about a month. She mentioned taking Momo to meet up with Grandma the next day and advised Eri to continue her homework. Izuku sat on the ground, breathing and exhausted, marveling at the destruction left from their fight in dragon form. 𝗓𝗏 approached him with a smile, complimenting his performance in his first dragon fight. She appeared far less worn than he did, likely due to her extensive experience. He asked if fights in this form were always so destructive. 𝗓𝗏 explained that they were usually worse, noting that he had been careful about his surroundings. In earnest battles, they didn't concern themselves with their environment, but afterward, they healed the injured and attempted to repair the damage. Izuku took a sip of water while listening to 𝗓𝗏, who complimented the emerald green of his scales, causing him to blush again. She pointed out that he didn't accept compliments well. He admitted he was unaccustomed to them, having been bullied for most of his life and lacking the strength to defend himself. It wasn't until high school that he made his first real friend. 𝗵𝗏's touch eased his aches, and when he turned to thank her, she smiled and told him not to thank her yet. It was time for him to start fighting again, and she warned him that 𝗓𝗏 wouldn't be as gentle this time. As 𝗵𝗏 walked away, Izuku began to shift and prepare for his fight. Bahamut watched them sparring in full dragon form, smiling at how well Izuku was doing. 𝗓𝗏 was going all out this time, and he hadn't fallen yet. Bahamut planned to join in the sparring next week to teach him how to control his strength. An idea struck him: he would also teach him to control fire and electricity. After shifting back to his human form, Izuku collapsed, utterly exhausted. 𝗓𝗏 quickly approached him, and her touch alleviated his aches, though he still felt tired. 𝗵𝗏 slipped under one of his arms while 𝗓𝗏 supported the other, helping him to his bed as everything faded to black. Izuku began training with Bahamut, realizing that training with 𝗓𝗏 and 𝗵𝗏 was on a completely different scale. In his human form, Bahamut flicked his finger, sending Izuku flying. Their fights were quick and one-sided, but he learned and improved. They then fought in their partial shifted forms, and once again, Bahamut pushed him hard, but he persevered. When they fought in their dragon forms, Bahamut leveled an entire mountain with him. Without 𝗓𝗏 and 𝗵𝗏, he doubted he would have survived the training. Bahamut assured him that he was doing well and began teaching him to control fire and electricity, leaving Izuku amazed by Bahamut's abilities. Bahamut praised Izuku for his progress, stating that he would finish training him that week before returning him to his world. However, he would need to stay away from everyone for a few days to reacclimate. He needed to practice picking up delicate objects and walking. For now, it was back to striking with electricity. Bahamut explained that if Izuku didn't focus on a specific target, his electricity would spread and be less effective. While it could be used for area damage, focusing on a single target allowed him to strike from a much longer distance. As Izuku continued to practice, he managed to strike a target a football field away with electricity and achieved feats with fire he never thought possible. When it was time to leave, 𝗓𝗏 and 𝗵𝗏 both smiled at him. Bahamut gave him a warm smile, revealing he had one final lesson. He taught Izuku how to create gems from his tears, which he could give to someone so he could always find them. Then he mentioned having a gift for him as well. Bahamut, in his perspective, expressed that for not perishing during his training he would bestow upon him a small hoard. Having outgrown his own centuries ago, he understood that young dragons needed one. He informed him that it would be waiting under his dwelling upon his return home. Bahamut urged him to remember the lessons learned, assuring him that he would become the greatest hero his planet had ever known. He would place him in the cave where they first met, where he would find glass cups. He could leave the cave once he could pick up a cup without breaking it and walk without launching himself into the cave's ceiling. With that, they set off. Izuku, in his perspective, found himself dropped off at the cave. As he took a step forward, he flew straight into the ceiling, just as Bahamut had predicted. He noticed the glasses neatly lined up against the wall and touched the first one, which shattered instantly. After hours of practice, he felt tears welling up. He was so close to home, yet he remained trapped in the cave. For the first time in what felt like a year, he felt utterly alone. He lifted his head and continued to practice. It took him 3 days to walk normally again and another day to pick up a glass without breaking it. He pulled out his cell phone and called 𝗧𝗃𝗁. She sounded overjoyed to hear from him, and he informed her that he was on his way home and would see her soon. 𝗧𝗃𝗁, in her perspective, told 𝐴𝐵 that it was time to say goodbye to Grandma and that she had a surprise for her when they got home. She whispered to her mother that Izuku had returned and that she wanted to surprise 𝗃𝗁. Her mother expressed regret that Momo and her father had to leave, mentioning something about renovations for their house. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 reassured her mother that she would just take the train, knowing 𝗃𝗁 enjoyed riding on trains. She promised to see her soon and expressed her love. She watched as 𝗃𝗁 hugged her grandma and said goodbye. 𝗃𝗁, in her perspective, questioned why they were leaving so soon, thinking they would wait for Grandpa to return. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 responded that it was a surprise and assured her that she would love it. Upon arriving at the station, 𝗧𝗃𝗁 felt a prick on her leg, and everything went dark. Izuku called All Might to inform him of his return to town. All Might sounded pleased and wanted to schedule a time for his teachers to see what he had learned in the past month. Just then he received a beep on the other line. It was 𝗧𝗃𝗁. He told All Might he would call back. When he switched over, he nearly crushed his phone upon realizing it was 𝗏𝗏, who had both 𝗧𝗃𝗁 and 𝗃𝗁. 𝗏𝗏 informed him that they were safe for now but had plans to make him suffer for his actions. Izuku felt a surge of anger as 𝗏𝗏 hung up, laughing at him. He quickly called All Might again, relaying what had just happened and that he was on his way home. He looked in the direction of his school and leaped, soaring through the air. He released his wings and flew swiftly to his school, landing in front of his house within minutes. All Might and the staff arrived at the same time. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 awoke in a dark room and began searching for 𝗃𝗁. Hearing a muffled cry, she spotted her hiding under a bed. She called to her, and 𝗃𝗁 crawled out and ran to her, sobbing that the bad man had them. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 embraced her, reassuring her that everything would be all right. 𝗃𝗁 expressed her fear that the man would punish her and hurt her mother, feeling it was her fault. She wished her father were there to save them. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 comforted her, reminding her of the surprise she had mentioned earlier, saying that her father had just returned home and would soon realize something was wrong and come to find them. 𝗃𝗁 asked if her father really got home today, to which 𝗧𝗃𝗁 affirmed, insisting she had never lied to her. 𝗃𝗁 confirmed that was true. 𝗏𝗏 entered the room where the captives were held and saw them hugging, a smile on 𝗃𝗁's face. He remarked on how sweet it was to see 𝗃𝗁 happy, claiming he missed her and their time together. He assured them that he wouldn't harm 𝗃𝗁 as long as 𝗧𝗃𝗁 complied with his demands, warning her of the lengths he would go to get what he wanted. 𝗃𝗁 insisted that her father would find them and save them. 𝗏𝗏 dismissed her confidence, stating that he had contacted her father and that he would never find them in the maze-like place they were in. He threatened that 𝗃𝗁 would suffer if 𝗧𝗃𝗁 did not behave. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 pulled 𝗃𝗁 behind her and questioned 𝗏𝗏 about how he obtained Izuku's number. 𝗏𝗏 revealed he had used her phone while she was asleep but reassured her that she wouldn't get a signal down there. He warned her to be a good girl or else 𝗃𝗁 would face the consequences. He mentioned he had a meeting to attend and would return soon. As 𝗏𝗏 left the room, 𝗧𝗃𝗁 smiled at 𝗃𝗁, assuring her that she would not let him harm her. Remembering something Izuku had told her, she felt her smile deepen. He had promised he would always be able to find her. She believed it wouldn't be long before he arrived. Izuku, looking at All Might and his teachers, recounted everything 𝗏𝗏 had told him. All Might noticed the anger in Izuku's eyes as they began to shift. He placed a hand on him, encouraging him to breathe. Izuku took deep breaths, and smoke began to escape his nostrils as he exhaled. He locked eyes with All Might, expressing his determination to retrieve his family. All Might reminded him that he was not yet a hero and that this was hero work. Izuku insisted that this was his family, emphasizing that All Might did not understand the nightmares Eri had experienced since coming to live with him. He was determined to rescue them and bring them home safely. He resolved to change and then set out to find his family because it was the right thing to do. Mr. Aizawa warned the troublemaker to listen carefully. He explained that if they continued down this path, it wouldn't be training, they would face real danger, and their lives could be at stake. He emphasized that they didn't have permission to die and urged them to gather their family quickly, assuring them that help would arrive soon. Izuku acknowledged Mr. Aizawa and rushed into the house. He spotted Momo and Achiko's father, who looked at him with surprise and confusion. He promised to explain everything later but stressed that he had to leave immediately. After changing, he dashed out the door, leaping into the air and trusting his instincts. He spread his wings, adjusted his course, and increased his speed, feeling Achiko's worry urging him on. He landed in front of a mansion with such force that the concrete shattered beneath him. He sensed Achiko underground in the house ahead, pulled out his phone, and called All Might to inform him of his location before getting to work. Achiko felt the ground tremble and rushed to Eri. When Eri asked about the noise, Achiko smiled and reassured her that her daddy was there and that she would protect her. Izuku approached the gate, careful not to accidentally harm his family as he prepared to confront the threat. A large man emerged to greet him, but Izuku responded with a punch that sent the man crashing back through the gate and into more members of the Yakuza. As he entered, chaos erupted around him. Gunfire rang out, and enemies unleashed their quirks. Izuku hardened his skin, opting for a partial shift. Bullets ricocheted off him as he pushed forward, using electricity to incapacitate many foes. He kicked the door off its hinges and charged into the mansion. 𝗏𝗏, confused by the sudden attack, learned from Chrono that they were under siege. Chrono reported that only one attacker was present, yet he was overwhelming their forces. 𝗏𝗏 speculated that it could be the boy who had taken Eri, and Chrono suggested they might need to retreat. However, 𝗏𝗏 refused to back down, ordering the precepts to be sent out. He instructed 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗃𝗏 to engage, confident their combined abilities would be enough to stop the intruder. Izuku felt like he was swatting away roaches. His training made them no match for him. He entered a room with a sword hanging on the wall, but before he could react, a wall shot toward him. He punched it harder than intended, causing it to implode and a scream to echo. A man rushed at him, throwing punches, but Izuku countered with a single blow strong enough to knock him out without causing serious harm, only to have it blocked by a barrier. Suddenly, debris from the ceiling came crashing down. He jumped back, focusing his senses, and realized he was facing 3 opponents instead of 2. Spotting one hiding above, he leaped up, delivering a punch that knocked the man out and sent him crashing into a corner. With anger building inside him, Izuku knew he needed to move faster. As the remaining attacker charged, Izuku unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the barrier, sending both men flying through a wall, unconscious. He closed his eyes, concentrating, and sensed that Eri was not far away. Remembering his training, he let his weight drop, causing the floor to buckle beneath him. He fell through, landing in the tunnels, but he could smell Achiko and knew Eri was with her. Achiko held Eri close as they heard a loud crash. Eri asked about the noise, and Achiko, feeling Izuku's approach, sensed his rage and fear, causing her to weep without realizing it. Eri, concerned, questioned if they would be okay and why her mother was crying. Achiko apologized, explaining that she hadn't noticed her tears. She reassured Eri that her daddy was coming and was worried about reaching them in time. She called out to him, hoping he would hear. Izuku, feeling Achiko's presence, decided to navigate through the walls instead of the maze. Upon hearing Achiko's voice, he instructed them to take cover. They flipped a bed and positioned a small table behind it, hiding underneath. When the wall shattered, Izuku stood there, his anger palpable. As 𝗂𝗃𝗁 and 𝗍𝗏 emerged from their hiding spot, he scooped them both into his arms, squeezing them tightly. Tears streamed down his face as he smiled and asked if they were okay. He inquired if they had been harmed in any way, and 𝗂𝗃𝗁 reassured him that they were unharmed. Izuku insisted they needed to leave immediately, regardless of the destruction around them. He wrapped his wings around them and began to fully shift. Overhaul, realizing the building was on the verge of collapse, felt panic rise within him. He caught a glimpse of something green with large, lizard-like eyes staring back at him. Knowing this wasn't over, he vowed to seek revenge before fleeing. As the building crumbled around him, Izuku focused on getting his family to safety. Gunfire erupted once more, and he slammed his tail against the ground, causing it to shake. Spreading his wings, he watched as the villains fled in fear. Lifting his head, he let out a powerful roar. When it was safe, Izuku gently lifted 𝗂𝗃𝗁 and 𝗍𝗏 to the street. He noticed the look of wonder and awe on 𝗍𝗏's face. As heroes began to arrive, he lowered them and reassured them that everything would be all right because he was there. Then, he started to phase back to his normal size. Izuku observed that the heroes had apprehended many villains, but Overhaul had managed to escape. Momo and 𝗂𝗃𝗁's father arrived with the police. Momo rushed toward him, leaping into his arms, hugging him tightly while tears streamed down her face. She expressed her concern about how he always scared her and questioned why he hadn't asked for her help, feeling hurt that she had to hear about it from the teachers. 𝗍𝗏, feeling guilty, apologized to Momo, explaining that it was her fault for being taken by the bad man. Momo, overwhelmed by 𝗍𝗏's words, pulled her into a hug, assuring her that it wasn't her fault and expressing her surprise at being called mommy. Izuku smiled as he heard 𝗍𝗏 confirm her words. He glanced over at 𝗂𝗃𝗁, who was being embraced by her father. A hand landed on his shoulder. It was All Might, who looked around in disbelief at the destruction of the Yakuza hideout. All Might expressed his astonishment at what Izuku had accomplished in under 30 minutes and mentioned they needed to discuss it when they returned to UA. Izuku agreed, ready to share everything. Another hand rested on his shoulder, and he turned to see 𝗂𝗃𝗁's father pulling him into a grateful hug, tears in his eyes as he thanked Izuku for saving his daughter. 𝗍𝗏 then ran to Izuku, declaring that she knew he would come for her. He assured her that he would always be there for her and that it was time to go home. He missed her and needed to talk to both of their mothers. 𝗍𝗏 asked if he was mad at her, to which Izuku gently replied that he wasn't angry. It wasn't her fault, and it was his duty to protect his children. 𝗂𝗃𝗁's father offered to take them home, but All Might insisted on driving them. As they left, the police were wrapping up with the criminals. During the ride home, 𝗍𝗏 fell asleep in Izuku's lap, and he knew the nightmares would return as she whimpered in her sleep. 𝗂𝗃𝗁 also dozed off. All Might smiled at Izuku through the mirror, telling him they would talk tomorrow along with Principal Nizu and Mr. Aizawa. Upon arriving at UA, Izuku carefully passed Momo and 𝗍𝗏 before picking up 𝗂𝗃𝗁 and carrying her inside. He laid 𝗂𝗃𝗁 next to 𝗍𝗏, and they snuggled together. He then turned to Momo, inviting her to join him in the living room. As they entered the living room, Izuku's intense expression caught Momo's attention. He asked her to sit down and began recounting everything, from how he met the dragon to his rigorous training. Momo listened in shock, realizing why he had been instructed to add a separate room in the basement. He apologized for not telling her sooner, and she responded by getting up and hugging him tightly, assuring him that she forgave him and expressing how much she missed him. Izuku felt a weight lift off his shoulders as he pulled back from the hug. Momo looked at him and asked how he was feeling. Now that he was back home, the stress of the day hit him, and he admitted he was tired but relieved to have his family together again. Momo questioned what he meant by complete family. Izuku explained that if she had been the one taken, he would have done everything to save her. He professed his love for her, stating that he would search tirelessly to bring her home if she were ever taken from him. Overwhelmed by his words, Momo hugged him again and kissed him, suggesting they go to bed since he would have an early morning. Izuku mentioned he needed a shower first and asked if she would like to join him. Momo happily agreed. As they entered the bedroom, 𝗂𝗃𝗁 woke up and saw them heading to the bathroom, asking if she could join as well. Izuku smiled and welcomed her. She placed a pillow in Eri's arms before joining them. They left the door slightly open to hear if Eri woke up. As Izuku watched the two appealing women undress, he felt his face heat up. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 teased him about his blushing, which only made it worse. When he looked back, they were completely NDE and heading to the large shower. He quickly undressed and joined them, feeling the stress wash away as they began to wash him. He felt incredibly lucky, but their peaceful moment was interrupted by Eri's whimpers from the bedroom, signaling she was starting to cry. Izuku remarked that a father's job is never done. He stepped out of the shower, dried off, and went to Eri's side. As soon as he sat next to her, she hugged him tightly. The girls entered the room, smiling at the sight of Eri holding onto him, and crawled into bed with them. They all fell asleep, exhausted from the day's events. The next morning, Izuku felt grateful to be home, even though the night had been challenging. Eri woke up several times, crying out in fear. Each time she realized she was home, she calmed down, and he held her until she fell back asleep. He woke up early, anticipating the day ahead, and got dressed. As he opened the door, he found 𝗷𝗵𝗄 preparing to knock. 𝗷𝗵𝗄 greeted him and inquired about Eri's condition. Izuku explained that it had been rough, with her experiencing nightmares that caused her to wake up in distress. Izuku felt a surge of anger as he caught sight of 𝗲𝗏𝗺. If it weren't for holding onto 𝗧𝗃𝗁 and Eri, he would have charged after him. Each glance at Eri's scars fueled his rage, a feeling he had never experienced before. He wondered how one could manage such intense anger. 𝗷𝗵𝗄 observed the young hero, understanding that Izuku's fury stemmed not from 𝗲𝗏𝗺 being a villain, but from the pain he had inflicted on someone Izuku cared for deeply. Eri was like family to him, and that connection intensified his emotions. However, 𝗷𝗵𝗄 cautioned Izuku not to let his anger cloud his judgment. With his immense power, losing control could lead to catastrophic consequences, leaving him burdened with guilt. As they arrived at Principal 𝗧𝗍's office, Izuku noticed the concerned expressions on the faces of Mr. Aizawa, Midnight, and Principal 𝗧𝗍. 𝗷𝗵𝗄 encouraged Izuku to share everything that had happened, and after taking a deep breath, Izuku began recounting the events. Outside the dorms, Bakugo spotted Deku walking alongside 𝗷𝗵𝗄, which irritated him. He felt he could easily crush Deku, but it seemed the symbol of peace preferred spending time with him over anyone else in their class. As he made his way to class, he noticed 𝗧𝗃𝗁 and Eri together, and jealousy bubbled within him. Deku seemed to attract the attention of the most popular girls and was off for specialized training. Bakugo resolved to show him where he truly stood, especially since he still owed him for the surprise attack. After finishing his debriefing, Izuku noticed the concern on the staff's faces. Principal 𝗧𝗍 expressed his longing to test Izuku's skills, strength, and combat abilities. He planned to gather the necessary staff to assess Izuku's growth. 𝗧𝗍 informed Mr. Aizawa that Izuku was not permitted to spar with other students until they could evaluate his true strength and control. Mr. Aizawa noted that the students were currently practicing their ultimate moves, so sparring was limited to select individuals. 𝗧𝗍 requested that they contact 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to test Izuku's growth while the class trained. He intended to reach out to several heroes, including Gang Orca, Rabbit Hero Mirko, Dragoon Hero Ryukyu, and Flame Hero Endeavor. Izuku asked Principal 𝗧𝗍 if he could bring Eri along, explaining that her presence would help ease his worries. He acknowledged that it was a selfish request but mentioned that Eri had nightmares the previous night and felt more secure when he was near. He promised to be cautious if she joined them. 𝗧𝗍 agreed, instructing Mr. Aizawa to bring Eri and her mothers, knowing they would also want to witness Izuku's training results. He reminded Izuku that the focus was not on his caution at that moment, but rather on understanding the extent of his destructive potential before assessing his control. Mr. Aizawa left to arrange for ectoplasm to train the class while he asked 13 to cover for him. Bakugo felt frustrated when Mr. Aizawa arrived late just to announce more training at the gym. He noticed 𝗧𝗃𝗁 and Eri leaving with him and couldn't help but voice his irritation, questioning why they were allowed to leave when they were already weak. Mr. Aizawa retorted that Bakugo should focus on his own training, reminding him that one of those girls had defeated him in team combat. He then instructed 𝗧𝗃𝗁 to retrieve Izuku's hero costume. Eri expressed her excitement about seeing her father train, her enthusiasm infectious. Bakugo's anger flared as he felt slighted by the situation. He had been called out for his loss, and now Deku was receiving special training that only a select few could witness. Determined to prove himself, he resolved to try out some new techniques on Deku. Once Izuku donned his costume, Principal 𝗍𝗓 outlined the tests he would undergo: a speed test, a strength test, a destruction test, and a combat test against several heroes. 𝗍𝗓 reassured him that safety measures were in place, with the heroes monitoring from a secure location outside the city. Izuku was eager to demonstrate how much he had grown. As the heroes arrived in the monitoring room, they were puzzled to see a child and 2 students present. Principal 𝗍𝗓 explained the situation, and Eri recognized Ryukyu, smiling at her. Once everyone was settled, Izuku was instructed to sprint to the town's end at his maximum speed. What followed astonished everyone. He vanished from sight, creating a vacuum that pulled objects behind him, even displacing an overpass as he sped by. For the strength test, he was tasked with reaching 𝗬𝗵𝗲 by breaking through his walls. Izuku made it appear effortless, as if he were passing through paper. The heroes were taken aback, unable to believe the transformation they were witnessing. Principal 𝗍𝗓 instructed 𝗬𝗵𝗲 to leave the city and prepared Izuku for the next phase, where he would face robots armed with live rounds, similar to those used by criminals during his rescue of Eri. The heroes were both impressed and apprehensive about what they were about to witness. As the robots began to flood the streets, Izuku prepared himself. He activated his hardening ability, releasing his wings and tail just as the first wave of bullets struck him. He sprang into action, leaping into the air and crashing down onto a cluster of robots with tremendous force. Utilizing One for All, he charged through the machines, shattering them with ease while trying to minimize collateral damage. Suddenly, the sound of a collapsing building caught his attention. A 0-pointer was aiming a cannon at him, but Izuku launched himself like a projectile, piercing through its chest and landing a block away. Principal 𝗍𝗓 commended him on his performance, and Izuku braced himself for the final test, battling 3 heroes simultaneously. This was going to test my restraint. Bahamut observed as Tanwin, Delinda, and he watched the young fighter in action. Pride filled their eyes as they witnessed the student they had helped train. So far, he had fought smartly and efficiently, executing a partial shift against the machines. Now they were about to see him face other humans. Bahamut eagerly anticipated the level of control he had gained in such a short time. Eri noticed a change in her father. He appeared intimidating. Although he hadn't grown as large as before, he still looked fearsome. When she glanced up at her mother's, both were staring in astonishment. She called out to her mother, Momo, who initially didn't hear her. Once she did, Eri asked if she was all right. Momo confirmed she was fine, noting that she had never seen Eri's father look like that. Achiko agreed, stating he didn't appear human anymore. He resembled a lizard man with wings, unyielding and incredibly strong. 𝗍𝗓 addressed the heroes, requesting Gang Orca, Dragoon hero Ryukyu, and Flame hero 𝗬𝗓 to join Izuku on the training grounds to see how he fared against human opponents. He activated the microphone to inform Izuku that 3 heroes were entering the training area, acting as villains seeking revenge for their fallen comrades. Izuku noticed 𝗬𝗓's flames racing toward him, with 2 others following closely behind. He decided to charge at them, aiming to catch them off guard, and it worked. 𝗬𝗓 leaped forward, propelled by his flames, and Izuku ducked beneath him, targeting the 2 slower heroes behind. The Dragoon hero barely managed to shift in time to block his punch. It was a soft strike, strong enough to break a bone but not lethal. During his training, he had learned the difference. She caught his punch, looking stunned for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled her in and executed a hip toss, sending her hard to the ground. Suddenly, a powerful impact caused him to drop to a knee. It was Gang Orca. Focusing intently, he leaped into the air, spreading his wings and soaring 2 blocks past Gang Orca. Upon landing, he spun around to find 𝗬𝗓 shooting flames at him. He blocked the attack with his wing and lunged at 𝗬𝗓, who attempted to dodge to the left. Though quick, he moved like a normal person compared to Izuku's trainers. Izuku seized his arm, using his momentum to throw him toward a wall. The Dragoon hero caught him, and they both hit the wall with considerably less force. Izuku spotted Gang Orca charging toward them and pursued the Dragoon hero. She released 𝗵𝗲𝗏 just as he collided with her shoulder block, sending her crashing through the wall. He shielded 𝗵𝗏𝗏 from the falling debris with his body. Shifting back to his normal form, he activated One for All and launched himself at Gang Orca, initiating his assault. He refrained from using his dragon form, fearing he might seriously injure him. Gang Orca was unable to defend against him, and when he dropped to a knee, Izuku turned back to see 𝗵𝗏𝗏 preparing to attack. He leaped out of the way and 𝗵𝗏𝗏, spotting Gang Orca, held his attack. Izuku darted around the corner of the building just as the speakers announced the training was over. In the viewing room, 𝗬𝗵𝗲, the rabbit hero, and Principal Nizu watched in awe. A child was holding his own against veteran heroes. Nizu pressed the microphone button, requesting the training to stop. He then addressed the other students, asking them to keep what they had witnessed a secret. He spoke back into the mic, instructing the heroes to exit the training arena. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 helped Gang Orca to his feet, while the Dragoon hero emerged from the rubble and they began to leave. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 glanced at Momo, noticing her pale expression. She, too, was taken aback when Principal Nizu requested Izuku to change into his full dragon form. Eri cried out, expressing her longing to see her father immediately. The rabbit hero attempted to comfort her, but Eri began to sob. Principal Nizu asked the rabbit hero to take her. Izuku walked toward the outer gate and shifted. He noticed a figure approaching quickly. It was the rabbit hero 𝗵𝗃𝗏, carrying something. His heart sank as he realized she was carrying Eri. When he jerked his head up, 𝗵𝗃𝗏 froze. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 felt a chill run down her spine as Izuku jerked his head up, instinctively urging her to flee. She sensed his intense gaze and slowly set Eri down, backing away cautiously. Eri ran to him, and he lowered his head as she hugged his jaw. Bahamut acknowledged Tanwin and Delinda, commending them for training him well and expressing their pride. They would continue to watch over him. Izuku communicated with Eri, assuring her that he was all right as she hugged his lower jaw. He began to shift, wrapping his massive arms around her and gently pulling her in as he shrank. He expressed his love for her, apologizing for any fear he may have caused. He promised to try not to scare her anymore. Izuku placed Eri down and informed her that he needed to change. He suggested taking her back to her mother's, promising to do something special after class to make her happy. Eri asked if he promised. He assured her he did, urging her to decide whether she wanted him to carry her or if she preferred to fly with him. Eri expressed her longing to fly but requested not to go too high, fearing it might be a little scary. Izuku agreed, telling her to turn around so he could hold her. When she turned away, he picked her up from behind in a backward hug, released his wings, and lifted off. Eri squealed in delight as they soared toward the monitoring room. Once they arrived, he set Eri down, and she dashed to 𝗧𝗏𝗄 and Momo. Eri excitedly recounted her experience, telling them she got to fly with her father. It was fun, although she had felt a bit scared at first with the wind in her face. 𝗧𝗏𝗄 smiled at her and remarked that she hadn't even flown with Eri's father yet. Izuku noticed the determined look 𝗧𝗏𝗄 gave him as he left to change. He felt the urge to take her and Momo for a flight before they could express their impatience. However, he had something special to do for the three of them first. After being away for what felt like an eternity, he needed to give Momo and Eri a tear gem to ensure he could find them. Once he finished changing, he found the girls waiting for him by the bus. As they boarded, he asked Momo to reserve a room at the karaoke place they had visited previously. Momo eagerly agreed to make the arrangements and asked if he wanted to invite anyone else from their class. Izuku hesitated, wanting to keep it 𝗵𝗏𝗏, and expressed his longing for it to be just the four of them, himself, 𝗧𝗏𝗄, Momo, and Eri. He missed them dearly and wanted the evening to focus solely on their bond. Momo accepted his request and promised to make the call. Upon returning to class, Izuku was met with a flurry of questions about his well-being and what he had been up to during his absence. Some classmates suggested organizing a special event, but he smiled and informed them that he had plans with his family. Once class ended, they headed home to prepare for the evening. Izuku mentioned he had something to take care of and went to the basement. Inside, he had a stash of gold and had previously asked Bahamut to help him forge 2 rings and a pendant during their training. He found them in a separate box, focusing on the memories associated with each gift. Each gem represented a cherished moment he shared with the girls. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's gem symbolized the moment he first looked into her eyes, Momo's represented her declaration of love, and Aries was linked to the first time she called him Daddy. After setting the stones, he placed them in his pocket and rejoined the girls. At the karaoke barn, Izuku appeared both happy and a bit nervous as he asked the girls to sit while he stood before them. He presented each of them with a special gift, starting with 𝗧𝗵𝗲. As she received her ring, tears filled her eyes. Momo was next, and she too began to cry upon receiving her ring. Aries' pendant made her eyes sparkle with joy. Each girl admired her gift, and Momo remarked that it was the most appealing emerald she had ever seen. Izuku gently corrected her, explaining that it was not an emerald but his 𝗧𝗓, crafted from memories meaningful to each of them. He hoped they would cherish the gifts as much as he cherished them. Aries, feeling unworthy, expressed her concern about deserving such a gift. Izuku lifted the pendant from her hand, placed it around her neck, and kissed her forehead, reassuring her that she had been a blessing in his life. He emphasized that she was the reason their family was together and that he loved her deeply. He wanted to be the best dad possible and offered to sing her a song dedicated to her. Momo felt her heart swell with emotion, overwhelmed by Izuku's kindness. She reflected on how she wanted to see him raise their children and would gladly give him as many as he desired. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, touched by the significance of the ring made from Izuku's 𝗧𝗓, contemplated giving him a part of herself in return, envisioning a child they could love together. As Izuku finished singing to Aries, she hugged him tightly, tears of happiness streaming down her face. This was the first time she cried not out of fear or pain, but from pure joy. Moments later, Momo and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 joined the embrace, and Izuku felt like the luckiest person in the world. When they finally released the hug, Aries looked into his eyes and expressed her happiness at having him as her dad. Meanwhile, Overhaul was speaking to Tomura Shigaraki, discussing a plan to retrieve a girl he had lost. He mentioned that he had recently suffered a setback, losing many of his forces, and requested assistance to eliminate a boy who was protecting her. Shigaraki pointed out that only one person had attacked Overhaul's hideout and had managed to rescue the girls. Overhaul was surprised by this revelation and insisted that the girl's quirk was crucial for his project, which aimed to erase a person's quirk entirely. He explained that he could market bullets that would erase a hero's quirk while possessing the only antidote to restore it. Shigaraki, intrigued, agreed to lend some of his assets, but only if he deemed the risk worthwhile. Overhaul assured him that the girl's quirk was essential for his plans, and he needed strong support to deal with the boy who had proven to be unexpectedly powerful. Shigaraki, skeptical but willing to assist, noted that he knew someone who could handle the boy in a power contest. 𝗵𝗲 had informed him that he possessed a power he could utilize in dire situations. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 was immensely strong, and the only individuals he believed could defeat him were 𝗵𝗲 and All Might. There was also 𝗬𝗏, who had a remarkably useful ability. He could summon his own army when necessary. Overhaul needed a week to finalize his preparations and requested assurance that everything would be ready. He planned to reach out to the boy, confident that he would show up alone. The boy had a tendency to rush into situations, and Overhaul knew precisely how to take advantage of that. The rest of the evening was pleasant, filled with singing and eating, reminding Izuku why he had left to train so diligently. He aimed to become strong enough to protect his loved ones and be the hero who could ensure everyone felt safe. As 𝗧𝗵𝗲 gazed at Deku, her heart melted. It amazed her how someone who had faced so many hardships growing up could turn into such a good man. She noticed how Aries looked at him, trusting him to save her, and felt a strong longing to grow stronger herself to protect him and help him feel safe during tough times. Momo watched Aries smile at Izuku and felt a deep yearning to have a child with him. She wanted her future children to experience the love he was giving Aries. Observing 𝗧𝗵𝗲, she could see that her friend had a lot on her mind and asked if everything was all right. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 admitted that she had gotten lost in thought. Izuku expressed his readiness to go home, reminding everyone that they needed to prepare for school the next day. He felt grateful to have his family with him that night and suggested they head home. Momo offered to call a cab. Once they arrived home, Izuku told Eri to take a shower. She hugged his leg before heading to her room to get ready. He then turned to Ochako, curious about her earlier thoughts. Ochako confessed that she felt weak after being kidnapped and needing him to save her. She felt terrible for not being able to protect Eri. Momo reassured her that she had been hit with a tranquilizing dart and that there was nothing she could have done. Izuku reminded Ochako that she was one of the strongest people he knew. She had saved him during one of the loneliest times in his life, and her willingness to raise a child with him spoke volumes about her strength. Momo added that Ochako had performed admirably in her fight with Bakugo, who was second only to Izuku. She encouraged her not to doubt herself. Eri called out for her father, asking him to tuck her in. Izuku responded affectionately, surprised that she didn't want to sleep with them. He kissed Ochako on the forehead and went to Eri's room. As she crawled into bed, she told him she had fun and loved his song. He asked if she was sure about wanting to sleep alone, and she affirmed that she felt safe because he would always find her. He picked up one of her favorite books, Dr. Seuss's Green Eggs and Ham, and began to read. As he read, Eri started to doze off. He kissed her forehead and, as he prepared to leave, turned to look at her one last time, smiling as he closed the door. Momo shared with Ochako that she too had felt weak when she thought she would be crushed and Izuku had to save her. The experience had given her nightmares, and she felt powerless as he took the blow meant for her. She couldn't compare herself to his bravery in fighting the robots and the heroes. Ochako expressed that when he saved her, she felt his fear in his eyes and never wanted to see him like that again. She was determined to become stronger, not wanting to be the reason he felt that way again. She needed to be strong enough to stand by his side. Momo insisted that they both needed to grow stronger together so that he would never have to stand alone again. As Izuku walked back into his room, he noticed Ochako and Momo deep in conversation and asked if everything was all right. The girls turned to him, their faces reflecting uncertainty and determination. They both requested his help in training, both in hand-to-hand combat and with their quirks. He agreed to start the next day after school, but for that night, he suggested they simply lay down together and enjoy each other's company. He lay down, released his wings, and the girls snuggled into him as he wrapped his wings around them. As he drifted off, memories flooded back of the time the building had crumbled, and he had seen the man who had hurt Eri and dared to take his loved ones from him. He vowed to find overhaul. The next morning, as they arrived at their classroom, Izuku heard Taisu asking about their previous day. Eri was excited to share that she had gone to a karaoke place and sung for the first time. Suddenly, he felt all the girls in the class staring at him. Ochako and Momo explained that they had needed some family time. He called Eri over to help her get started on her schoolwork just as Mr. Aizawa entered, accompanied by 3 unfamiliar students. Eri hid behind him, still uncomfortable around strangers. Mr. Aizawa introduced them as the Big Three, the top students in the senior class. Mirio Togata, Nijire Hado, and Tamaki Amajiki were the strongest in the school and were there to speak with them. Nijire noticed Eri, squealed in excitement, and approached her. Sensing Eri's nervousness, Izuku stood up and asked Nijire to stop. She noticed Eri's apprehension and the concern on his face, quickly apologizing. He picked Eri up and sat her on his lap as they listened to Mirio speak. Mirio recognized the look on Mr. Aizawa's face and knew he needed to grab their attention quickly before the teacher became even angrier. He boldly challenged them all to a fight, having heard that one of them was a real monster in battle. They changed and arrived at the gym, where instructions were given to prepare for the training session. With a signal to begin, a flurry of explosions, lasers, ice, and tape-like materials surged through the air as the battle commenced against Class 1A. From Bakugo's perspective, he unleashed a powerful explosion that should have sent his opponent crashing through a wall, but there was nothing behind him. The opponent emerged from the ground, delivering a solid blow to his gut before melting back into the earth. Bakugo watched as his classmates fell one by one, struggling to regain his footing when an unexpected punch knocked the breath from him. He saw Deku being attacked, followed by a sudden discharge of electricity that took down Mirio. Bakugo realized that Deku had been hiding his true abilities, and now he stood as the last one remaining from their class. Determined, Bakugo vowed to take down Deku, who had been fortunate enough to avoid the earlier attacks and now appeared to be the strongest. From Mirio's perspective, the green-haired student was impressively fast, predicting his movements and countering effectively. Mirio almost caught him but found himself outpaced. After taking down several classmates, he focused on Deku, but when he attempted to kick, a surge of electricity coursed through him, causing him to fall. He had underestimated Deku, mistaking his speed for a simple advantage. Despite the setback, he rose and shared his experience with the class, explaining how he managed to defeat most of them. Izuku felt a surge of admiration for Mirio's speed and skill, recognizing that his own victory was largely due to timing. However, he was soon surrounded by his classmates, celebrating his win. After class, he and the girls began training in the backyard, focusing on improving their strikes and form. Eri joined them, and Izuku reminded her that she needed to wait until she was older to engage in actual fighting. As Achiko and Momo practiced, Momo inquired about when they would start sparring. Izuku explained that they would first reinforce the basics before moving on to sparring and eventually fighting seriously. At that moment, Bakugo appeared, a determined look in his eyes. Bakugo demanded that Deku follow him for a conversation, but Izuku replied that he was busy and suggested they talk another time. He noticed Eri hiding behind Achiko and urged Bakugo to calm down, as he was scaring her. Bakugo dismissed Izuku's concerns, insisting on a fight. Without warning, he lunged at Izuku, who felt Bakugo's grip and was suddenly airborne, soaring past the tree line after being thrown. Izuku used his explosions to control his landing, determined to show Bakugo his place. Upon hearing Bakugo insult Eri, Izuku's anger flared. He activated his quirk and leaped toward Bakugo, throwing him into the forest. He didn't want to fight, but he couldn't allow Bakugo to disrespect his family. He warned Bakugo to apologize to Eri. Momo observed the situation unfold, realizing they needed a teacher to intervene. She suggested to Achiko that they get Mr. Aizawa, as things were escalating quickly. Bakugo taunted Izuku, questioning whether he truly believed he could defeat him. He dismissed Izuku as the same old loser and suggested that begging for forgiveness might spare him. In an instant, Bakugo struck, landing a punch before unleashing a powerful attack that should have slowed Izuku down. However, Izuku broke through the assault, narrowly avoiding another hit. Bakugo grinned, sensing a real challenge ahead, and charged at Izuku, using his explosions to propel himself forward. Izuku dodged Bakugo's punches, recognizing that he was slower than his teachers. However, Bakugo adapted, launching explosive punches that forced Izuku to take action. He warned Bakugo that he was leaving him no choice and prepared to respond in kind. Bakugo shouted his challenge, ready for the fight. This time, he approached slowly, and a grin spread across my face as I unleashed a powerful blast that should have sent him to the infirmary. Yet, he continued forward as if nothing had happened. How could he withstand such a force? It felt like he was mocking me, believing he was superior. I was determined to show him who was truly the best. If he could endure a blast like that, then he could handle my armor-piercing shot. I aimed my attack at his legs, not wanting to cause serious harm, but I refused to lose. They could mend broken bones. From Izuku's perspective, he felt the impact of the shot on his legs, but with his increased weight and scales, it felt more like a gentle nudge. Kaken could no longer hurt him, even with his strongest attacks. He barely felt them anymore. He was confident that in a fight using his quirk, Kaken wouldn't be able to keep up or withstand his punches. In fact, he doubted Kaken could even win in a regular fistfight, but he welcomed the challenge. From Bakugo's viewpoint, he was furious and declared that he would defeat Deku. He focused all his energy into his next shot, aiming for the center mass, and unleashed his strongest blast. Suddenly, he felt Deku grab his chest and headbutt him, causing his vision to blur. The rapid assault on his chest was overwhelming, and he couldn't block it. Deku followed up with a hook to his jaw, and as Bakugo tried to respond, he barely managed to catch Deku's elbow strike, feeling something give way. Anger and pain surged through him, and he attempted to knee Deku, but he sidestepped. Bakugo felt a punch to his inner thigh, causing his leg to buckle. From Izuku's perspective again, he sensed something give in Bakugo's arm, yet he continued to attack. Bakugo threw a wild knee strike, which Izuku dodged, landing a punch to Bakugo's inner thigh that brought him down. He stepped back, looking at Bakugo and warning him that if he ever insulted his family again, he would not hold back. He didn't mind if Bakugo insulted him, but his family was off limits. Bakugo raised his hand for another explosion, but Izuku activated his quirk and delivered a punch that knocked Bakugo out cold. Guilt washed over him. He wondered why Bakugo hated him so much and why he couldn't just let things go. All he wanted was to be happy with his family. He approached Bakugo and began to heal him. From Aizawa's perspective, as he and Yaoyorozu ran toward the forest, they heard loud explosions and quickened their pace. Then, silence fell, and a cold feeling settled in his stomach. Upon arrival, he saw Midoriya kneeling over Bakugo, murmuring something. He called out to Midoriya, asking what he was doing. Izuku replied that he was healing Bakugo and requested to finish his work. He then heard rushing footsteps and felt an embrace. Turning his head, he saw Momo holding him, and he lowered his gaze in shame, apologizing for losing control. He knew better and asked for forgiveness. Once he finished healing, he stood up, with Momo by his side, reassuring him that he had nothing to apologize for. He had defended his family. Aizawa asked when Midoriya had learned to heal others. Izuku explained that it was the first skill he learned during his training, emphasizing the importance of compassion to avoid becoming like those he sought to stop. He had healed Bakugo's injuries but not the pain that would linger for the next few days. From Bahamut's perspective, he was impressed by Izuku's growth. He had fought smartly, showing no cruelty, and then healed Bakugo. He commended the girls for their efforts, believing Bakugo would be all right and that things would soon return to normal. Aizawa, still in disbelief, asked if Izuku could heal the effects of injuries as well. Izuku confirmed that he had fixed Bakugo's broken nose and arm, as well as the bruised bone in his leg, but he hadn't healed the surrounding muscles, ensuring Bakugo would feel pain until the injuries healed. Aizawa instructed Momo to take Bakugo away while he sent Izuku to see Recovery Girl first, then to wait for him outside Principal 𝗍𝗓's office. As they left, Aizawa woke Bakugo, who tried to retaliate with an explosion but found himself unable to do so. Confused, he realized he was in trouble, feeling pain throughout his body but nothing felt broken. Aizawa confronted him, demanding to know why he provoked Midoriya. Aizawa stated that Bakugo needed to explain himself or face serious consequences. Izuku arrived at Recovery Girl's office for a checkup before heading to Principal 𝗍𝗓's office, where he waited for Aizawa. When Aizawa arrived with Bakugo, Izuku noticed the anger in Bakugo's swollen eyes. They all entered the office together. Aizawa asked Izuku if he had thrown the first punch. Izuku admitted that he had. Aizawa informed Bakugo that the only reason he wasn't being expelled was because Izuku had initiated the fight. He reminded Izuku that even while defending his family, he didn't need to resort to violence. Both boys were placed under house arrest, Izuku for 3 days and Bakugo for 4, given that he had started the altercation. Aizawa warned Bakugo that if he pulled a stunt like this again, he would be expelled, and then dismissed them. Izuku said goodbye to the girls that morning as they left for school. Eri wanted to stay with him, but he explained that she couldn't miss school because he had. Though she was unhappy with the answer, she left with Achiko and Momo. He descended to the basement, entered the room filled with gold, and partially shifted, curling up among the treasures. Closing his eyes, he reflected on everything that had led him to this moment, recalling all his fights, losses, and his family. He pondered why he had become so angry so quickly, realizing that Bakugo's insult about Eri had triggered his rage. The more he thought about it, the more he remembered the feelings of being bullied as a child, powerless to defend himself. As thoughts of Eri filled his mind, he remembered that she still lacked a family name. He decided to give her his own, wanting to make it official. He needed to speak with Achiko to gauge her feelings about it. He called his mother to inquire about the necessary paperwork to make this happen. Achiko noticed the sadness in Eri's eyes as they sat in class. It felt like Izuku was gone for the first time, even though she had moved Eri's table next to hers. Eri missed him deeply. She gently asked if everything was all right with her little rabbit. Eri wondered why her father couldn't come to school that day. 𝗧𝗃 explained that Daddy had gotten into a bit of trouble and wouldn't be able to join them for 3 days. Eri felt guilty, believing it was her fault that he got into trouble for defending her against a mean person. Mr. Aizawa overheard Eri's words and felt a pang of regret for punishing Midoriya, but it was too late to change that now. He approached Eri and reassured her that her father had done what good fathers do. He defended his child. However, school policy required that he also face consequences. Eri remarked that it was a silly policy, prompting Mr. Aizawa to return to the front of the class and outline the day's expectations. Bakugo reflected on his recent loss, realizing it hadn't even been a proper fight. His quirk had failed him, and his punches had no effect. The only time he managed to catch Midoriya off guard was during a surprise attack. After witnessing Midoriya's fight against a hero, he doubted his ability to defeat him. Frustrated, he vowed to improve his hand-to-hand combat skills and refine his quirk, determined not to lose again. Momo approached 𝗧𝗃 and Eri, asking if they were ready for lunch. As they left the room, their classmates stopped them to inquire about the fight. Momo noticed 𝗧𝗃 holding Eri's hand and took Eri's other hand, stating that they weren't allowed to discuss it. Tsuyu joined them, appearing deep in thought. She then asked how Deku was handling his punishment, catching Momo off guard since he always seemed so cheerful. Tsuyu couldn't shake her concern for Deku. He had always been so positive, despite his painful past. She wanted to ensure he was okay, especially since it wasn't like him to start a fight. She had noticed a significant change in him since returning from training. She asked if she could join them for lunch. 𝗧𝗃 welcomed Tsuyu, reminding her that they couldn't go home for lunch since Deku had to stay alone, but she was welcome to join them. Izuku felt restless at home and was starting to go a little stir-crazy. He had just finished tidying up when he heard a knock at the door. It was All Might. All Might greeted him warmly and mentioned that he had spoken with Bakugo, who had told him about the fight. Bakugo noted that he didn't recognize the fighting style Izuku had used and was surprised that he could withstand the hits. All Might asked Izuku to explain his technique and how he managed to handle Bakugo's power without shifting. Izuku admitted he was feeling restless but was otherwise fine. He had learned various martial arts during his training, including judo, combat sambo, taekwondo, jeet kune do, muay thai, and krav maga. He had also been taught to harness fire and electricity. He adapted what worked best for him in fights and had begun teaching 𝗧𝗃, Momo, and Eri these styles. His techniques were not pretty, but they were effective. He explained that he didn't need to shift to fight Bakugo because he didn't pose a threat like others he had faced during training. He had hardened his skin and adjusted his density to counter Bakugo's attacks, using One for All to boost his speed initially, then relying on his technique to win. All Might was astonished by what he heard. Izuku was on a different level than his classmates and most pro heroes. He needed to speak with Principal Nizu to assess Izuku's potential and ensure he wasn't placed in situations where he could unintentionally harm his peers. They were not prepared for that level of combat, which focused on capture and subdue techniques. Izuku had learned to end fights quickly and efficiently. All Might expressed his gratitude for Izuku sharing his perspective on the fight and assured him he would see him in a couple of days. Lunch with 𝗧𝗃 and Momo was pleasant, though Eri felt sad that Izuku couldn't join them. Tsuyu suggested they go to a karaoke bar once he was no longer grounded. Eri's eyes lit up with excitement as she recalled how much fun she had singing and how Izuku had made her cry with his performance. Momo smiled, mentioning that Izuku had made all the girls in their class cry when he sang. 𝗧𝗃 agreed that it sounded like fun and promised to talk to Deku about it, although he was currently under house arrest and unable to train. Mr. Aizawa had been firm about this, and they couldn't even discuss what they had learned in class with him. Momo expressed concern that the situation might hurt Izuku's feelings the most, but they would find a way to distract him. Realizing what she had said, she blushed and glanced at 𝗧𝗃, who was also blushing. Tsuyu, noticing the atmosphere, looked a bit sad and walked away. Momo recognized that look. It was the same one she had when she thought about Izuku and 𝗧𝗃. She wondered if Tsuyu also had feelings for him. All Might spoke with Principal Nizu, expressing his concerns about Izuku fighting with his classmates. He explained the brutal styles Izuku had learned and how they could potentially harm his peers. He emphasized that it would demoralize the class if Izuku easily defeated them, noting that he had likely been holding back during his encounters with pro heroes. If he were to face his classmates, it would not end well. 𝗍𝗂 believed that not training with his class would be detrimental to him. This experience would teach him restraint at a higher level, ensuring he wouldn't harm them. When he became a hero, he would need to handle all types of opponents, not just the overpowered ones. 𝗍𝗂 was curious if he had truly been holding back during his battles with the pros. He decided to reach out to the top 5 heroes and arrange for them to engage him seriously, treating him as if he were a villain. He also wanted him to face 5 students who would challenge him, ones he would find difficult to hit, to genuinely test his potential. All Might agreed to reach out that day and plan for the fight in 4 days, allowing the heroes to clear their schedules. However, he questioned the choice of 5 students and intended to consult Mr. Aizawa for his selection. 𝗍𝗂 affirmed his decision, believing that this training was essential. Otherwise, he risked becoming more monstrous than the villains he would pursue. 3 days later, Izuku returned to class, filled with excitement. He had woken up early to begin his martial arts training. During his session, he sensed someone watching him and turned to see Eri observing him from the porch. Eri asked why he was up so early training. Izuku apologized, wondering if he had woken her. He explained that he always trained early to clear his mind before school and asked her to wake her mother for him. He smiled as he watched her dash inside to rouse the girls. He then entered the house to prepare breakfast for his family, feeling a surge of happiness as he heard them getting out of bed. After they finished eating, he took a shower while the girls did the dishes. Upon arriving at their classroom, he apologized to his classmates for his earlier actions and moved Eri's desk next to his before class began. As Aizawa entered the classroom, he reflected on his conversation with All Might. He looked around, contemplating who should face Midoriya. It became evident that the girls would pose a significant challenge for him. The more delicate he perceived them to be, the harder it would be for him to fight. He made a list for All Might and informed the class about the day's schedule before leaving. After school, the girls and Izuku prepared for their training. Momo had bought Eri a UA gym suit so they could all match. Izuku drilled them on techniques, pushing them but not as harshly as his teachers had with him. Eri was adorable as she practiced her strikes, giving her all. Momo and Achiko were improving. He believed they would be ready to spar in about a month. Once training concluded, the girls went to shower while he started preparing dinner. Afterward, he and Eri worked on their homework together, and soon she fell asleep, clearly exhausted from the training. He gently picked her up and tucked her into bed. As he walked out, he noticed Momo and Achiko approaching the bedroom, giving him a look that made his heart race. He joined them in the bedroom to enjoy the rest of the evening. Bakugo returned to class, immediately irritated to see Deku with his little companion and the girl with the round face and ponytail. As they settled in, Mr. Aizawa entered and called several students to report to Training Ground Gamma: Momo, Achiko, Tsuyu, Toru, and Kyoka. He informed Izuku that All Might wanted to see him after class for some questions. Bakugo wondered what All Might saw in him, especially after his recent improvements. He also noted that Mina was the only girl not called. Izuku had Eri sitting on his lap as they rode the bus to Training Ground Gamma, wondering where the girls were. Upon arrival, he spotted All Might and Mr. Aizawa waiting for them. Mr. Aizawa called Eri over to show her a kitten, and she dashed off to play with it. All Might instructed Izuku to change and prepare to fight 5 criminals who had just killed 1 hero and injured 3 others. His objective was to capture them and place them in a cell. If he ended up in the cell, he would lose the fight. He changed and readied himself for the challenge. All Might sat with Principal 𝗍𝗂 and the top 5 pro heroes, while Mr. Aizawa kept Eri out of the viewing room, believing she didn't need to witness this. Young Midoriya walked down a street when the first attack occurred. He blocked it, but the shock on his face was evident. Achiko was the attacker, and he hesitated to counter when Tsuyu took out his legs. Turning to confront his new attacker, he was caught off guard as Toru redirected light into a flash bomb, temporarily blinding him. He quickly regained his footing, but Momo struck him with a net cannon. The girls worked exceptionally well together, and the hesitation in his eyes was apparent. He turned his head to see Momo, unaware that Achiko had touched a small car. Tsuyu swung the car upwards and threw it at him, while Kyoka hit him with a sound bomb that distracted him, leaving him unprepared for the incoming vehicle. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 observed the scene, astonished that this was the same kid he had fought before. The one he had faced was fast, strong, and a brawler. There was no way these girls could defeat him so effortlessly. Nizu had mentioned wanting to place him in an unfamiliar situation. He was a kind person, which was both his greatest weakness and his source of strength. Hawks felt a surge of concern, realizing the car could seriously harm him. He urged All Might to intervene, but All Might instructed him to continue watching. They heard the car crash down on him, and Hawks felt his stomach drop. Then, to their astonishment, the car shifted, and the boy stood up, breaking free from the net as if it were made of paper. Izuku realized he was struggling and questioned how he could fight them without causing harm. Izuku barely managed to harden his skin in time, otherwise, the car would have crushed him. He knew he needed to move and devise a plan. Nizu addressed the girls, instructing them to fight Midoriya with all their strength. He reassured them that Recovery Girl was on standby to heal him, emphasizing that they would play the role of villains today. He encouraged them to truly challenge him. Achiko expressed her doubts, noting that they might not be able to hurt him even if they tried. She could see Tsuyu, Toru, and Kyoka sharing her disbelief. Having witnessed his abilities firsthand, she found them intimidating. She realized that defeating him would require teamwork, otherwise, they would surely fail. Back in the fight, Izuku activated One for All and leaped to escape, only to be struck by a massive boulder that sent him crashing back to the ground. His opponents were prepared, and he needed to think quickly. He maneuvered through the building to gather his thoughts about Achiko, Tsuyu, Momo, Toru, and Kyoka. Their attack had been flawlessly coordinated, each covering for the other. He pondered how to get them into the cell without causing harm and recalled his previous fight with Miro, which sparked an idea. He focused and adjusted his vision, noticing them repositioning. Momo asked if anyone could locate him, and Kyoka confirmed she could track his sound, revealing he was inside the building. They realized he had the advantage and decided to retreat quickly to draw him out. 𝗧𝗏𝗃 acknowledged Izuku's smart decision to regroup but noted that aside from going through a wall, he wasn't particularly impressive. The principal had arranged for him to face the 5 of them next, and he anticipated a swift conclusion. Suddenly, part of the building exploded outward, and what appeared to be an oversized projectile shot out. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 had expected this level of agility from him. Izuku moved swiftly, capturing the frog girl first and dashing away before the others could react. She found herself isolated on the side of the building, a clever move on his part. The girls adjusted quickly, but so did he, utilizing his speed and surprise. He managed to capture them all, starting with the long-range fighters and then the brawlers. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 had to admit that the girls performed admirably under such short notice. Nizu declared the round over and instructed the girls to leave the training ground. He then asked Izuku if he needed any healing. Miruko, noting the severity of his situation after being struck by a car and a boulder, was surprised when he shook his head in refusal. She decided she wouldn't hold back. Nizu expressed his approval of Miruko's stance, urging all of them to unleash their full power. 𝗵𝗏𝗏 confirmed he had no intention of holding back, as he still owed Izuku from their last encounter. The top 5 heroes took the field, and the students moved to the viewing room. Nizu warned Izuku that his next opponents were the top 5 heroes, reminding him to avoid lethal force but not to restrain himself, as they wouldn't be holding back either. Toru was astonished that he had found and grabbed her while she wasn't reflecting light, fearing he had seen her in a vulnerable state. Achiko reassured her that he might have, and offered to ask him if she wanted. Nizu called for the girls' attention to the screens, and moments later, they saw the top 5 pro heroes entering the area, ready for action. As Midoriya began to move, the first attack struck. Feathers assaulted him from all directions before a shout signaled their withdrawal. Rabbit hero Miruko charged at him, attempting to kick him. He caught her leg, using her momentum to throw her aside, and the feathers gently set her down. She quickly resumed her advance, but as Midoriya charged toward her, threads and snared one of his legs, halting his progress. 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐵 shouted, and 𝗔𝗂𝐁𝐵 appeared out of nowhere, attempting to attack Midoriya's nervous system. In response, Midoriya let out a primal scream that shattered glass and incapacitated 𝗔𝗂𝐁. After releasing his vocal attack, Izuku shifted his density and freed his trapped leg. Following Nizu's instructions not to hold back, he targeted 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐵. Suddenly, a wall of fire erupted in front of him. He looked up to see Endeavor and felt a kick to the back of his head. Fortunately, he had adjusted his density, or that kick would have knocked him out. Once again, he found himself ensnared by threads, this time binding most of his upper body. Miruko launched her assault, prompting him to release his wings, snapping the threads. Endeavor shouted as both 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐵 and Miruko retreated, carrying 𝗔𝗂𝐁 with them. Once again, fire erupted, and Izuku activated One for All, charging after 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐵, who was supporting his injured comrade. Anticipating this move, Endeavor leaped from his position to attack. As Izuku attempted to kick Endeavor, feathers swept in and knocked him off balance. He realized he needed to address Hawks and recalled his training, deciding to use fire. Utilizing his falling momentum, he rolled away from the building and the heroes, leaping to his feet. More feathers approached, and he unleashed fire, molding it into a shield that burned upon impact. It was time to combat fire with fire and speed. Endeavor challenged him, urging him to stop playing games and show his true potential. In an instant, the boy vanished from his sight, but that brief moment was all he needed. Izuku delivered a punch to Endeavor's gut, immediately following it with a burst of fire that burned. Endeavor noticed Hawks moving in with Miruko. Both were fast, but Izuku was just a fraction quicker. He dodged Miruko's kick, which inadvertently struck Hawks in the chest, while Izuku continued his pursuit of 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐵, who was waiting for the perfect moment to strike, sending his threads after Izuku, who retaliated with fire aimed directly at him. He leaped aside, but the boy was prepared. Using his fire to propel himself forward, he noticed Miruko right behind him. The boy seized 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐵 and hurled him toward Miruko before leaping toward his next target. At the last moment, he dodged and aimed for Hawks. With too much momentum to halt, he zipped past, and a bone-crunching sound echoed as Hawks fell. The burns on my body slowed me down, but I refused to be outmatched by this child. From Nizu's perspective, Endeavor received what he had sought. The boy was now targeting them. He was much stronger than Nizu had anticipated, able to manipulate his flames and fight intelligently. As Nizu observed, the boy raced toward 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐵 and Miruko, unleashing a surge of electricity that caused both heroes to collapse. He then turned to Endeavor, declaring that his companions were defeated and surrender was the only option. Realizing the fight needed to end, Nizu glanced at the girls, noting their pale faces filled with shock. From Endeavor's viewpoint, he questioned Midoriya's earlier choices, wondering why the boy hadn't acted sooner to conclude the battle before sustaining injuries. The boy approached calmly, placing a hand on Endeavor's chest and beginning a slow chant that eased the pain from his burns. Endeavor was astonished to learn that Midoriya possessed healing abilities. The boy explained that simply defeating his opponents would lead him down a dark path, and he was learning to understand his limits without crossing them. He then moved to the fallen heroes, repeating the chant to heal them. He shared that his mentor had taught him healing before teaching him how to fight. From Izuku's perspective, he smiled at Endeavor and exhaled a thin column of fire, manipulating it like a 𝗵𝗲𝗍 to slice through a light post effortlessly. After releasing the flame, he turned to the building across the street, warning the heroes to cover their ears. He unleashed a sonic blast that shattered a wall. Concerned for their safety, he urged them to leave the training area. Moving to the farthest edge of the grounds, he partially shifted, envisioning immense heat. As the temperature rose, concrete began to melt, and steel warped into liquid. Realizing the pressure was becoming overwhelming, he released the heat in a powerful roar that shot into the sky, causing the nearest buildings to melt. He leaped into the air to escape the unstable environment, shifting back to his normal form while still feeling the heat radiating across the small city. From Nizu's perspective again, he was taken aback by the destruction. All the cameras in the vicinity were obliterated, and buildings had collapsed due to the boy's heat. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 couldn't generate such intense heat, and the fire 𝗵𝗃 and shield were equally impressive. Nizu exchanged glances with All Might, who appeared equally astonished. Nizu emphasized the need to train Midoriya to control his power. He noticed the students looked unwell and warned them not to disclose what they had witnessed for their own safety. If others learned of Midoriya's capabilities, they might provoke him or attempt to capture him for study. The students agreed, and soon after, Mr. Aizawa entered with Eri, inquiring about the massive fireball that had soared into the sky. During the bus ride home after training, the atmosphere was quiet, except for Eri, who excitedly recounted her fun playing with a kitten. Izuku glanced at the girls, sensing their discomfort around him. Achiko and Momo chatted, but the others avoided making eye contact. Once home, he began cooking while the girls took showers. A few minutes later, a knock at the door interrupted him. He opened it to find Tsuyu standing there in a lovely dress. She looked at him, expressing a need to talk, so he invited her in and offered to share a meal. Tsuyu thanked him and stepped inside, taking in the cozy atmosphere of the house. The aroma of food filled the air, and she noticed Izuku wearing an apron that read, "Kiss the Chef." He appeared so different from the fierce opponent they had faced during training. He seemed sweet and was preparing dinner, which made her giggle. He asked if she found him amusing, to which she replied that it was just surprising to see someone so strong in the kitchen. He smiled and she felt herself blush. Curious, she asked where everyone was. Just then, Eri dashed into the room wearing a kitten onesie, looking adorable. Momo and Achiko followed in comfortable pajamas, making Tsuyu feel overdressed. The girls greeted her and inquired about her visit, to which she explained she needed to speak with Midoriya, who had kindly invited her for dinner. Izuku suggested they eat first, to which Tsuyu agreed. They enjoyed their meal, and Tsuyu asked who had taught him to cook. He replied that his mother had. He then asked Eri to pick a movie for them to watch in the living room while he talked with Tsuyu. Just then, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Answering it, he discovered it was 𝗏𝗏, who ominously warned him to meet alone that Saturday evening or face dire consequences for his loved ones. The shift began, and deep breaths filled the air as he informed her he would call with details. He warned that if she didn't arrive within 30 minutes, there would be dire consequences, and if she confided in anyone, the same fate would follow. Then, the call ended abruptly. Tsuyu observed as his expression transformed, his eyes taking on a feline quality. Smoke began to escape from his nostrils as he inhaled deeply, locking eyes with her in a way that made her want to flee. He requested that she summon Achiko and Momo, and she nodded, quickly fetching them. Upon seeing his distressed face, they rushed to his side, offering comfort. Tsuyu felt a pang of guilt. Fear gripped her heart, urging her to run. She watched him tremble and then break down in tears. Gradually, his breathing steadied, and his eyes returned to normal. He apologized, acknowledging the fear he had instilled in her and promising an explanation, though he warned it might be unsettling. Tsuyu met his gaze and urged him to share. Izuku revealed that he had received a call from 𝗏𝗏, who threatened the safety of his loved ones if he didn't meet him alone that Saturday. He recognized it as a trap, yet he felt compelled to act to protect his mother and the families of Achiko and Momo. He looked at them, formulating a plan that required their trust. He instructed Achiko to take their mothers to Momo's house for safety while he confronted 𝗏𝗏 at the park. Tsuyu insisted that he wouldn't face this danger alone. She had been honing her quirk, allowing her to camouflage and blend into her surroundings, effectively becoming invisible. She wouldn't let him take on this challenge by himself. Together, they could succeed while Momo and Achiko safeguarded their families. Imagining the chaos of a giant monster in the city, Izuku laid out his plan to the girls after school on Friday. Achiko and Momo would gather their families at Momo's house, while he and Tsuyu would meet 𝗏𝗏 at the park. He expressed his gratitude to Tsuyu, feeling indebted to her. Eri entered the room, reminding them they were missing the movie. Izuku smiled, embracing her, and soon the girls joined them to watch together. After the movie, he tucked Eri into bed and read her favorite story. Tsuyu wondered if Izuku always put Eri to bed. She questioned Achiko and Momo about their lack of fear toward him, recalling his intense demeanor during the phone call and the smoke he emitted. Yet, they had rushed to him without hesitation. 𝗧𝗃𝗁 explained that Izuku often read airy bedtime stories, sometimes falling asleep in the chair beside her. She admired his dedication, noting that he had saved her life twice and had also protected Momo from a rampaging creature, sacrificing his own safety for theirs. His efforts to ensure their happiness and safety were why she felt no fear. Momo admitted that she had initially felt fear when she first witnessed his power but quickly realized he had never given her a reason to be afraid. He was kind, gentle, and a bit of a nerd, always willing to do anything for his friends and family. Tsuyu felt ashamed for her fear, realizing he had always treated her kindly and they had fought well together against villains. She resolved to apologize and express her feelings. When she looked up, he had returned to the room. Before she could hold back, she began to apologize, but he embraced her instead. Izuku expressed his gratitude for her support, acknowledging her fear but assuring her he would never harm her. He valued her friendship deeply and appreciated her willingness to help, knowing it would ease the worries of 𝗧𝗃𝗁 and Momo. As he released her from the hug, he noticed tears in her eyes and suggested they get some rest, offering to walk her back to the dorm. She declined, leaving the room quickly. Overhaul devised a plan, instructing Twice to create duplicates of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to capture Izuku's mother. If she was unavailable, they would target the girl's mothers instead. He intended to taunt Izuku, forcing him to choose between the girl and his mother. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was tasked with ensuring Izuku didn't attempt any heroic actions, threatening dire consequences if he did. The week passed swiftly, and on Friday after school, the girls gathered Eri and headed to Momo's parents' house with Izuku's mother. Tsuyu visited Izuku's home, where they awaited the phone call. As they watched a movie, she turned to him, feeling the weight of her feelings, and confessed her affection for him. Tsuyu admitted she had liked him for some time, ever since he had sung for them. She had struggled to express her feelings, especially with his relationships with 𝗧𝗃𝗁 and Momo, leaving her uncertain about how to approach him. Uncertainty loomed over the next day, and the thought of missing a chance weighed heavily. Overcome by shyness, a sudden impulse led to a gentle kiss, the softness of their lips lingering in the air. Izuku was taken aback by the unexpected gesture, feeling warmth spread across his cheeks. He had strong feelings for Tsuyu but knew they needed to discuss things with the girls first. He promised that once the situation settled, he would speak to all three of them. Tsuyu was puzzled by the mention of 3 girls, thinking only 𝗧𝗃𝗁 and Momo were involved. Izuku reminded her not to forget Eri, who also deserved to know. He expressed that he was not someone who could only give part of himself. If Tsuyu wanted to be part of his life, she needed to accept his family, including Eri. He wanted Eri to experience love from everyone in their family, something she had been deprived of, and he was determined to ensure she would have it for the rest of his life. He asked Tsuyu if she could accept that. Tsuyu admired Izuku's strength and sweetness, finding it hard to understand how someone who had endured so much could remain so kind. She noted that most people with his experiences would be bitter, yet he was different. He avoided using his strength to harm others unless they threatened those he cared for, often enduring pain himself. She questioned why he chose to be that way. Izuku reflected on his past, recalling the bullying he faced when he was weak and alone as an only child. His mother had tried to support him, but it wasn't the same. His quirk had only manifested in his final year of junior high, leading to ridicule for being quirkless. Now, he possessed a power that frightened him, knowing it could cause harm if misused. He had grown accustomed to negative remarks about him, but it hurt to see his loved ones suffer. This was why he reacted strongly, as he had done with Bakugo. Tsuyu affirmed that she could accept his terms if he would accept her into his life. They soon dozed off on the sofa, only to be awakened by a ringing phone. Izuku answered to find All Might inquiring about his training. He mentioned that things were going well and that he was exploring new aspects of his quirk. Although he wanted to share more, he chose to keep certain details private. After hanging up, he informed Tsuyu that it was All Might checking on him. They shared breakfast, and Izuku recalled how All Might had sounded smug while telling him where to meet. He expressed disbelief that he could arrive in 30 minutes when it would take 4 hours by bullet train. All Might urged him to hurry, mentioning a gift before hanging up. Izuku's expression darkened as he turned to Tsiyu, asking her to contact Momo and inform her that Overhaul was on the move. Once she finished the call, he instructed her to prepare for a swift departure to stay ahead of Overhaul. Meanwhile, Overhaul directed Twice to create clones and pursue Izuku's mother, detailing the plan. They would wait in a secluded area of Aokigahara Forest, and he emphasized the need for urgency, knowing it would take Izuku time to arrive. Twice created 5 clones of 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪, and Kurogiri teleported them to the forest. Overhaul noted the unsettling atmosphere, relishing the sense of dread that enveloped the place as the clones dispersed. Tsiyu clung tightly to Izuku's neck as he carried her through the air, moving at incredible speed. The height and velocity were exhilarating yet terrifying, and she marveled at how their first embrace had led to this moment. What should have taken 5 hours was accomplished in 1. As they approached their destination, Izuku folded his wings and dove, prompting a startled scream from Tsiyu. At the last moment, he opened his wings, allowing them to land softly. Izuku instructed Tsiyu to camouflage herself and hold on to his back. Once they reached the forbidden part of the forest, she would fall back and use the communication devices Momo had made for them. He asked her to alert him if she noticed anything unusual. After she nodded and climbed onto his back, she faded from view, and they ventured deeper into the forest. Overhaul grew frustrated as he demanded to know why his men couldn't locate Izuku's mother. They had failed to find her at her usual spots, and he seethed at the thought of the boy mocking him. He vowed to take revenge on Izuku and his loved ones. As he focused on the task at hand, he heard rustling in the woods and looked up to see Izuku approaching. Izuku confronted Overhaul, noting the shock on his face. He stood firm, demanding to know what Overhaul wanted from him. The surprise quickly shifted to malice as Overhaul prepared to respond. He didn't seem affected at all. The plan was falling apart, there was nothing to use against him. Time was running out, and without leverage it wouldn't work. From Izuku's perspective, he noticed Overhaul's frustration. Overhaul appeared to be struggling, and Izuku felt a surge of determination. He would never hand Eri over to him. She was safe, and if Overhaul tried again, he would be relentless in his pursuit. This was not a threat but a promise. Overhaul, filled with rage, thought about the situation. He had Izuku's mother, and if Izuku wanted her to remain safe, he would have to comply with Overhaul's demands. He would need Eri brought to him, or he would take drastic measures. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of Overhaul's threats. He knew that if anything had happened, Tsuyu would have contacted him. He was grateful everyone had gone to Momo's house, but he was done with Overhaul. The threat to his mother was unacceptable, and he would not allow Overhaul to leave unchallenged. Overhaul realized he couldn't risk the situation escalating further. He commanded 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪 to eliminate Izuku. Before he could finish his order, Izuku felt a powerful blow to his jaw, sending him to the ground. As the ground shook, 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪 charged at him, but Izuku moved with incredible agility, almost as if he were flowing like water. He transformed into a half-dragon, and despite 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪's speed, he evaded every punch thrown at him. Izuku's strikes landed with precision, causing 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪 to falter and begin to dissolve. Tsiyu whispered in Izuku's ear that more of the massive creatures were approaching quickly. Anger welled up inside him as he realized he might never escape if Overhaul had his way. He decided to instill real fear in them, ensuring they would never threaten his loved ones again. As the creatures entered striking range, he shifted their size from enormous to tiny. Overhaul was horrified by Izuku's transformation. He recognized that he was no longer just a boy but a formidable monster. He needed to eliminate Izuku before things escalated further. With a powerful stomp, Izuku crushed 3 of the 5 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪. One attempted to flee but was struck down by a sonic blast that disoriented Overhaul. The last creature faced Izuku's electric attack, which caused it to dissolve instantly. Overhaul staggered to his feet, feeling genuine fear for the first time since gaining his quirk. Tsiyu was in disbelief at the sight before her. The kind Izuku she knew was gone, replaced by a terrifying figure. He fought with ruthless determination, transforming into a dragon and now back again. Overhaul was the last one standing, and Izuku's fierce gaze bore down on him. As Overhaul leaned forward, Izuku opened his mouth, revealing a fiery glow, causing Overhaul to freeze in fear. When Izuku returned to his human form, he warned Overhaul never to threaten his family again. Overhaul retaliated by slamming his hand to the ground, sending stone spikes toward Izuku, but he stood firm, unscathed. Overhaul realized he needed to make contact to turn the tide. As he charged forward, Izuku swiftly rolled, and in a blur, he lifted a silhouette, causing a girl to cry out in distress. Izuku saw that Overhaul had knocked Tsuyu down, and panic surged through him. He rushed to lift her, but a spike struck her calf, igniting his fury. He glanced at Overhaul, who was attempting to escape. With a powerful leap, he aimed for Overhaul, who narrowly dodged. Izuku slammed his foot down, destroying the spikes before they could form, and then struck Overhaul with a powerful blow, causing him to scream in pain. Hurrying to Tsuyu, Izuku reassured her that he would remove the spike and heal her. Tsuyu watched as Izuku dropped Overhaul with ferocity before coming to her side, concern etched on his face. The Izuku she knew was returning, and as he tended to her injury, she felt warmth spread through her leg. When he finished, he looked deep into her eyes, and she felt as though he was peering into her very soul. He apologized for not being fast enough, but she scolded him for his recklessness, reminding him of the danger he faced and how it would affect everyone who cared about him. Izuku embraced her as she began to weep, holding her until she calmed down. Once she was steady, he expressed his need to finish what he had started and turned back to Overhaul, who was filled with hatred. Overhaul found himself paralyzed, unable to move as Izuku approached. He threatened that his allies would hunt down Izuku's family, ensuring he would never know peace. He vowed to make Izuku suffer before ending him. Izuku stood before him, leaning closer and touching his back, relieving his pain, but Overhaul remained unable to control his limbs. My phone began to ring and he took it from my pocket to answer. Izuku responded before he could speak, and the voice on the other end revealed they still couldn't locate his family. Looking down at Overhaul, he stated that Overhaul was no longer available. He warned that if any harm came to his family, he would find the caller no matter where they hid, and they would face the same fate as Overhaul before hanging up and crushing the phone. Izuku noticed the shift in Overhaul's expression from anger to fear. He expressed how the caller had people searching for his family, had attempted to kill him, and had harmed someone he cared about. He contemplated leaving Overhaul to suffer in the forest, suggesting that if found, people would think he had taken his own life to atone for his sins. Just then he felt arms wrap around him, urging him to stop, reminding him that they had won and not to let Overhaul worsen his feelings. Tsuyu, hearing Izuku's words, rushed up behind him and hugged him, pleading for him to cease. She sensed the anger in his voice as he explained that Overhaul didn't deserve mercy, recounting how Eri bore both mental and physical scars due to this man's actions, including drugging Achiko and kidnapping both her and Eri. Tsuyu gently asked how he thought they would feel about his intentions, noting that Eri looked up to him and questioned if that was the lesson he wanted to impart. Izuku's voice cracked as he lowered his head, admitting that he did not want to teach her that. He asked Tsuyu to call Achiko and have her anonymously contact the police, then walked away, dragging the large villain with him. They waited until they heard the sounds of approaching people and then hid high in the remaining treetops. It was the police, and they observed the surprise on the officers' faces as they took in the devastated landscape and the captured villains. They remained hidden until the officers left, at which point Izuku spoke to Tsuyu, his voice filled with pain. He thanked her, expressing that without her, he might have made a terrible decision. He realized he needed to reflect on his choices, admitting he had considered leaving Overhaul behind. He decided it was time to leave that place and suggested they go home. He took Tsuyu back to the dorms and asked if she needed anything, to which she replied no. He told her he would see her the next day and that he needed some time alone, thanking her once more. After hugging her, he returned home, laid down on the sofa, and when he awoke, he found Achiko sitting on the floor next to him, holding his hand. He sat up and embraced her, and she thanked him for what he had done, causing him to break down. Tsuyu arrived at her room and took a shower. While washing her leg, she noticed a small mark on her calf from where she had been injured. She touched it, recalling how Izuku had healed her. After finishing her shower, she called Achiko to inform her they were back and then laid down to sleep. She was awakened by a knock on her door. Getting out of bed, she opened the door to find Izuku standing there, and she quickly shut the door, not wanting him to see her in her pajamas. She told him she would be right out. Izuku stood outside, having been met with the door slamming in his face. He had spoken with Achiko the night before about Tsuyu, and they had contacted Momo, who agreed to welcome Tsuyu into their group. He thought it best to tell her in person. After about 15 minutes, she opened the door, looking quite lovely. Tsuyu questioned why he was there so early. He informed her that he had spoken with the girls, and they had accepted her into the family. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and she kissed him. When she pulled away, he was blushing as well. He mentioned he was going to pick up Eri and Momo and would return to take her to the house. He leaned in for a hug before leaving, and she felt a warmth spread to her ears. Returning to her room, she found it difficult to relax, so she decided to make some breakfast. While eating, Jiro tapped her shoulder and asked if she was okay. Tsuyu assured her she was fine, but Jiro continued to scrutinize her. Jiro expressed concern, noting that Tsuyu's cheeks were red and she seemed dazed. She mentioned that Recovery Girl might be in her office and suggested they check in with her. Jiro also inquired about the special occasion, commenting on Tsuyu's nice dress, which she had never seen before. She playfully speculated whether Tsuyu had a date, asking if the guy was in their class and guessing it might be Shiro or Tokoyami, who both liked her. Tsuyu insisted it wasn't like that, she simply felt like dressing up. Just then, Mina entered and announced that the police had caught Overhaul and another villain the previous day, having received an anonymous tip. Both villains were injured but would survive. The thought of Izuku in that condition made Tsuyu shudder. Mina fell silent as she noticed Tsuyu's appearance and asked who the lucky guy was. Tsuyu's gaze snapped up to meet hers, feeling embarrassed. She reiterated that she had just wanted to dress nicely that day, questioning why it always had to be about a boy. Suddenly, another voice interrupted, causing her to feel even more flustered. Bakugo called out to her, teasingly asking who the lucky guy was and joking about her being dressed up for a frog prince. Mina was about to retort when Izuku, visibly angry, interjected, demanding Bakugo apologize immediately. Bakugo shrugged and muttered a reluctant apology, then paused, realizing the implications. He questioned if Izuku was the frog prince Tsuyu was waiting for, accusing him of being greedy for dating two of the prettiest girls in their class already. Jiro could see the hurt in Tsuyu's eyes as she wrapped her arms around her. Before she could confront Bakugo, Izuku spoke again, his voice cold and firm. Tsuyu and Izuku exchanged glances, noticing the intensity in his expression directed at Bakugo. They were unprepared for what Izuku would say next. In his thoughts, Izuku reflected on Bakugo's strength, noting that despite it he seemed oblivious. He admired Tsuyu not just for her beauty, but also for her intelligence and composure under pressure. She was someone he could count on during tough times, and he felt incredibly fortunate to have the chance to take her out on a date. Anyone who won her heart would be truly lucky. Tsuyu was taken aback by Izuku's high regard for her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she found herself in tears. When she glanced at Jiro, she noticed her friend was speechless, a mixture of happiness and sadness on her face. Izuku, seeing Tsuyu in distress, felt a surge of anger. He approached her and extended his hand, inviting her to leave. Jiro released her, stepping back as Izuku expressed gratitude and asked if she wanted to join them. Tsuyu took his hand and asked if he truly meant what he had said. He smiled warmly, affirming that he meant every word, and turned to Jiro, asking if she would come along. Jiro hesitated, not wanting to feel like a third wheel. However, Izuku reassured her, acknowledging how she had comforted Tsuyu when he should have been there. Tsuyu then encouraged Jiro to join them, which made her happy, and she agreed to accompany them. Tsuyu questioned Izuku about his early return, thinking he was picking up his family. Izuku explained that Achiko had asked him to pick Tsuyu up and drop her off before getting the girls, and he was glad he did. He cast one last glance at Bakugo before following the girls out. Bakugo, frustrated, wondered aloud what anyone saw in Izuku. Mina chimed in, listing Izuku's positive traits. his kindness, loyalty, intelligence, and willingness to protect his loved ones. Annoyed, Bakugo dismissed her comments and retreated to his room, determined to study MMA videos to refine his takedown techniques and prove to Izuku that he was still the best. As Bakugo practiced, he realized he needed to spar with someone. He called Kirishima to meet him in the common area so they could head to the gym. Once Kirishima agreed, Bakugo changed clothes, contemplating the strategies he had learned from the videos. He recalled his gauntlets, thinking that if he had them, Izuku wouldn't have been able to withstand his attacks. This sparked a new idea. Meanwhile, at the villain hideout, 𝗬𝗏 was updating Shigaraki on the failures of 𝗏𝗏's plan. Shigaraki listened intently, absorbing the information. 𝗬𝗏 expressed concern about provoking a certain individual, recalling the chilling message he received about 𝗏𝗏's unavailability and the threat he posed. The news reports on 𝗏𝗏 and 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗵𝐺𝗍 arrests had left him uneasy, and he conveyed to Shigaraki that he believed the boy's calm demeanor was more frightening than anger. Shigaraki contemplated the situation, deciding it would be wise to address the boy sooner rather than later. He recognized that the boy was still in training, and delaying action would only allow him to grow stronger. He noted 𝗏𝗏's arrogance had led to their downfall and the loss of 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗵𝗺, believing that the boy would struggle against 6 of him. Shigaraki suspected it was a trap set by the heroes and vowed to devise a plan to deal with the boy. Back at the house, Tsuyu, Achiko, and Jiro enjoyed a lively conversation. While preparing lunch, Tsuyu inquired about their plans for the day, and Achiko excitedly mentioned they were going to a karaoke barn for dinner. Jiro shared in their enthusiasm. Curious, Jiro asked Achiko if she felt uncomfortable sharing Izuku, given how sweet he was. She admitted that she had been nervous at first, but Izuku was quite a handful. She and Momo only spent NTMT time with him on weekends, as he left them feeling quite full. It took hours for them to recover, and she believed that no one woman could manage him alone. 𝗬𝗏 blushed at the conversation, prompting her to ask Achiko if what she said about Izuku was true, to which Jiro's face turned red when she confirmed it. As they arrived home, Izuku let Tsuyu go, and she dashed into the house. He noticed Jiro and Tsuyu blushing as he entered the living room, prompting him to check if everything was alright. Momo walked in behind him, and he noticed Achiko hugging Eri. She instructed everyone to wash their hands before dinner. At the table, they engaged in pleasant conversation, with Eri expressing how Momo's house felt like a castle. Eri then asked if they could play Mario Kart after dinner. Achiko asked Jiro for help clearing the table and washing the dishes, but Izuku insisted he would handle it. Achiko insisted that Izuku spend quality time with Eri, who had missed him. Izuku confirmed he would, and Achiko suggested Tsuyu join them while asking Momo to take a moment to help Eri feel comfortable with Tsuyu. They needed to have a conversation with Jiro, as it seemed she had something important to discuss with them. After enjoying a few rounds of Mario Kart and watching some movies, they finally arrived at karaoke barn. Eri was delighted when she chose Baby Shark, looking adorable as she sang. Momo followed with I Set Fire to the Rain by Adele, and she appeared stunning. Next, Tsuyu took the stage and performed One More Light by Linkin Park. As she sang, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Izuku. He recognized the pain reflected in her eyes, reminiscent of the moment he had finished fighting 𝗏𝗏. When her song concluded, he stood up, embraced her, and expressed his regret for frightening her. Eri, curious, asked why Tsuyu was crying. He explained that sometimes he acted without thinking. Tsuyu reminded him that he was not alone anymore and urged him to be more cautious. He apologized and promised to make safer choices. Jiro and Achiko then sang The Sound of Silence by Simon and Garfunkel, a version Izuku had never heard before but thoroughly enjoyed. The girls harmonized beautifully, and Eri joined Izuku in swaying to the rhythm. Tsuyu's spirits lifted as she began to move along with them. When their performance ended, everyone applauded. It was then Izuku's turn to sing, and he chose The Sound of Silence by Disturbed, a rendition he loved. Eri listened intently as her father sang the same song that her mother and Jiro had performed, yet it felt so different. Sitting on Momo's lap, she looked up at her, noticing that their expressions mirrored one another's. She turned back to her father, feeling tears well up, unsure of why, but yearning to hug him. When he finished singing, she dashed to him and wrapped her arms around him tightly. Jiro observed as Eri rushed to Izuku, followed by Achiko, Momo, and Tsuyu, all embracing him. Her thoughts drifted back to a moment in the kitchen when Achiko had inquired about her feelings for Izuku, followed by Momo asking if she intended to ask him to accept her into his life. As Izuku dropped the girls off at the dorm, Jiro thanked him and wished him good night before heading to her room. He walked Tsuyu to her room, where she pulled him inside and kissed him. Looking into her big, appealing eyes, he smiled and reciprocated the kiss, holding her close. He could sense her heartbeat quicken as he lifted her slightly. She let out a soft sound of surprise and melted into him, her longing evident. When he eased his grip, she pulled back slightly, her cheeks flushed. Tsuyu questioned why he had stopped and if she had done something wrong. He smiled and explained that school was the next day, and he doubted her neighbors would appreciate them being loud all night. He assured her that he would arrange for them to have a few hours alone that Friday evening, suggesting she start some stretching exercises to avoid soreness afterward. Feeling her face heat up, Tsuyu had never expected him to be so bold. He leaned in for another kiss, slow and tender, and when he pulled back, she found herself lost in his gaze. After hugging him one last time, he stepped back, and she noticed the tips of his ears were red, matching her own heavy breathing. She wished him good night. Izuku, smiling, asked about the name she intended to call him when they were together. She confirmed that she would call him Aizu, and he left her room, his heart racing at the thought. As he walked toward the elevators, he encountered Kaken and Kirishima stepping out. Kaken challenged him, demanding a rematch, insisting he would prove that Izuku's previous victory was merely a fluke. Izuku, wanting to avoid trouble, suggested they find a teacher and arrange a proper match instead of fighting right there. He asked Kaken to let it go for the moment, as he had just enjoyed a wonderful evening. Kaken dismissed Izuku's concerns, insisting he wanted his rematch to show Izuku his place. He declared his ambition to become the #1 hero, while Izuku would be nothing but an afterthought. He taunted that if Izuku begged long enough, he might consider making him his sidekick. Izuku reiterated that Kaken should speak with a teacher to set up a match, assuring him he would fight but needed some peace for now. Meanwhile, Tsuyu, undressing, overheard the argument in the hallway. She quickly finished changing and stepped out to find Bakugo glaring at Izuku. Bakugo mocked Izuku about his date with Tsuyu, implying that he had failed to impress her. Tsuyu felt a wave of fear as she saw Izuku's gaze drop to the ground, his voice barely above a whisper as he asked Bakugo what he had said. She rushed to Izuku, wrapping her arms around him from behind, urging him to ignore Bakugo, assuring him he wasn't worth it. Bakugo threatened Izuku, vowing to crush him and then Tsuyu. Kirishima placed a hand on Bakugo's shoulder, advising him to let it go. Bakugo promised he would set up a match and defeat Izuku, making him apologize to Tsuyu afterward. Izuku expressed his regret to Tsuyu for her having to witness the confrontation. Tsuyu expressed her feelings, letting it be known that if Izuku chose to stay by her side, Kaken would continue to be a source of annoyance. She understood if he didn't want to be with her, but her heart ached at the thought of losing him. From Tsuyu's perspective, watching Izuku stand up for her only deepened her longing to be with him. He was genuinely the kindest person she knew, and she felt foolish for even considering letting him go. She pleaded silently for him not to be taken away from her. Izuku turned to Tsuyu, a smile spreading across his face as he gently placed his hand on her cheek. He felt immense gratitude for her presence, recalling how lucky he was to have her in his life. Leaning in, he kissed her softly. Suddenly, a high-pitched squeal broke the moment, and he turned to see Jiro and Mina. Both he and Tsuyu flushed bright red. He quickly told Tsuyu he needed to leave and dashed out of the building, feeling the need to train to release his pent-up frustration. Jiro and Mina were left in shock after witnessing Izuku kiss Tsuyu in the hallway. As he exited, Mina curiously asked Tsuyu if his lips were as soft as they appeared. Tsuyu, blushing fiercely, confirmed that they were and added that he was a wonderful kisser. Jiro felt a wave of insecurity wash over her as she remembered her conversation with Achiko and Momo. She questioned what she could possibly offer, feeling overshadowed by the other girls. Mina continued to inquire about Izuku, pulling Jiro back to reality. She resolved to speak with Momo or Achiko the next day. Achiko observed as Izuku returned home, heading straight to the backyard to train intensely. She shared the situation with Momo, who was tucking in Eri, who had been waiting for Izuku. The three of them ventured outside to check on him. Upon arriving, they found him practicing martial arts movements without a shirt. Eri rushed to him, and his anger seemed to dissipate in her presence. Momo and Achiko approached him, concerned about what was troubling him. Izuku explained that Kaken had tried to provoke him in the hallway, insulting Tsuyu to get a reaction. He had managed to convince Kaken to speak with a teacher and arrange a match to avoid trouble, but he was still furious. He couldn't understand why Kaken harbored so much hatred toward him, especially since he made an effort not to bother him. Eri looked up at him and advised that he shouldn't let foolish people upset him. Surprised, Izuku asked where she had heard that, and Eri mentioned Mr. Aizawa saying it to another teacher. Izuku couldn't help but laugh, and soon Momo and Achiko joined in. Eri, curious about their laughter, was met with hugs and playful tickles until she giggled. Achiko then suggested they all head inside to rest, reminding Eri that it was bedtime. Momo encouraged Izuku to tuck Eri in, mentioning that she and Achiko would wait for him in the room, asking him not to take too long. As they walked away, Izuku felt his heart race at the sight of their swaying hips. Momo turned back, placing a finger to her lips and giving him a playful smile. Eri noticed his reddening face and asked why he was blushing. He smiled back, assuring her that he would read her a story as he tucked her in. Eri squealed with joy, momentarily forgetting her question. When they reached the room, the warmth and affection from the girls melted away the rest of his frustration. Kaken woke up early, determined to speak with Mr. Aizawa about scheduling a match with Izuku. However, Aizawa declined, stating that Kaken wasn't mentally prepared for the match yet. He mentioned that if Kaken could get Izuku to agree, he would allow it. Kaken confidently replied that Izuku had already agreed. Aizawa questioned how Kaken managed to get Izuku to accept the challenge, expressing concern over whether Kaken was truly ready for this. Kaken assured him he was prepared and eager for the match. Aizawa finally agreed to set up the match for Friday in the gym, but Kaken insisted he wanted the class to witness it, wanting everyone to know he was the best. Aizawa corrected him, revealing that Izuku had never boasted about defeating him, feeling ashamed for losing his temper in front of his family. He asked Kaken one last time if he was sure about wanting to fight Izuku. Without hesitation, Kaken affirmed his decision. The week passed quickly, and each day after school, Izuku and the girls trained in the backyard. Achiko and Momo had progressed to sparring, and Eri's punches and reflexes had improved significantly. Tsuyu had joined their training sessions, and Izuku focused on enhancing his technique, speed, and power. After each session he caught the girls watching him, which made him blush. Eri often brought smiles to his face by repeating something one of the girls had said, playfully embarrassing them. As Kaken prepared for his match with Izuku, he strapped on his gauntlets and stepped into the gym. There stood Izuku, stretching in the center, and Kaken could see the anger in his eyes. Mr. Aizawa approached Kaken, instructing him to remove his gauntlets, reminding him that this was a sparring match, not a fight to the death. Kaken tried to argue, but Aizawa remained firm. Though it disrupted his plans, Kaken accepted the situation and stepped into the middle of the gym. As the match began, Mr. Aizawa laid out the rules. The only ways to win were through knockout, 𝗬𝗵𝗲, or if he stopped the fight. With the signal to start, Kaken charged at Izuku, who stood his ground, ready for the challenge ahead. The exhaustion from constantly evading him weighed heavily on me. I was fed up with his bullying and even more so with him targeting those I cared about. As he approached, I summoned all my strength and delivered a swift roundhouse kick, sending him flying across the gym. I dashed after him, utilizing my quirk to catch him just before he collided with the wall, then hurled him back to the center. This was it. I wouldn't let him harm my loved ones any longer. From Kaken's perspective, he charged at me, but as he threw a punch, his foot collided with my shoulder, sending me spiraling toward the wall. Just before impact, a hand grasped my arm and redirected me back to the center of the gym. Rising to my feet, I unleashed a flurry of punches, but he evaded them effortlessly, the malice in his eyes starkly contrasting his usual timid demeanor. I needed to finish this quickly. Once again, I activated my quirk and charged at him, going low. At the last moment, I sprang up, aiming to take him down, but he sidestepped and used my momentum against me. I was sent flying across the room, bouncing off the ground before coming to a stop. I quickly regained my footing and he stood there, watching me. I shouted at him to fight me. From Aizawa's viewpoint, it was clear this wasn't a fair fight. Izuku was dominating Bakugo. Izuku hadn't even attacked yet, but the intensity radiating from him was palpable. He responded to Bakugo with a chilling tone, warning him to be cautious about what he wished for. He would demand an apology from Bakugo's family, or he would leave him in such pain that speaking would be a struggle. Kaken's frustration boiled over as he cursed back at me. I accepted the challenge, activating my quirk and charging forward. Shifting my density, I could see the fury in his eyes. He was prepared to unleash everything he had. I ran into an explosion that erupted in my face, but I retaliated with a punch to his chest, sending him hurtling backward. I pressed on, emerging from the flames to see him preparing another explosion. This time, it propelled him away from me, and I was engulfed in fire once more. From the class's perspective, the chaos of the fight was astounding. Izuku seemed like a force of nature, effortlessly dodging Bakugo's increasingly powerful explosions. The girls in the class were not surprised. They had seen Bakugo's efforts yield little effect. Izuku's relentless strikes were precise, connecting with every move, while Bakugo's punches and kicks, though explosive, were easily blocked or evaded. Izuku's movements flowed seamlessly, leaving Bakugo little opportunity to counter. Aizawa noted his admiration for how much Midoriya was holding back but recognized that he would need to intervene soon. Izuku focused intently on his objective, striking with fluidity and precision, ensuring no wasted movements. He wanted Bakugo to experience the same feelings he inflicted on others. As Bakugo grew desperate, he attempted to tackle me using an explosion for propulsion. I seized the opportunity, delivering a knee strike that sent him flying back. It was time to get serious and end this. Kaken felt the weight of defeat as the last attack nearly knocked him out. He needed to find a way to take me down but couldn't close the distance. He lamented the absence of his gauntlets, wishing for a different outcome. Suddenly, I warned him to brace himself. The warm-up was over. I struck him in the chest, sending him crashing against the wall, the impact knocking the breath from his lungs. In an instant, I was right in front of him, ready to deliver another blow, but then I paused. Aizawa called out that the match was over, declaring me the winner. Kaken's frustration surged as he felt robbed of a chance to escape the situation. He refused to accept this as a loss. Aizawa pulled him aside, explaining that the match had been decided the moment it began. Kaken glanced at me, surrounded by our classmates, and asked Aizawa what he meant, only to feel even more anger at the answer. Aizawa explained that Midoriya had been holding back throughout the fight. Had he unleashed his full strength, the first hit would have ended it, and all of Kaken's attacks would have been ineffective. During a previous test, a boulder and a car had been dropped on Midoriya from several stories, and they hadn't fazed him. He was no longer the same person Kaken had known before, and Aizawa advised him to be grateful for Midoriya's kindness, as the situation could have turned dire. From my perspective, I noticed the girls staring at me, their eyes wide as they took in my tattered costume. The guys looked on in awe, questioning who had taught me to fight like that and how I managed to withstand Kaken's attacks. Eri rushed into the gym with Achiko right behind her, leaping into my arms and hugging me tightly. She asked what had happened to my clothes, and I smiled, explaining that they had torn during training. She then wondered why I hadn't taken off my top like I did at home. I chuckled, realizing she had a point. Kaken was in disbelief, struggling to comprehend my strength. He felt he never stood a chance. Then, from across the room, I reminded him that he owed my family an apology. Aizawa looked at him, stating that he had made a bet, and now it was time to fulfill it. The character approached the family and bowed their head, offering an apology. Kirishima placed a hand on their shoulder, expressing that it was a manly gesture and encouraging them to train together. With their head down, they left the gym, feeling terrible about the complete loss, especially in front of everyone and having to apologize to the family. As Izuku set Eri down, he mentioned needing to change. He noticed most of his classmates chatting among themselves when Mr. Aizawa approached him unexpectedly. The teacher began to reprimand him, stating that while defeating an opponent is one thing, embarrassing them was another. He reminded Izuku of how it felt to be picked on by the strong. Izuku deflated, lowering his head and admitting that he wanted the opponent to feel that way, hoping it would deter them from bullying the weak. Izuku pondered whether he had been too harsh. As he looked down, Mr. Aizawa acknowledged his self-control during the match and praised him for not resorting to flashy moves. Grateful, Izuku thanked him as he walked away, and while changing, he began to think about his upcoming date with Tsuyu. As he exited the locker room, Eri rushed toward him, bursting with excitement. She shared that she, Achiko, and Momo were going horseback riding at Momo's parents' house before shopping for clothes. Izuku smiled at her, but her expression turned serious as she informed him that he couldn't join them because they were planning to buy him something. He picked her up and hugged her, wishing her a good time and promising to see her later. When he set her down, she ran to Momo, holding her hand. Seeing Eri happy and trusting others filled him with warmth. Turning his head, he spotted Tsuyu waiting for him, slightly blushing. He approached her, took her hand, and looked into her eyes, asking if she was sure about their plans. Tsuyu gazed back at him, affirming her certainty. They held hands as they left the gym, walking to his house, her heart racing. Upon entering, he took her hands again, asking if she was still sure about their decision. He reassured her that there was no rush and that he was content as long as they spent time together, and she felt comfortable. She placed her hands on his face, pulling him down for a kiss. When they separated, his face was slightly flushed, and he breathed a bit heavier. He took her hands once more and led her to his room. As they entered, Izuku turned to her and leaned in for another kiss. Tsuyu melted into his embrace, her breath quickening. When he pulled back, he gently removed her shirt, kissing her neck while caressing her gently. Tsuyu blushed and tried to apologize, but he silenced her with another kiss. She began to remove his shirt and breathes. Izuku carefully laid her on the bed, removing her skirt and reaching behind her to take off her bra. He kissed her softly and she let out a small sound, unable to form words. He leaned in closer, and she laid back as he removed her underwear. Breathing heavily, he took off his own and began kissing her stomach, moving lower. She gasped when he reached her most sensitive spot, grabbing his head as she lost herself in the moment. When he felt her hesitation, he encouraged her to relax and take a deep breath. As she did, he gently moved forward, and she gasped again. Once she adjusted, she began to move with him, and he responded in kind. They shifted positions, and she found herself on top of him. When he mentioned being close, she urged him to continue. He held her waist, guiding her as they reached the peak of their passion together. Afterward, Tsuyu rested on him, making soft sounds as she drifted off. Izuku released his wings, wrapping them around her to keep her warm. When she awoke, she looked up at him and smiled, prompting him to suggest they get dressed since the girls would be home soon. Tsuyu attempted to lift the comforter but realized it was his wings, which made her happy, knowing he kept her warm and safe. Struggling to get up, Izuku gently placed her back on the bed and helped her get dressed. Shortly after, the front door opened, and Achiko, Momo, Eri, and Jiro entered. Tsuyu noticed her still swollen belly and turned bright red. Eri ran to Izuku, jumping into his arms and excitedly sharing her day before noticing Tsuyu and commenting on her belly, comparing it to how it looked after enjoying snacks. Achiko and Momo turned slightly pink and asked Tsuyu to follow them into the bedroom. Izuku then told Eri to prepare for a shower, mentioning they would watch a movie together afterward. She agreed, giving him a quick kiss before heading to her room. Jiro observed Izuku's interactions with Eri and how he treated her. Momo and Achiko shared her story, explaining that he was essentially the only father she had ever known. It was clear how much love they shared, and Jiro decided to ask Izuku a couple of questions. The question lingered in the air. Why was he going out of his way for that child? Why was he taking on multiple partners? What was he searching for in his relationships? The response was unexpected. From Izuku's perspective, He went out of his way for her because she was his. He was her father now, and he intended to remain by her side forever. When 𝗧𝗃𝗁 suggested bringing Momo into their circle, he agreed. Then Tsuyu approached him, and after discussions with the girls, including Eri, he welcomed her as well. As for what he sought in his partners, he desired someone who accepted him for who he was, someone who could embrace his other lovers and love Eri. If she could accept that, and if the girls accepted her, then he was content. He understood it was a lot to ask, which was why he hesitated to approach anyone, even when the girls reassured him it was okay. From Jiro's perspective, she felt she lacked in physical appearance. She didn't have prominent features, but she had feelings for him. She was willing to accept his conditions if he could accept her. He gently placed his hand on her face, and a frown crossed his features as he spoke. From Izuku's viewpoint, he urged Jiro not to belittle herself. He had always found her pretty, and she carried herself with grace. He asked her to stop putting herself down for his sake, as it would only upset him. He noticed tears welling in her eyes, so he pulled her into a comforting hug and kissed the top of her head. She looked up at him and leaned in, sharing a gentle kiss. In Aizawa's perspective, he informed the students that their parents had been invited to check on their progress and meet with their teachers. He had already contacted them, so they didn't need to worry about informing them, or in some cases, not informing them. He instructed them to put on their costumes and meet him at the gym to continue working on their ultimate moves. From Eri's perspective, she wondered why some people wouldn't want their parents to know about their progress. Izuku explained to Eri that some students weren't performing as well as they should, which might make them hesitant about their parents attending. For now, he needed her to go with her mothers so the boys could change. He leaned down, gave her a kiss, and sent her on her way. Upon arriving at the gym, he spotted Eri with Midnight, working on her spelling. Today, he planned to focus on his electricity and fire attacks. He noticed Eri looking his way, so he waved at her before beginning his training. From Bakugo's perspective, he observed Deku training and was taken aback. When had Deku learned to use fire? He had almost forgotten about his electricity. Deku created a WHP of fire and a shield, but then Bakugo received an unexpected kick to the head from ectoplasm. Ectoplasm reminded him to concentrate on his techniques and not to worry about others. Frustrated, Bakugo returned to his training, focusing on perfecting his explosions for maximum impact. Izuku reflected on how quickly the week had passed, and before he knew it, their parents were at the school. His mother was the first to arrive, and Eri squealed with delight upon seeing her. Following her were 𝗧𝗃𝗁's parents, then Momo's, and soon after, a large toad-like man and a woman who resembled a frog but was quite pretty. A rocker-looking man and a woman with ear jacks like Jiro entered next, followed by Bakugo's mother and the rest of the parents. Eri dashed out of her seat to hug Izuku's mother. After being set down, she ran to embrace 𝗧𝗃𝗁's parents and then Momo's, a sight that warmed his heart. All the parents returned her hugs before she returned to her seat. When Izuku's mother approached his desk, he noticed 𝗧𝗃𝗁's and Momo's parents looking at him, so he waved at them. Aizawa announced to the class that they would be heading to the gym, instructing them to put on their costumes and demonstrate how much they had grown over the year. He sent the students in by seat number to showcase their improvements. When Bakugo finished his display, his mother inquired why he needed her to pay for additional hand-to-hand training. It was only when Izuku stepped up that Aizawa noticed many parents were particularly interested in his performance. He had expected the girls involved with him to be attentive, but Tsuyu's parents, Jiro's parents, and Bakugo's mother were all watching closely. From Izuku's perspective, as he stretched, he saw his mother looking at him proudly while holding Eri. Standing beside her were 𝗧𝗃𝗁's and Momo's parents, all beaming with pride. As he scanned the area, he noticed Tsuyu with her family. Her father appeared less than pleased with him. Jiro was with her family, and her father also seemed unhappy. Once 𝗵𝗵𝗲 finished setting up his course, Izuku smiled at his mother and Eri before beginning. From the parents' perspective, they watched as Izuku took a three-point stance and then vanished. One of the concrete targets exploded, along with the wall behind it. A green blur shot up, knocking out 3 targets in mere seconds. The last target, hidden behind a thick wall, was also taken down, and the boy didn't even seem winded. He looked up at his mother, waved, and walked out of the training area. Tsuyu observed her father after Izuku's performance and noticed he was quite impressed. Her father's gaze remained fixed on Izuku as he walked toward his mother, who let Eri go. Eri ran to him and jumped into his arms. Tsuyu's father asked about the little girl, and she explained that she was his adopted daughter. He then requested to be introduced to them, expressing that he had questions he wanted answered before approving of their relationship. From Jiro's perspective, her mother commented on Izuku's interaction with his family, noting why she was interested in him. Her father remarked on the impressive performance and how well he interacted with Eri. To Jiro's surprise, her father expressed appreciation for how good he was with the little girl she had mentioned he adopted, which reassured him about how he would treat her future grandchildren. As Izuku felt his face flush when his mother suggested it was time to meet the boy, he watched Momo complete her demonstration. Afterward, Tsuyu called for him, waving him over. He approached her, carrying Eri in his arms, and greeted her, introducing himself to her parents. Her father spoke first, expressing a longing for Izuku to join them for dinner on Sunday to learn more about the young man who had captured his daughter's interest. Izuku looked at Tsuyu and replied that it would be his pleasure. They shook hands, and her father turned to leave. As Jiro observed Tsuyu walking away with her family, she called out to Izuku. He smiled and came over to them. Jiro introduced him to her parents, and her father shyly greeted Eri, who returned the gesture. Izuku explained that Eri was quite shy. Jiro's mother complimented Eri on her beauty, causing Eri to blush and thank her. Jiro's father then asked Izuku if he had any plans for the next day, wanting to know more about the young man who had enchanted his daughter. Izuku smiled and agreed to join them, while Jiro felt her heart race and her cheeks warm. Jiro's mother smiled, saying they would see him tomorrow, and she left with Jiro's father. Jiro followed them, glancing back to see Izuku join his mother. Izuku met up with Jiro and her parents for lunch, which turned out to be a delightful experience. Her mother shared some amusing baby pictures of Jiro, and they all enjoyed singing together. They performed Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen, and when Jiro mentioned that Izuku could sing, he felt a blush creeping up his cheeks as he modestly downplayed his abilities. However, her parents encouraged him to sing a song. Before he could choose one, Jiro requested he sing The Sound of Silence by 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Excitement evident. He complied, feeling happy to share that moment with her. As Jiro listened to him sing, her father was taken aback by the range of his vocals, while her mother simply enjoyed the performance. When he finished, they both stood up and applauded. Jiro's mother then checked the time and asked Jiro to help her set the table for lunch. With Jiro and her mother out of the room, her father turned to Izuku and asked what he saw when he looked at his daughter. Izuku smiled and described Tsuyu as an honest, shy girl who concealed her feelings, a devoted friend unafraid to stand up for those she cared about. Her father smiled in response, acknowledging that Izuku understood who she truly was. He then expressed his awareness of Tsuyu's feelings for Izuku and requested that he take care of her, warning him not to break her heart or face the consequences. Just then, the girls returned, and they all enjoyed their meal together. When Izuku returned home, he and the girls relaxed and discussed their day. The following day passed quickly as he prepared to join Tsuyu for dinner. When he arrived, her father opened the door, and Izuku sensed a hint of disapproval in his gaze. Tsuyu heard the knock and saw her father open the door. Izuku looked sharp in his attire, and her father let him in. Tsuyu's mother and siblings joined them in the living room. She walked over to Izuku, giving him a hug and leading him to the dining room. She noticed how nervous he appeared, which she found endearing. After they finished eating, her father invited Izuku to join him in the living room. Once they were seated, Tsuyu's father asked Izuku why he was interested in his daughter. He expressed concern, noting that Tsuyu had always struggled to make friends and only found her first friend in middle school. He acknowledged Izuku's good looks and strength but warned him against playing with her emotions, stating he would prefer Izuku walk away rather than give her false hope. Izuku assured him that hurting Tsuyu was the last thing he would ever consider. He described her as one of the kindest people he knew, recalling how she had supported him during tough times and gone out of her way to help his family. He treasured their relationship and felt unworthy of the love she had shown him. As Tsuyu listened to Izuku speak to her father, tears welled in her eyes, moved by his heartfelt words. Her mother embraced her, encouraging her to go to him. Tsuyu entered the room, and both Izuku and her father turned to her. She rushed to Izuku, hugging him tightly, and he returned the embrace. She expressed her surprise at his strong feelings for her, revealing that she felt the same way. Izuku felt Tsuyu lean into him after she spoke, and soon her mother and siblings joined them in the room. Tsuyu stepped back, and her little sister ran to him, jumping into his arms for a hug. Her brother approached while he was still holding his sister and asked him to take care of Tsuyu. Izuku smiled, promising to do his best to make her happy. Not long after, he returned home. Meanwhile, Tomura Shigaraki devised a plan to bring down Izuku, enlisting the help of Wolfram and Nine, both chosen by the MSTR for their resilience. He had already set Mange, Toga, and Compress to lay the groundwork, intending to break Izuku's spirit before crushing him. Kurojirai questioned the wisdom of this approach, recalling how Overhaul had attempted something similar, resulting in his paralysis and Gigantomachie's defeat. He warned that Izuku should not be underestimated, as he possessed a powerful strength quirk. Villains who witnessed his rescue of the girls described him as more monster than man, recalling how he single-handedly leveled an entire mansion. Tomura asked for Kurojirei's suggestion on how to proceed. Kurojirai advised studying Izuku, learning as much as they could before striking hard and swiftly, ensuring he had no opportunity to retaliate. Caution is advisable when dealing with unknown powers and resources. Was he alone when he defeated those two, or did he have assistance? Tomura Shigaraki felt frustration at being correct. He needed to reevaluate his plans and gather more information about this boy who was getting under his skin. He decided to step out for a while to rethink his strategy, but soon, they would make their move. Bakugo had spent the weekend with his mother as she requested, but he felt the need for extra martial arts training to avoid losing to his rival again. He was determined to be number one and could not afford another defeat. When his mother asked why losing to Deku bothered him so much, he hesitated to reveal how he had once bullied him and how, despite that, Deku had thoroughly beaten him in 2 fights. In one of those encounters, he had even had to apologize to Deku's family. After a sigh, his mother finally agreed to pay for additional weekend training, assuring him that he would not lose again. As class began, Izuku was assisting Eri with her math problems when Mr. Aizawa entered to discuss internships. Eri looked at him, curious about what an internship was, but before he could explain, Mr. Aizawa clarified it for them. He distributed a list of heroes and their operational locations. Izuku wished to return to Grand Torino, but his name was absent from the list. He wanted to talk to the girls about their choices. When Mr. Aizawa called out Achiko, Tsuyu, and Todoroki, mentioning that Endeavor was interested in them, Izuku felt a twinge of envy. Jiro and Momo also had heroes interested in them, and he felt somewhat left out until his name was called. Many heroes were interested in him, particularly after his recent test with the top 5 heroes and other students. The Dragoon hero showed significant interest in having him intern with her, likely due to their previous battle and his unique ability to transform into a dragon. As he reviewed the list, he saw names like Endeavor, Hawks, Mirko, and Gang Orca. Although tempted to join Achiko and Tsuyu, he ultimately decided on the Dragoon hero, realizing he would be the only one from his class to join her. Bakugo felt a surge of frustration as he realized Deku had a wider selection of heroes interested in him, while he only had one option. True, it was the number 3 hero, but still. He couldn't understand why Deku hadn't chosen the number 1 hero or someone from the top 5. It seemed foolish, but this was Bakugo's chance to gain an advantage. Once this was over, he would surpass Deku. This opportunity was exactly what he needed to regroup, clear his mind, and push forward. He would show everyone, including his entire class, why he deserved the top spot. As they prepared for their internships, Izuku's mother came over to take care of Eri. This was particularly hard for Eri, as it would be the first time she wouldn't be with one of them for an extended PRD since moving in. Eri looked sad when they told her she couldn't join them. Momo approached her with a smile and asked who her favorite hero was. Eri beamed and replied that her dad was her favorite. Momo then revealed a Deku plushie doll in full costume, which made Eri's eyes widen with excitement. After receiving the doll, Eri asked if Momo could make one of her and Izuku as well. Momo happily agreed, and soon Eri was hugging all 3 plushie dolls, squealing with joy. Momo's eyes glistened with tears when Eri requested one of her. They all took turns hugging Eri goodbye before heading off to their internships. As Izuku entered the Dragoon Heroes agency, she introduced him to her team. Once in her office, she asked him what he wanted to improve. He looked her in the eyes and stated that he wanted to work on his control. He explained that during his last transformation into a dragon, he had experienced intense urges that required a friend's intervention. The Dragoon hero noted that her quirk didn't affect her in that way, but they would work through it. She then asked what other areas he wanted to improve. He mentioned wanting to enhance his decision-making process during combat. She instructed him to change into his hero costume so they could begin training. As they walked together, Izuku began to feel uneasy. He sensed something was off and realized he needed to get off the streets and away from her. As the breeze shifted, she caught his scent, and he noticed a change in her expression. Before he could react, thin metal cables wrapped around her neck and wrists, and a villain warned him not to move. Izuku could see small beads of BLD forming around her restraints. Wolfram smirked, noting the odds of encountering Izuku on the streets. He claimed that fortune was on his side, as Shigaraki wanted Izuku badly and was offering power to whoever captured him. He warned Izuku that if he didn't want the Dragoon hero to suffer, he should get into the truck immediately. He promised to let her go unharmed if Izuku complied, but if he resisted, she would face severe consequences. The Dragoon hero felt the cables digging into her skin as Wolfram issued his ultimatum. Before she could urge Izuku to run, she heard him speak in a tone that sent chills down her spine. She looked into his eyes, which had transformed, revealing a fierce rage. Izuku declared that he would get into the truck without a fight, but if Wolfram harmed her any further, he would make him regret ever laying eyes on her. It was not a threat, but a promise. He insisted that if she was released, he would comply, but if she was hurt, Wolfram would experience pain like never before. Wolfram chuckled, appreciating Izuku's boldness. He stated that he would let the Dragoon hero go as soon as Izuku entered the truck. He warned her not to follow them, or he would take Izuku's life. He intended to restrain Izuku in the same manner as the Dragoon hero, making it clear that he was expected to return alive, but if necessary, dead would suffice. He cautioned Izuku not to test him. Before Izuku could forget, he lost his cell phone, not wanting anyone to track him. He slowly reached into his back pocket, pulled out his phone, and tossed it to the ground, never taking his eyes off the madman before him. The villain had a metal manipulating quirk and was exceptionally skilled with it. Izuku knew that any wrong move could endanger her life. He needed to leave the area, so he cautiously walked toward the truck. Suddenly, he felt cables wrap around his neck, wrists, and ankles. The villain released the cables from the Dragoon hero and jumped into the truck as the door slid shut. Izuku smiled at her to reassure her that everything would be all right. As the Dragoon hero watched Izuku enter the truck, she realized that the villain had underestimated the situation. She understood that he was only playing along to escape the crowded area. However, his smile as the door closed indicated that things were about to take a turn for the worse, and they needed to find him quickly. While riding in the truck, Izuku hardened his skin to avoid injury. He asked the villain for his name, and he replied it was Wolfram. Once he believed they were far enough from town, he instructed the villain to stop the truck. Wolfram laughed and refused, so Izuku shifted his density, causing the tires to blow out and the back of the truck to collapse. Wolfram jumped out as the vehicle began to crumple around Izuku. He started forcing his way out, noticing Wolfram watching him. The more he struggled, the tighter the truck wrapped around him, with rebar protruding from the concrete. To counter this, he partially shifted to stop the rebar and flexed his wings to break free from the truck. Wolfram was shocked when the truck suddenly slammed down. He jumped out, thinking the Dragoon hero had landed on them, but it was just the two of them. He continued to wrap the truck around Izuku, but it barely slowed him down. Desperate, he pulled rebar from the street, attempting to stop the boy by stabbing him. However, Izuku transformed into a lizard-like figure with wings and broke free from the truck. Wolfram sent the rebar flying at him, but it had no effect. He needed more metal, so he pulled more from the street and tried to ensnare Izuku, but the boy created a flaming WHP that sliced through the metal effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity while Izuku was distracted, Wolfram charged at him and threw a punch that should have shattered bones, but to his astonishment, his own hand fractured in pain while Izuku barely flinched. The Dragoon hero observed the villain trying to ensnare Izuku with a thick metal fence. Izuku countered with a fire WHP, cutting through the metal. When Wolfram punched him and screamed in pain, she recognized her chance. She descended upon the villain and struck him hard to the ground. He rolled away from her punch and regained his footing. She threw another punch, but he caught her arm with his good hand and hurled her toward Izuku, who caught her and spun, wrapping his wings around her. The sounds of impact echoed off his body as her head began to spin, trying to focus again, but Izuku's gaze held her captive. Izuku warned Wolfram that if he harmed her, he would ensure the villain regretted it. As he looked into her eyes, his blood boiled. Wolfram had just attempted to harm her while she was in his arms. He gently set her down and noticed Wolfram reinforcing his broken hand with metal, wielding a long piece shaped like a spear. Izuku could sense the malice and anger radiating from him. He had initially intended to wear Wolfram down gently, but now he believed the villain could handle the punishment he had been dishing out. It was time to finish this. Wolfram realized he was up against a monster. Every blow he delivered seemed ineffective, and the metal that missed Izuku embedded itself in the concrete as if it were paper. He felt the need to escape. He couldn't defeat Izuku alone. He had even tried to eliminate the hero earlier, but the boy had shielded her with his body. As he stared down Izuku, the boy vanished, only to reappear with a punch that sent Wolfram crashing into the wreckage of the truck. In a panic, he threw his spear at Izuku and began wrapping himself in metal for protection. Izuku caught the spear and taunted Wolfram, questioning whether he thought metal could save him. He didn't want to harm the villain fatally, so fire was off the table. A punch surrounded by metal could be lethal, leaving him with electricity as his only option. He unleashed a surge of electricity powerful enough to drop an elephant, advancing toward Wolfram as the metal armor began to crumble and the villain fell to his knees. The Dragoon hero was momentarily blinded by a bright light followed by a thunderous clap. Had Izuku just struck Wolfram with lightning? As the villain dropped, she saw Izuku approaching. Wolfram attempted to raise an arm, but a bone snapped, and he screamed in pain. As she stood, Izuku delivered one final punch that knocked the villain out cold. He called for her to contact the police, expressing the urgency to leave quickly. She assured him that help was on the way and approached him. Overwhelmed by a primal longing, she felt an intense need for him. She placed her hand on his shoulder, but he didn't turn. So, she gently placed her hand on his cheek and turned his head to face her. Once again, Izuku found himself gazing into those bright green, cat-like eyes. He was in a state of heightened emotions and needed to find his girlfriend quickly, or things could take a turn for the worse. As he looked into her eyes, she urged him to endure a little longer, promising to take him somewhere private. They both returned to their normal forms as the police arrived, and she ensured everything was handled. Once she was finished, she shifted again, and he followed her as they soared into the sky. They flew toward a mountain, and as they approached, he spotted a cave where they landed and entered. Izuku looked at her and expressed his urgent need to find his girlfriend. He explained that if he didn't connect soon, he would lose control and go into a frenzy until he found a dragon to bond with. He admitted that he was struggling to manage his instincts and pleaded for her assistance. The Dragoon hero understood his plight, realizing that he was almost like a ferret during this time. She smiled at him, approached him, and reassured him that she would help. Gently caressing his face, she looked into his eyes as he confessed that he felt guilty asking for her help. He explained how women could be affected by his scent, losing their composure around him. She recognized the difficulty he faced and felt empathy for him, understanding the turmoil he was experiencing. She reassured him that he had a dragon by his side who would support him. The Dragoon hero often came to this secluded spot to clear her mind, so she assured him that there was no need to worry about anyone interrupting. She encouraged him to relax and asked if this was his first experience with a woman. Izuku shyly admitted that it was not, his instincts urging him to act on his feelings. Fighting against his primal urges, he took deep breaths to calm himself. As she placed her hand on his face, he found comfort in her surprisingly soft touch. She leaned in closer and they shared a kiss. As they embraced, Izuku felt a surge of emotions. She let her hand glide down his torso, and he instinctively responded, feeling the heat of the moment. He paused, aware of the intensity of the situation. She looked at him, blushing, and moved closer, kissing him again. Izuku felt overwhelmed by his desires but also a sense of connection. They continued to explore their feelings, lost in the moment. Later, Izuku woke up with Ryuko still in his arms. She looked peaceful, and he felt a mix of emotions, realizing the significance of what had happened. He kissed the top of her head, and she stirred awake, smiling at him. However, she winced as she tried to move her legs. She asked if he was feeling better, and he smiled back, admitting that she had alleviated most of his tension but hinted that he could still use her help. Ryuko playfully expressed disbelief, mentioning her soreness and how rough things had been. She noted that he had become more intense when he shifted, and she was grateful he hadn't gone full dragon form, fearing it would have been too much. Izuku smiled and suggested they get dressed, mentioning that he needed to call one of his girlfriends. He noticed her surprise at this revelation. She asked how many girlfriends he had and if they knew about each other. He reassured her that they were aware and even encouraged him to explore connections like this one. He noted that she had lasted the longest during their NTMT moments. Ryuko felt her cheeks flush at his words, feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment. She smiled and admitted she would need some help getting dressed. After assisting Ryuko in getting ready, Izuku flew her home, where he ran hot water into the tub. He gently undressed her and helped her into the warm water, ensuring she was comfortable. Izuku smiled at Jiro, mentioning that he needed to find his phone and make some calls. He promised to reach out once he located it and then swiftly left her apartment. He headed to the store where they had been attacked, and the shop owner had found his phone and kept it safe for him. After finishing a call with Ryuko, he unexpectedly encountered Jiro, who was wrapping up her patrol. Jiro noticed Izuku still in his hero costume and wondered why he was still around since his shift had ended the previous day. Looking into his eyes, she sensed something was off, as he was trying to maintain distance from her. Although she understood that he liked to take his time in relationships, his behavior felt different this time. 𝗂𝗄𝗏 caught her attention and suggested that she should walk her friend home if he wasn't feeling well, assuring her that he would see her the next day. Izuku felt the need to create some space between them, not wanting his first NTMT moment with her to be overshadowed by his current state. As he observed her, he realized that his actions were making her uncomfortable, especially since he knew she struggled with self-confidence. When she approached him, asking if he was okay, he began to panic slightly. Grabbing her hand, he requested that she follow him for a moment. Once they were alone, he confessed that he was experiencing overwhelming urges that were difficult to control. Jiro looked into his eyes, noticing their feline quality and the uncertainty in his posture. She was reminded of his kindness and took his hands, encouraging him to follow her. He lowered his head and complied. With a smile, she kissed his cheek, and when he lifted his gaze, she kissed him on the lips. After their kiss, she took his hand and led him to an alley, where they stood in front of a 𝗷𝗵𝗄𝐻𝗃. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as she guided him inside and secured a room. Upon entering, her brave demeanor faded, revealing the shy girl he had fallen for. When she spoke next, he could see the fear in her eyes as she prepared to share something important. Jiro revealed to him that she was not a virgin, having endured a traumatic experience 2 years prior. She expressed her fear of him thinking less of her or, worse, hating her for not being pure like other girls. To her surprise, he enveloped her in a hug, his eyes glistening with emotion as he apologized for any hurt he may have caused her. Her heart melted as she asked if he was still interested in her. His response was a simple yet passionate kiss that made her feel cherished. As they kissed, Jiro melted against him, feeling a surge of affection. She began to remove his shirt, kissing his neck and trailing down his chest. When she reached his breaths, she undid his belt and unzipped them, momentarily taken aback by his size. As she began to explore, Izuku let out a soft 𝗵𝗵𝗲, and she felt his hand gently guiding her. He was careful with her, slowly removing her clothing and showering her with kisses and tender touches. She could sense his gentleness and began to relax, allowing herself to be swept away in the moment. As they shared this NTMT experience, she felt a wave of emotions wash over her, and when it was over, she found herself wrapped in his arms beneath a soft blanket. Later, as she lay there watching Izuku sleep, she wished that this moment could have been her first, instead of the painful ordeal from 2 years ago. While observing him, she noticed the blanket had strange veins running through it. Curious, she reached out to touch it, causing it to move and inadvertently waking Izuku. He felt a tickling sensation in his wings, which he didn't recall having extended. When he noticed Jiro's wide-eyed expression, he nervously smiled and explained that his wings emerged reflexively when he felt protective over something or someone he cared about. He preferred to keep this aspect of himself private, as very few people knew about it. Standing up, he opened his wings fully, and she attempted to rise but stumbled. She asked him to come closer, gently touching his wings, blushing as she did so. Izuku confirmed that they appeared when he felt protective, and she embraced him, expressing her enjoyment of the previous night. He returned her hug, wrapping his wings around her as well. Jiro then asked if his longing to become a hero stemmed from wanting to catch the people who had hurt her. She explained that the individuals responsible for her trauma were now in prison. However, if she could prevent another girl from experiencing the same suffering, it would be worth it to her. Apologizing for her earlier doubts about his feelings, she admitted her fears had clouded her judgment. Now that she had voiced her concerns, she felt a sense of relief, knowing he understood her better. He was such a good person, and she felt unworthy, as if she didn't deserve him because he deserved someone whole, not someone broken like herself. From Izuku's perspective, he reassured her that it was not silly to feel that way. It was okay. He wanted her to know that he loved her for who she was, not for her past or for anything beyond her control. He promised to always be there for her as long as she would have him. However, he had one request if she wanted to be with him. She looked into his eyes, tears still glistening, and expressed her willingness to do anything he asked. He gently lifted her chin and told her never to think of herself as broken or unworthy of love. She was a kind person with a big heart, deserving of love. He urged her to think better of herself and to come to him whenever she felt that way again, assuring her that he would help her carry her burdens for as long as she needed him. From Jiro's perspective, she embraced him, tears flowing as his words lifted a weight she hadn't realized she was carrying. Her knees weakened, but his strong arms held her securely, his wings enveloping her in warmth. She felt safe, loved, and for the first time in a long while, she found peace within herself. He held her until her trembling subsided. When she pulled back, she saw tears in his eyes, yet he wore a smile. In that moment, she understood that he truly wanted her for who she was and genuinely loved her, and she would do anything for him. From Izuku's perspective, he reminded her that they hadn't used any protection and asked if she had any pills to prevent 𝗵𝘃𝗁𝐶𝐵. She smiled and revealed a medicine bottle, taking a pill. He suggested they head home together.